Chapter 543. Xiaochen casually glanced around the city. There were many white-robed cultivators with slender sabers hanging at their waists. Saber City was only the outer sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It was very difficult to enter the inner sect. Without a medallion, with Xiao Chen's current strength, he would not be able to force his way in. However, Xiao Chen had his own methods. He did not go to the inner sect directly. He had come to Saber City for this plan. His plan was simple. He would just steal an inner disciple's token. Even though it was shameful, he could only apologize to the junior brother and junior sister whose identity was stolen. Xiao Chen stayed in the city for half a day and quickly locked onto his target. It was a lone female disciple. He was only in his 20s, and his appearance was delicate and pretty. His hair was tied into a ponytail, and he looked very lively. He held a small saber in his left hand and a bronze token hung from his waist. After following her to a deserted street, Xiao Chen walked up to her and said with a smile, "Hello, junior sister." The ponytailed girl looked at the white-robed, handsome Xiao Chen and was slightly stunned. Sensing his unfathomable strength, she quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, senior brother." He was secretly shocked. Which peak senior brother was this? He was so strong. He was so young, but he was much stronger than Master. The rules of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion were very strict. When junior brothers and junior sisters saw their senior brothers, they had to treat them respectfully. Xiao Chen found it funny. It seemed that this little girl really thought of him as her senior brother. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party lowered her head, he moved his hand slightly and hooked the other party's token over. "Senior brother, why are you looking for me?" the ponytail girl asked nervously. Xiao Chen put the token into his sleeve and said with a smile, "It's nothing. Senior brother mistook me for someone else. I'll take my leave first." Watching Xiao Chen leave, the ponytailed girl was puzzled, not knowing what had happened. Out of habit, he touched his waist and was shocked to find that the token was gone. "Don't leave." The ponytailed girl unsheathed the small saber in her hand at lightning speed. She shouted angrily and swung the saber as if it was her hand. As it spun rapidly, the blade seemed to cut the air in half, bringing with it a whistling sound of air currents. Mysterious wind cut. Xiao Chen turned around and smiled. "But you're still lacking. Little junior sister, you have to work harder." Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and touched the saber's edge with his fingertip. Surging essence burst forth from his fingertip. Bang! Under Xiao Chen's command, the spinning saber turned back at an even faster speed. Before the ponytailed girl could react, the blade was inserted back into the scabbard in her left hand. How could this be? The girl's delicate face was filled with astonishment. One of the 9 secrets of Qing Yun, the profound wind chop, was actually broken just like that. After a while, he remembered that he had lost his token. With a sullen face, he said, "This senior brother is such a bully. He lost his token and stole mine. What should I do? What should I do?" To be able to recognize the mysterious wind chop at a glance and break it easily without injuring her. In the girl's opinion, the other party must be one of the genius disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Due to his carelessness, he lost his token and could not enter the mountain. Hence, he snatched her token. Xiao Chen, who was far away, flipped the token over and took a look. It was as he expected. The words Qing Yun were written on the top and Lang Qianqian were written on the front. The words were written in a leisurely manner. "Damn, I have embarrassed myself this time. It really is a junior sister's token. Don't blame your senior brother. Qianqian, right? I will return it to you later." After hanging the token at his waist, Xiao Chen arrived at the foot of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Then, he followed the crowd and entered. The disciple guarding the entrance only took a quick glance and did not look closely. There were so many people passing by every day. It was impossible for him to check every single one of them carefully. He could only rely on his experience. When he saw something wrong with their expressions, he would call them down and check them carefully. Xiao Chen had been a heavenly saber pavilion disciple for a long time. How could he reveal any flaws? On the familiar road, there were green mountains, pavilions, small paths, and cultivators practicing the saber. There were no major changes to the past. Before Xiao Chen entered the city, he was feeling impatient. However, when he stepped onto the land of the heavenly saber pavilion, he calmed down. Xiao Chen took a step into the air and looked at the towering Qingyun Peak in the sky. He took a deep breath and slowly walked over. Qingyun Peak, I, Xiao Chen, have returned. Elder Sister Ryue, Suifeng, Xiaoyang, Xiao Meng, are you all doing well? The Qingyun Peak disciples passed by Xiao Chen one by one. Several of the older generation disciples felt that Xiao Chen looked familiar and stopped to take a closer look. They had some guesses in their hearts. However, in the past 2 years, although Xiao Chen's appearance did not change much, his aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. The youthful and immature look on his face was gone. His face now had an air of vicissitudes and maturity. It was very different from before. The most important thing was that in the past, Xiao Chen had disguised himself as Yi Chen when he came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He only revealed himself in the final battle. Although these people had their guesses, they felt that it could not be Xiao Chen. Furthermore, that person swore that he would never step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion again. After taking a few glances, they withdrew their gazes and smiled self-mockingly. I am too suspicious. There are so many bladesmen wearing white robes. Could they all be Xiao Chen? Being careful and hiding would only make others more suspicious. Xiao Chen had a calm expression as he confidently walked forward. Xiao Chen walked forward calmly. Just as he was about 7 minutes away from Qingyun Peak, a group of people wearing the uniform of Bian Peak disciples suddenly appeared. Xiao Chen glanced at the appearance of the leader of the group and quickly lowered his head, preparing to keep a low profile. The leader of the group was Song Kei's son, Song Qianhe. He was the current peak master of Bian Peak. At this moment, he was leading the Bian Peak disciples, chatting and laughing as they prepared to leave the mountain. When Song Kei passed by Xiao Chen, he did not pay much attention to him. However, when his gaze landed on Xiao Chen's face, his expression could not help but change greatly. He had a grudge against Xiao Chen for killing his father. For the past few years, that face would appear in his mind every day and night. Now that he saw Xiao Chen in person, he was shocked. Stop right there. Which peak's disciple are you from? State your name, Song Qianhe shouted at Xiao Chen in an intense tone. Was I discovered? Xiao Chen revealed a bitter smile and turned around helplessly. He was not afraid of this person. However, he had just arrived at Qingyun Peak and did not want to cause any trouble. Song Qianhe, it's been a long time, Xiao Chen said calmly with an indifferent gaze. It's really him. Song Qianhe's expression turned sullen. He clenched his teeth and said, Xiao Chen, you actually dared to appear. Back then, you swore that you would not take half a step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Now that you have broken your oath, let's see how you are going to answer to the Elders' Assembly. The 10-odd Bian Peak disciples behind Song Qianhe looked at Xiao Chen. They were all astonished. Is this the person in front of us, the white-robed bladesman that caused such a commotion? Xiao Chen chuckled and said, Sorry, you saw wrong. I did not break my oath. I did not step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Song Qianhe looked carefully and saw that Xiao Chen's feet were hovering half an inch above the ground. With his long robes covering him, it looked like he was really stepping on the ground. However, in the end, he did not step on the ground. You! Song Qianhe pointed angrily at Xiao Chen. He was so angry that his face turned red. Song Qianhe drew his weapon with his right hand and said sternly, I don't care if you broke your oath or not. Since you came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion today, you can forget about leaving. Xiao Chen's expression sank. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt and emitted a cold killing chi. He said in a frosty voice, Try taking another step forward. The killing chi seemed solid, it was bone-chilling. Song Qianhe could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. He stopped moving, he could not explain the reason why. The scene of Shao Chen shattering his father's head with one punch in the heavenly saber pavilion replayed in Song Qianhe's dreams. There was not a moment when he did not want to kill Shao Chen. For the sake of revenge, Song Qian had disregarded everything and frantically cultivated for the past 2 years. He became the second cultivator in the heavenly saber pavilion to become a martial king before the age of 20, after Lu Rue. Song Qianhe naturally became the peak master of Bian Peak, leading the disciples of the peak. He was very spirited. Originally, Song Qianhe thought that after he broke through to peak inferior grade martial king, he would be able to easily defeat Shao Chen. However, when Song Qianhe saw Shao Chen again today, he did not expect that one look from Shao Chen would cause him to freeze in place. Song Qianhe carefully sent out his aura. He was not confident in himself, so he wanted to check out Shao Chen's cultivation. In the end, when he checked, he discovered that he could not see through Shao Chen's cultivation. It was unfathomable. He is not a medial grade martial king. He is stronger than a regular superior grade martial king. Could this fellow be a peak superior grade martial king? Song Qianhe was somewhat frightened by his own thoughts. A peak superior grade martial king in the heavenly saber pavilion was comparable to several of the elders' assembly's elders. However, a peak superior grade martial king was fine. Song Qianhe could delay him for now. When the elders of Bian Peak arrived, they could deal with him. Bian Peak disciples, listen up. This person is a traitor of the heavenly saber pavilion. Kill him for me. After this matter is over, everyone will be rewarded with 5,000 inferior grade spirit stones. After Song Qianhe made up his mind, he casually sent out a jade green signal. Then, he used his status as the peak master to give out orders. Huang Dang. Huang Dang. Song Qianhe gave out orders. The disciples behind him were all Bian Peak's people. They were under his command. Furthermore, Shao Chen had indeed done some rebellious things. Furthermore, there was a large reward of spirit stones. These disciples immediately drew their weapons and pointed them at Shao Chen. Kill! Song Qianhe shouted and took the lead to charge. He was not stupid, he did not let hatred get to his head. He knew that he was not strong enough, so he did not try to be brave. He could only use these people to delay Shao Chen first before looking for an opportunity. After all, it would be very difficult to get rid of a peak superior grade martial king. Unfortunately, there were some things and some people that, no matter how much one calculated, one did not have absolute strength. The so-called wisdom and schemes were just a joke. Song Qianhe was very unfortunate. At this moment, he had encountered this matter, and he had encountered this person. Ignorant. Shao Chen, who was as straight as a pine tree, snorted coldly. His right hand, which was on the saber hilt, gently moved forward and drew his saber by 1 centimeter. A boundless purple light came from the saber. Contained within the light was Shao Chen's inextinguishable sharp saber intent. Wang! 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 A sharp saber intent spread out. The weapons in the hands of the many Bian Peak disciples trembled continuously. Even Song Qianhe was no exception. Chapter 544. The originally ferocious group of people all stopped. They had astonished expressions on their faces as they desperately held on to the weapons in their hands. Half a move, Shao Chen only used half a move. This group of Bian Peak disciples, who were originally very confident and were thinking of a great reward, were forced into a corner. They could only resist the saber intent in a sorry state. Shao Chen was a bona fide half-step martial monarch, someone close to being unrivaled. Honestly speaking, he was already thinking highly of them by using half a move against this group of people, the strongest of which was an inferior grade martial king. It was only because they were all from the same sect and cultivators who used the saber that Shao Chen respected them. Otherwise, he would not even need to draw his saber. Xiao! Shao Chen moved his hand forward again and drew the long, black, and sleek lunar shadow saber. It gave off a dazzling purple light and a boundless saber intent spread out wantonly. So. The entire group of people could no longer hold on to their weapons. Their long sabers soared into the sky and started to spin around non-stop. Saber intent. This is saber intent. The Biyun Peak disciples were all horrified. Their voices trembled as they retreated with all their might. Xiao Chen had a calm expression as he pointed his saber at Song Qianhe, who was trying to flee. An overwhelming killing intent surged out from his eyes, and the air immediately froze. The killing intent chilled Song Qianhe's heart to the bone. Xiao Chen's peak state of massacre locked onto him. He felt like his legs were filled with lead. They weighed 500 kilograms. He found it hard to move. Bang! That killing intent poured into his heart and spread throughout his entire body. Song Qianhe felt an incredible pain in his chest. His legs trembled, and his eyes filled with horror. Song Qianhe could no longer hold on and knelt on the ground. Song Qianhe did his best to resist the pressure in his mind. He used one hand to support himself, doing his best not to fall to the ground. As he looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with hatred. He clenched his teeth and said, "Xiao Chen, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a peak superior grade martial king. After you enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, you will die for sure." Superior grade martial king? I haven't been one for a long time. Xiao Chen said calmly. A surging crystalline saber chi shot out of his saber. Song Qianhe, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately had a horrifying wound cut open on his chest by the saber chi. The wound was 3 inches deep and blood gushed out like a fountain. His internal organs were clearly visible. Song Qianhe was sent flying. His expression was one of extreme pain. This was one of the main roads of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If the disciples of the various peaks wanted to leave the mountain, they had to pass through this road. There would be a lot of people passing through it day and night. The fight between Xiao Chen and Song Qianhe had long since attracted the attention of many passing disciples. Several of them were suspicious of Xiao Chen's identity. When they heard Song Qianhe's words, they finally confirmed Xiao Chen's identity. Numerous astonished gazes shot towards Xiao Chen, their hearts trembling. *CK, it's really him. I haven't seen him for 2 years, and he's several times stronger than before. I suspected it was him long ago. The white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen killed a peak master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Unexpectedly, he still dares to walk in so casually. He actually comprehended saber intent. In our Heavenly Saber Pavilion, no one has comprehended saber intent in the past 1,000 years. Without saber intent, one is an incomplete bladesman. I wonder if this Song Qianhe is lucky or unlucky. The moment Xiao Chen arrived, he ran into him. The surrounding cultivators discussed. The legendary battle between the white-robed bladesman on the heaven ascending platform 2 years ago was still fresh in their minds. At that time, there might have been people who doubted Xiao Chen's strength in the future. However, after seeing Xiao Chen's current performance, no one would deny it. That was the beginning of a legend, the epic legend of the white-robed bladesman. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and ignored the severely injured Song Qianhe behind him. He faced the astonished gasps of the crowd calmly, neither arrogant nor impatient. "Xiao Chen, you killed my father and humiliated me time and time again. Sooner or later, Song Qianhe will make you suffer a fate worse than death." When Song Qianhe, who was on the ground, saw that Xiao Chen did not care about him at all, treating him like an ant, he felt humiliated in his heart. Rage. Xiao Chen's calm expression sank completely. Who was it that sought trouble with him time and time again, trying to kill him? Who was it that coveted Qingyun Peak's businesses in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Who was it that, as a martial king, bullied him, an insignificant martial grandmaster? Who was it that, while he was far away, hired assassins to deal with him? Who was it that, when he was in danger, hit him when he was down? Who was it that, in front of everyone, did not care about propriety and honor, sneak attacking him, nearly causing Ryue to die? It was Song Qianhe's father. That kind of scum, even if he died 1,000 times, it would not be enough. However, when the words reached Song Qianhe's mouth, they turned into Xiao Chen being unreasonable. Xiao Chen was bullying him, twisting words and forcing logic, extremely shameless. How could there be such logic in the world? How could he distort the truth and speak nonsense? Bang! Xiao Chen's figure flashed and he kicked Song Qianhe's chest, sending him flying into the air. After that, he landed heavily on the ground. Don't mention that trashy father of yours in front of me. Don't think that I do not dare to kill you. Back then, I dared to kill your father in front of everyone. Today, I dare to kill you as well. Xiao Chen stomped on Song Qianhe's body expressionlessly. His voice was bone-chilling. The severely injured Song Qianhe trembled in fear, not daring to say another word. Xiao! 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 Just at this moment, 5 Bian Peak seniors saw Song Qianhe's signal and flew over from afar. Hope immediately lit up in the despairing Song Qianhe's eyes. The people he was waiting for had finally arrived. Oh no, the 5 elders of Bian Peak are here. These 5 people were superior grade martial kings many years ago. This is bad for Xiao Chen. This Song Qianhe father and son are really sinful. They forced away our heavenly saber pavilion's genius. Now, they are here to kill him. Indeed, if he can represent the heavenly saber pavilion in the 5-nation youth competition and obtain a good ranking, we will be able to bask in his glory. With Xiao Chen's current strength, entering the top 50 will not be a problem. At that time, the heavenly saber pavilion will obtain luck. Our luck will increase as well. Unfortunately, that bastard Song Ke sent our genius to his grave. What a bastard. This father and son are both not good people. The young cultivators present all felt that it was a pity. It had to be known that the heavenly saber pavilion had not produced a genius like Xiao Chen for a long time already. Back then, Murong Chong was very powerful. However, his reputation was far from comparable to Xiao Chen's. Back then, during the battle at the heaven ascending platform, Xiao Chen had become famous. He had soared to the sky in one go. Even the young disciples of the heavenly saber pavilion had basked in Xiao Chen's glory. When they went out for experiential training, people would often ask about it. Regardless of whether they were from the same sect as Xiao Chen, when they received an affirmative answer, they would receive envious gazes. The heavenly saber pavilion had been weak for many years. It had always been suppressed by the Misty Sword sect and the Night Spirit Palace. As a disciple of the heavenly saber pavilion, they had never received such treatment before. Among the younger generation of disciples, they all worshipped and respected Xiao Chen. They did not have any good impressions of the Song Qianhe father and son. Who did not dream of being a hero when they were young? Who did not want to become a legend, to be respected by thousands? However, reality was too cruel. As they grew older, they would dismiss such dreams with a smile. However, one day, they suddenly discovered such a heroic deed, such a legend, was right beside them. How could their blood not boil? When they saw that Xiao Chen was in trouble, all of them became anxious. In contrast to them, Song Qianhe, who was under Xiao Chen's feet, had an extremely happy smile on his face. His smile was incomparably carefree. It was a smile that was as carefree as it could be, a smile that was as carefree as it could be. This was because Song Qianhe knew that he would soon trample on this white-robed bladesman, who had stepped on his chest. Then, he would be able to take revenge for the humiliation and grudge he suffered in the past. 5 old men wearing Bian Peak's uniform stood in the air. When they saw Bian Peak's unique peak master asking for help, they rushed over immediately. Unexpectedly, he was still a step too late. When he saw the situation, he immediately understood what was going on. Uncles, he is Xiao Chen. He is the one who killed my father. He is only a peak superior grade martial king. You have to take revenge for me. Song Qianhe shouted, ignoring the fact that Xiao Chen was stepping on him. The 5 old men were already over 80 years old. They had a lot of life experience. They took a quick glance at Xiao Chen and started cursing in their hearts. Song Qianhe did not know what cultivation realm Xiao Chen was in. However, they knew with one glance. How was this a peak superior grade martial king? He was clearly a half-step martial monarch. Furthermore, his aura was strong and drawn out. He was not a half-step martial monarch that cultivated a trash cultivation technique. Song Qianhe, this little bastard, wanting them to go was simply sending them to their deaths. Although the difference between a peak superior grade martial king and a half-step martial monarch was not as great as between a martial king and a martial monarch, it was still a huge difference. The 5 old men were very old. After living for so long, they were all very astute. They knew that the 5 of them working together would not be able to hold back Xiaochen. Furthermore, they would offend a genius cultivator with a bright future. They did not say anything. They exchanged glances and flew away, returning to where they came from. Why did the 5 martial kings leave just like that? How strange. Could they have been scared off? The many disciples who were worried for Xiaochen all felt suspicious. Song Qianhe's mouth was wide open. His mouth was so wide that he could easily fit an egg in it. The carefree smile on his face did not even have time to fade. Why did they leave without saying anything? These uncles are the ones who dote on me the most. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? The difference was too great. Song Qianhe felt dizzy. It was like his brain had short-circuited in that instant. Falling from the peak to the bottom of the valley was not the most miserable feeling. The most miserable feeling was when one fell to the bottom and thought that one had a chance to turn things around. Who knew, one would fall back down. At this moment, Song Qianhe finally experienced this feeling. Furthermore, he was severely injured. His final hope was shattered. He could not catch his breath and fainted. Xiaochen was not surprised at the actions of the 5 peak old men. They clearly knew that they could not defeat him, yet they still insisted on fighting. There would not be such stupid people in this world. If the 5 old men were half-step martial monarchs, with the resources of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and their experience, they might have a 50% chance of defeating him. Unfortunately, they were not. They were only superior grade martial kings. In that case, they would not stand a chance at all. Chapter 545. Casually kicking Song Qianhe aside, Xiaochen raised his head and looked at the clouds above. There were a few strong gazes staring at him from within the clouds. However, they did not have any malicious intent. They also did not intend to stop Xiaochen. Xiaochen felt excited. He knew who was in the clouds. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was not a place where a half-step martial monarch like him could do as he pleased. Not to mention the few core elders of the Elders Institute, they were all half-step martial monarchs. Any one of those supreme elders with startling cultivations could easily kill him. The fact that those strong existences did not make a move against him was a clear indication of their attitude. This attitude made Xiaochen feel more at ease. Xiaochen hovered about 1 centimeter off the ground and continued walking towards Qingyun Peak. The surrounding disciples all made way for him, their gazes fixed on Xiaochen's back. At this moment, on Qingyun Peak, the ponytailed girl whose identity medallion Xiaochen had stolen was looking at Qingyun Peak's manager, Lu Suifeng, with misty eyes. There was a group of female disciples beside Lu Suifeng, talking about what happened. Her identity medallion had been stolen by Xiaochen, and she was very anxious. Fortunately, she met a group of fellow disciples who were going to enter the mountain. When that group of sisters found out about what happened to her, they immediately rode on a flying beast and flew to Qingyun Peak. They wanted Lu Suifeng to seek justice for them. After Lu Suifeng heard this, he muttered, "You are saying that a fellow disciple wearing white clothes recognized Qingyun Peak's secret technique with one glance and casually broke it? Furthermore, he snatched your identity medallion?" Ling Qianqian nodded gently and said in a wronged manner, "That senior brother was a bully. Not only did he snatch my identity medallion, he even said that I had not practiced well enough and that I needed to continue working hard." Lu Suifeng said angrily, "How preposterous. Since when can others speak ill of the people of my Qingyun Peak? Stop crying and follow me down the mountain. Let's find that fellow and see elder brother Suifeng help you vent your anger." The group of female disciples followed Lu Suifeng and quickly headed down the mountain. Xiao Chen climbed all the way from the foot of Qingyun Peak. He felt very rueful. Back then, there were very few people on Qingyun Peak. It was hard to see anyone on the huge peak. But now, with just a few steps, he could see some disciples either practicing or chatting. There were even disciples guarding the key passages, so Xiao Chen had no choice but to use some techniques to avoid them. What surprised him the most was that these disciples were all young women with voluptuous figures. He didn't see a single male disciple. Ling Qianqian, who had followed Lu Suifeng down, had just reached the middle of the mountain when she saw Xiao Chen, who had a relaxed expression as he looked around. He quickly pointed at Xiao Chen and said to Lu Suifeng, "Elder brother Suifeng, he is the one who snatched my medallion. Now, he is here at our Qingyun Peak." Lu Suifeng was greatly startled as he said, "This brat is too arrogant. After snatching your medallion, he still dares to come to our Qingyun Peak. Come, follow me. Watch me teach this brat a lesson." Under Lu Suifeng's lead, the group of female disciples rushed down aggressively. Soon, they arrived before Xiao Chen. When they got close, Lu Suifeng saw Xiao Chen's face. His eyes were filled with astonishment. His rushing footsteps immediately stopped. Later, a few of the girls could not react in time. A few of them knocked into his back. "Elder brother Suifeng, why aren't you moving? Go and teach him a lesson. He personally scolded me for not practicing the profound wind chop well. You were the one who taught me all my martial techniques." Lu Suifeng's earlier anger vanished. He smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "I can't teach this fellow a lesson. Brother Suifeng, it's been a long time." Lu Suifeng stepped forward and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. He smiled and said, "You are finally willing to come back. Return the medallion to the young lady." Lu Suifeng took the medallion from Xiao Chen's hand and handed it to Ling Qianqian. He said, "I can't teach this fellow a lesson. However, someone else can. He. You all can leave first." Ling Qianqian received the medallion. She had a confused expression. It was not just her. The group of female disciples behind her were all confused as well. Didn't Lu Suifeng say that he would help Ling Qianqian get revenge? Why was he suddenly chatting and laughing with this person? "Elder brother Suifeng, who is this person?" one of the girls asked, feeling confused. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "This is the white-robed bladesman that you all keep talking about. Xiao Chen, you can all leave now." When the group of girls heard Lu Suifeng's words, the way they looked at Xiao Chen immediately changed. It was like they could see stars twinkling in their eyes. Xiao Chen could not stand this gaze. He quickly pulled Lu Suifeng to a rather desolate cliff on Qingyun Peak and asked what was going on. Lu Suifeng giggled and said, "These girls are all your admirers. It is all thanks to you that they are able to do so. Thanks to you, the battle at the heaven ascending platform 2 years ago spread the name of our Qingyun Peak." In the second year, several outer disciples came to Qingyun Peak. Now, Qingyun Peak is no longer the weakest of the 7 main peaks of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Although its accumulations are not as deep as Tianyue Peak, it is full of youthful energy. Every year, there will be a large number of new disciples. There will be an endless stream of new blood. Sooner or later, it will become the top peak of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiao Chen was mildly surprised. He had not expected his battle that day to bring about such a huge change to Qingyun Peak. However, this was a good thing. There was no need to fear more. Only when Qingyun Peak truly developed would Lu Riyue be able to put down the burden in her heart and be with him. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of something. He asked, "Why do the disciples in this mountain look like young girls? There is not a single man to be seen." Lu Suifeng said righteously, "You really have to thank me for this. I only take in female disciples for your sake. As your brother-in-law, I have the responsibility to guard this place for you. I cannot let other men get close to my sister." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I see those girls calling you elder brother Suifeng. Do you sound like you enjoy it? Are you really doing this for my sake?" Lu Suifeng coughed twice and said, let's not talk about this. I'll bring you to meet my sister. She should be at the dueling grounds now. Greetings, instructor. Greetings, Instructor Sui Feng. As the two of them walked, the female disciples they met would respectfully greet Lu Suifeng as instructor. As Lu Suifeng walked, he explained, "Don't look at me like that. Actually, Elder Sis is the one teaching most of the martial techniques. I am just assisting her." Xiao Qin shook his head and said, "With your strength, it should not be a problem for you to teach these 14 or 15-year-old girls." In these 2 years, Lu Suifeng's strength had undergone a metamorphosis. He had advanced from inferior grade martial saint to peak superior grade martial saint. He was only a step away from breaking through the barrier to martial king. Such strength would be considered at the peak among the younger generation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Even in the entire Great Qin nation, it would be considered top-notch. However, when compared to the entire continent, especially during the budding age of geniuses, it would not be considered top-notch. However, no matter what, with Lu Suifeng's current strength as a peak martial saint, it was more than enough to teach these martial grand master female disciples. Lu Suifeng said seriously, "It is all thanks to that flowing light marigold leaf of yours. The further you go, the more you will understand the importance of comprehension." As they spoke, the dueling grounds soon appeared before the two of them. This dueling grounds was not unfamiliar to Xiao Qin. Back when he was at Qingyun Peak, he would spend most of his time there. "Go in by yourself. I will not stay to accompany you." After sending Xiao Qin off, Lu Suifeng performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. When Xiao Qin pushed open the doors of the dueling grounds, he saw that the previously empty dueling grounds was now filled with people. There were 200 to 300 Qingyun Peak female disciples lined up neatly. They were like white poplar trees standing in the middle of the grounds. In front of them, Lu Ryue was explaining some of the unique martial techniques of Qingyun Peak. Occasionally, she would answer the questions of the disciples. She wore tight-fitting blue cultivator robes, revealing her exquisite and graceful figure. 2 years had not left any mark on her face. She was the same as before. Every movement she made was graceful and flawless. Xiao Qin stopped walking and revealed a faint smile. He leaned against the door and watched with interest. Seeing Lu Ryue's expression, Xiao Qin felt a faint satisfaction in his heart. For a moment, he did not have any other thoughts in his mind. Lu Ryue, who was completely focused, did not sense Xiao Qin's arrival. She continued to explain the unique points of Qingyun Peak's martial techniques. When Lu Ryue got excited, she would draw the small saber at her waist and demonstrate it personally. She wanted these young girls to understand the profound things in simple terms. This month's 3 days of lessons will end here. When you go back, remember to work harder. If there is anything you do not understand, remember to communicate with your fellow disciples. 2 hours later, Lu Ryue waved her hand and dismissed the 200-odd female disciples. After the crowd dispersed, Lu Ryue's spirited face finally revealed some fatigue. Just as she was about to leave, Lu Ryue's spirited face revealed a trace of fatigue. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze suddenly landed on Xiao Qin, who was standing at the door. Her body paused, thinking that she had seen wrong. After looking carefully, she was certain that the bladesman wearing white clear-wined robes with a meteor-shaped lunar shadow saber at his waist was Xiao Qin. Lu Ryue put down what she was doing and walked over quickly. Tears gathered in her eyes. She still could not believe that the person in front of her was Xiao Qin. Lu Ryue slowly raised her fair and slender right hand and moved it towards Xiao Qin's face. She really wanted to know if what she saw was an illusion or not. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and grabbed Lu Ryue's wrist. Then, he naturally pulled her into his embrace. There were many things he wanted to say in his heart. However, when the words reached his mouth, he did not know what to say. He could only mutter, "I'm back." A familiar person, a familiar smell, a familiar voice. Lu Ryue finally believed that the person she was thinking of was indeed in front of her. "How have you been these 2 years?" Lu Ryue asked softly as she let go of Xiao Qin's embrace and blushed slightly. "Let's go out first." There are too many people here. Holding Lu Ryue's hand, Xiao Chen led her out of the door. Lu Suifeng, who was eavesdropping with a group of female disciples, was the first to bear the brunt of the door slamming into his face. Chapter 546. Damn, there is no need to be so ruthless, Lu Suifeng said depressedly as he rubbed his face. Instructor Suifeng, was that person earlier really the white-robed bladesman? I heard that back then, he was not as strong as you, right? How strong is he now? I heard someone say that he scared away 5 Bian Peak elders by himself. That Bian Peak's peak master, Song Qianhe, did not even have the ability to stand before him. The girls fired questions at Lu Suifeng. If it were anyone else, they would not have been able to endure it. However, Lu Suifeng chuckled and surrounded the girls. He said calmly, "Don't be in such a rush. Ask them one by one. Let me tell you everything from the beginning." At the same time, the news of Xiao Chen's return to Qingyun Peak spread like wildfire throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, the story of Xiao Chen's encounter with Bian Peak's Song Qianhe was recounted vividly. In the end, he even scared away 5 superior-grade martial kings. When they thought of the legendary battle from 2 years ago and saw the strength that Xiao Chen displayed today, several cultivators of the same generation as Xiao Chen sighed. At the edge of a small cliff on Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen and Lu Ryue leaned against a rock. There was a waterfall in front of the cliff. The sound of water splashing could be heard continuously. The wind blew past the two of them as Xiao Chen spoke softly about his encounters in the past 2 years. He told Lu Ryue everything he had experienced since he left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. From the first time Lu Ryue saw Xiao Chen, she had already guessed that Xiao Chen's future accomplishments would not stop at the great Qin nation. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion could not hold him back. However, she had not expected that the stage that Xiao Chen wanted would be so big. Xiao Chen was not very eloquent. What should have been a very exciting experience sounded very ordinary when he spoke about it. This was similar to his low-profile character. Lu Ryue squinted her eyes slightly. However, she was very engrossed in listening, carefully savoring every word. She was the only one who could understand the thrill and danger that Xiao Chen was facing from Xiao Chen's calm tone. Time passed by unknowingly. The sound of the wind and the sound of water lingered in their ears. Xiao Chen shrugged slightly and smiled. "Tell me about yourself. How have you been doing these past 2 years?" What Lu Ryue said was exactly the same as what Lu Suifeng said. After he left, Qingyun Peak developed very quickly in the 2nd year. In the past 2 years, she had to guide Lu Suifeng to teach the new disciples during the day and cultivate by herself at night. Every day could be said to be extremely busy. Even so, Lu Ryue managed to become a peak superior grade martial king. This showed how strong her talent was. If not for Xiao Chen being over 24 years old, he would not have any problems passing the preliminaries of this 5-nation youth competition. Lu Ryue asked with some anticipation, "How long do you intend to stay here this time?" Xiao Chen thought for a while before replying, "About 2 months. There is still half a year before the 5-nation youth competition begins. I still have to do some things for the Xiao clan." When the sky turned completely dark, Xiao Chen reluctantly said goodbye to Lu Ryue and returned to his courtyard. The stars were resplendent in the night sky. Xiao Chen practiced the 4-season saber technique in the courtyard. At the same time, he comprehended the state of the 4th and final move. Spring uses thunder, summer uses fire, autumn uses rain. However, he could not think of what to use in winter as a catalyst. If he followed by Shuihe's style, winter would naturally use snow, using the state of extreme cold to seal the world in ice. Xiao Chen did not want to follow by Shuihe's style. He wanted to create his own 4-season saber technique. Hence, he could not use snow as a catalyst. Hua! 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 Under the influence of Xiao Chen's saber intent, the fallen leaves in the courtyard formed a ball in the air at some point in time. As Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, the ball of fallen leaves immediately exploded. The remnant saber intent still lingered on the fallen leaves. When it burst out, it created thousands of holes of various sizes in the surrounding ground. The first elder, Jiang Qi, had just entered the courtyard. When he stepped on the ground, a dull explosion immediately came from the ground. There seemed to be 10 odd sharp saber intents under the sturdy ground. They all formed a formation and started circulating their cultivation techniques. With a loud bang, under the astonished gazes of the first elder and the others, the ground of the courtyard suddenly exploded, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The countless fallen leaves hidden in the dust were still spinning. A misty saber intent spread out, causing the weapon in Jiang Qi's hand to buzz and tremble. It really is saber intent. The first elder, Jiang Qi, exclaimed excitedly as he held the trembling weapon in his hand and looked at the spinning fallen leaves in the air. Jiang Qi had advanced to half-step martial monarch many years ago. Even with the vast resources of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he had not been able to break through to martial monarch. He might not have any hope of becoming a martial monarch in this lifetime. However, as a half-step martial monarch, Jiang Qi relied on the vast resources to temper himself, becoming an unrivaled existence. If Xiao Chen had not comprehended saber intent, Jiang Qi would have an 80% chance of defeating Xiao Chen. However, now that Xiao Chen comprehended saber intent, Jiang Qi did not even have a 60% chance. Something like saber intent did not depend on one's cultivation realm or cultivation. It only depended on one's comprehension ability. Some people might not be able to comprehend saber intent even after becoming a martial sage. However, some people might be able to comprehend saber intent as a martial saint. Only by comprehending saber intent could a bladesman be considered a complete bladesman. First elder. Xiao Chen said respectfully with a cupped fist salute as he leaped over the flying soil and arrived beside Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi had done Xiao Chen a favor. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary favor, it was a favor of saving his life. Even though Xiao Chen's strength surpassed Jiang Qi's, he did not dare to show any disrespect. When Jiang Qi saw Xiao Chen's attitude, he felt very satisfied. He carefully sized up Xiao Chen and sighed softly, "You are old. 2 years ago, you were just a peak martial saint. In merely 2 years, you actually advanced to half-step martial monarch. You are no weaker than me. You are so young, and you even comprehended saber intent. Your future is limitless." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "My saber intent is not worth mentioning. It has not reached small perfection. If it had reached small perfection, the remnant saber intent on the fallen leaf would have returned to the saber the instant I withdrew my saber." Indeed, Xiao Chen was still far from achieving small perfection in saber intent. The first elder, Jiang Qi, smiled faintly and chatted with Xiao Chen. He cleverly did not mention Xiao Chen's oath. "Xiao Chen, actually, I have a presumptuous request this time. Can you represent the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in this 5-nation youth competition?" After hesitating for a while, Jiang Qi finally stated his purpose for coming here. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion had its own branch in Desolate City. However, it was not as big as the other sections. Hence, the first elder, Jiang Qi, was not like the other disciples of the sect. He did not know anything about Xiao Chen after he left. Jiang Qi was very clear about Xiao Chen's achievements in the ancient desolate land. He knew that Xiao Chen could rival the demonic geniuses of the great Jin nation. With Xiao Chen's strength, he would not have any problems entering the top 50. If such a person could represent the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the benefits would be immeasurable. Xiao Chen thought for a while and made a decision in his heart. He nodded and said, "I will gladly do so. I came from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the first place. Furthermore, the first elder saved my life. Since you think highly of me, Xiao Chen will naturally do his best." Xiao Chen agreed so straightforwardly. Jiang Qi was stunned. He only reacted after a while. He smiled and said, "Good. Good. Good. Your pure heart has not changed. Don't worry. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion cannot compare to those rich and powerful factions. However, the resources you deserve will not be lacking." Jiang Qi laughed loudly and said, "Good," 3 times in a row. He was clearly in a carefree mood. The next day, Jiang Qi ordered people to deliver 3 boxes. The first box contained 10,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. The second box contained 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones. When Xiao Qin opened the third box, he immediately felt a vast amount of spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, it was filled with superior-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, there were 10,000 of them. Even Xiao Qin was somewhat astonished. He knew about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's foundation. Taking out 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones in one go was truly a huge investment. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and put away the spirit stones. Although there were not many resources, they were timely help. Xiao Qin was now truly poor. He had exhausted all his resources in the boundless sea. He was in urgent need of resources. However, inferior-grade spirit stones and medial-grade spirit stones were already useless to him. Xiao Qin handed them over to Lu Riyue for the night. After Xiao Qin received the spirit stones, it meant that he could not go back on his word. So, after another day, the news that Xiao Qin would represent the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the 5-nation youth competition spread. Under Jiang Qi's purposeful control, this news spread throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When all the disciples heard this news, they were all extremely excited. They had not expected that Xiao Qin, who had been forced out of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, would return to help them. During the days on Qingyun Peak, Xiao Qin adjusted his mentality. He allowed himself to relax during the day, accompanying Lu Riyue as she walked around. Occasionally, he would teach the juniors of Qingyun Peak. On the 15th of the 7th month, 1 month had passed since Xiao Qin arrived at Qingyun Peak. On this day, something major happened in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Even the Elders' Assembly's Jiang Qi was startled. The previous top genius, Murong Chong, had returned as well. The 5-nation youth competition would begin in half a year. Furthermore, this 5-nation youth competition might open the door to the upper realm. Not only the 5 great nations, but also the Great Jin, Chu, Great Tang, Great Xia, and Great Qin, the ancient desolate land, the surrounding barbarians, and the vast boundless sea. All the genius cultivators and demonic geniuses under the starry heavens would participate. The 5-nation youth competition would usher in an unprecedented grand occasion. The germinal organization of cultivators might lose the word germinal because of this battle, ushering in a grand age of tens of thousands of cultivators. In this era of great competition, everything would be reshuffled. This was not only an opportunity for cultivators to stand out, it was also an opportunity for sections. At this crucial moment, Murong Chong returned. Naturally, the management of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was very excited. Back then, Murong Chong was the top genius of the Shihe province. No one could compare to him. 3 years ago, he was already a superior grade martial saint. However, because he lost to Xiao Qin in one move, he had to go on experiential training. Chapter 547. The people of the Elders' Assembly originally thought that with Murong Chong's talent, he would have been poached away by the other sects long ago. They did not expect him to return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, he also had some misgivings in his heart. He was afraid that after this Murong Chong was defeated by Xiao Qin, he fell to the bottom of the valley and was unable to rise again. As for the ordinary people, they could not catch the attention of the other great sections. That was why they returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Thus, the elders, led by Jiang Qi, immediately received Murong Chong. They wanted to gauge his strength. On Qingyun Peak, Xiao Qin heard from Lu Suifeng that Murong Chong had returned. He felt somewhat surprised. Unlike the people from the Elders' Assembly, Xiao Qin clearly knew that Murong Chong was not the kind of cultivator who would collapse after suffering a setback. With Xiao Qin's talent, he would definitely be valued by the other great sections. To be able to resist such a temptation and return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Murong Chong was also on the same path. Lu Sui said, he is probably back for the 5-nation youth competition. If there are no surprises, he will definitely come and look for you tonight. Xiao Qin smiled softly and said, I have not seen him for more than 2 years. I am indeed looking forward to seeing how much he has grown. Lu Suifeng sighed softly. The requirements for the five-nation youth competition will probably be higher this time around. You might need to be at least a martial king to register. Any cultivator would definitely want to go and take a look at the five-nation youth competition. Even if they did not rank high, they would be able to broaden their horizons by going. Naturally, Lu Suifeng was no exception. Unfortunately, he was stuck at the bottleneck of a martial king. There was still half a year left, and it would be difficult for him to overcome it. With a thought, Xiaochen casually took out 1,000 superior-grade spirit stones and handed them to Lu Suifeng. He said, "Use these superior-grade spirit stones to cultivate for the next half a year. When you officially make your breakthrough, I'll help you find some natural treasures. You have to build a good foundation for breaking through to Martial King." Xiao Chen had experienced breaking through the barrier of Martial King before. One had to have a firm and solid foundation. Otherwise, even if one broke through, they would only be an ordinary Martial King. A person's foundation was determined by the cultivation technique they practiced, the grade of the spirit stones they usually used, the heavenly treasures they used when making a breakthrough, and their own bones. Xiao Chen could not help Lu Suifeng with regards to his aptitude and cultivation technique. However, he could still think of a way to obtain good spirit stones and natural treasures. Lu Suifeng rejected, "How can I do that? You already gave us so many spirit stones. Furthermore, it would be a waste for me to use superior-grade spirit stones now." Xiao Chen advised, "Don't be afraid of wasting. Even if you waste a large amount of yuan qi in the upper-rank spirit stones, the effect is still much better than the middle-rank spirit stones and the lower-rank spirit stones. Don't worry about this when you are breaking through." Naturally, it was a great waste to use superior-grade spirit stones when one was a martial saint. However, there was no need to care about this when making a breakthrough. Under Xiao Chen's repeated persuasion, Lu Suifeng finally accepted the 1,000 upper spiritual stones. The moon hung above the treetops, illuminating the land. It was late at night. Inside the courtyard, Xiao Chen held his saber hilt with his right hand as he looked at the fallen leaves in the courtyard, deep in thought. "Pooh!" Xiao Chen drew his saber by 1 centimeter. The pitch-black saber instantly glowed with a purple light. A sharp saber intent spread out, creating a boundless strong wind. The strong wind blew the fallen leaves down, causing them to dance in the courtyard. They rose and fell, falling heavily. Ka-cie. When Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber, a boundless saber intent soared into the sky. All the fallen leaves immediately buzzed and spun in the air. With the support of the saber intent, the normally light fallen leaves had turned into a sharp killing weapon. A regular martial saint would not be able to block it and would end up covered in wounds. Withdraw. In an instant, the lunar shadow saber returned to its scabbard at lightning speed. The spinning leaves suddenly stopped and fell back to the ground. Xiao Chen revealed a satisfied expression. He said softly, "After 1 month, although I still have not figured out what to take for winter, my saber intent has finally reached small perfection. I can release and withdraw it as I please." Hu Qi. Just at this moment, a strong wind blew in the courtyard. A cold saber intent spread out in the strong wind. The fallen leaves that had just fallen were suddenly swept up again. The fallen leaves spun and buzzed. They were like thousands of blades flying in the sky, heading for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. His right hand, which was holding the saber, moved quickly. A sharp saber intent gushed out as he drew his saber. Under the influence of Xiao Chen's saber intent, the falling leaves that filled the sky started spinning anti-clockwise. Bang! 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 Under the pressure of the two saber intents, the falling leaves in the air could not withstand such a strong force. They all exploded, turning into countless shards and falling down like rain. When the dust settled, a thick layer of broken leaves covered the empty space in the courtyard. Xiao Chen looked to the front. Murong Chong, dressed in black, stood on the walls of the courtyard, holding a scarlet saber in his hand. Murong Chong's aura was like a sharp saber, radiating a sharp light as he stood proudly in the sky. The two withdrew their sabers at the same time. Murong Chang's figure flashed, and he landed on the ground. Then, he casually walked over to the stone table in the courtyard. However, Murong Chang's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Chen. There was a faint shock in the depths of his eyes, but he hid it very well. After a long time, Murong Chang sighed. After not seeing you for more than 2 years, I originally thought that I could defeat you easily. Who knew? I still cannot see through you. Xiao Chen said softly, it is the same for you. Not only have you reached half-step martial monarch, but you have also comprehended saber intent. In the end, Murong Chang did not fall. Murong Chang smiled and said, why did you come back? With your talent, there should have been a super sect that extended an olive branch to you. Xiao Chen said calmly, I am the same as you. Whatever reason you have, I have. With the talent of the two of them, the small mountain that was the Heavenly Saber Pavilion could not hold them back. However, the two of them were people who knew how to repay favors. They hoped to use this opportunity to repay the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's kindness. If one asked for the reason, there was no need to say it. 3 days from now, I will be waiting for you on the heaven viewing platform. We will only compete in the saber. Murong Chang enunciated every word. The battle 2 years ago was Murong Chang's greatest defeat in the past 20-odd years. He had lost to a newcomer in front of thousands of people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. In that battle, not only had he lost his position as the top disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he had also lost the love he had hidden in his heart forever. Murong Chang was not someone who haggled over every ounce. However, he had his pride. Naturally, he had to think of a way to take back what he had lost. Xiao Chen accepted the other party's challenge without any fear. He said calmly, sure. We will meet on the heaven ascending platform 3 days from now. As you said, we will only compete in the saber. Early the next morning, the news of Murong Chang challenging Xiao Chen quickly spread throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Back then, it was also on the heaven viewing platform. The classic battle between Xiao Chen and Murong Chang was still vivid in the minds of many disciples. The two moons competed with each other, the winds blew, the clouds churned, and the sky changed color. Now, 2 years later, the two of them had their own accomplishments. They would fight again in the same place with their own glory. Would Murong Chang defeat Xiao Chen and reclaim his position as the top disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Or would Xiao Chen win again, suppressing Murong Chang? Before it started, the many Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples were filled with anticipation for this battle. 3 days passed in a flash. Back at Xiao Chen's residence, Lu Riyue said, are we really not going? Xiao Chen held Lu Riyue's hand and smiled faintly, there is really no need. We are only competing in the saber. It is not a true battle to the death. It can't even be considered a true exchange of pointers. Competing in the saber, this was a term used by bladesmen. The literal meaning was when two people attacked at the same time to see whose saber was stronger. It sounded very simple, but it was incomparably complicated when it came to actual operation. The instant the saber left the hand, not only did it contain essence, but it also contained the cultivator's state and saber intent. Under normal circumstances, when competing with a bladesman who comprehended saber intent, it would be useless, no matter how strong the first two were. However, Murong Chang and Xiao Chen both comprehended saber intent. It was hard to say who was stronger. However, Xiao Chen was very confident in himself. Aside from saber intent, his state of massacre and state of thunder had already reached their limits. As his cultivation increased, they would continue to grow stronger. Furthermore, the essence in Xiao Chen's body was terrifyingly pure. He had used countless natural treasures and tempered himself with a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Furthermore, he had the spirit-gathering pearls. It would be hard for anyone in the same generation to be stronger than him. No matter what fortuitous encounters Murong Chang had, he would not be able to compare to Xiao Chen. Unless he was the proud disciple of a super sect, born with countless natural treasures and had cultivated more than 10 years more than Xiao Chen, he would barely be able to surpass him. However, as time went by, the gap between these demonic geniuses and Xiao Chen would shrink. In the end, he would surpass them all. Don't worry, just wait for my good news. Xiaochen let go of Lu Riyue and soared into the sky, disappearing from Lu Riyue's sight in the blink of an eye. As Lu Riyue watched Xiaochen leave, she bit her lips and revealed a contemplative look. Not too long ago, when Xiaochen first came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he needed to be protected under her wings. However, in merely 2 years, he had completely surpassed her. Lu Riyue withdrew her gaze and revealed a determined expression. She muttered to herself, "It looks like I have to take some time out to temper myself. Otherwise, if this little fellow surpasses me by too much, it will be too embarrassing." Many disciples had already received the news and were already waiting in the huge drill grounds of the heaven viewing platform. The sun above their heads was scorching hot, but it still could not resist the enthusiasm of the crowd. The discussions had not stopped since the beginning. Who do you think will win? 2 years ago, the two of them were evenly matched. Xiaochen barely won. It is hard to say. I heard that Murong is already a half-step martial monarch. Xiaochen is also a half-step martial monarch. However, he only revealed a move that day and did not see his exact strength. However, the two of them are competing in the saber and not in a true duel. They should be able to determine the victor very quickly. Let's just wait and see. Whoever's saber is stronger, it means that they are stronger. 2 years ago, before the duel between Xiaochen and Murong, all the cultivators were leaning towards Murong, believing that Xiaochen would not be able to win. 2 years later, this duel was filled with uncertainty. No one dared to say who would win. Chapter 548. The 12 elite elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Elders' Assembly were gathered on the tall platform. They did not want to miss out on this duel either. As of now, Xiaochen and Murong were no weaker than them. Several of the elders were not even as strong as the two of them. An elder with very small eyes sighed softly, "We are really getting old. Only in this budding age of geniuses can there be geniuses growing so fast. Unfortunately, we are all old. We are destined to be spectators." Ha. To be able to be a spectator and witness the geniuses of geniuses is pretty good. My life is not in vain. Indeed, our Heavenly Saber Pavilion already has 2 geniuses. In that case, how many geniuses are there in the entire starry heavens? When they all mature, the geniuses of geniuses will descend. What kind of majestic scene will appear in the world? The first elder, Jiang Qi, smiled faintly and said, "What is the point of saying all this? After all, these 2 geniuses have agreed to fight for our Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When the time comes, our Heavenly Saber Pavilion will only rise up." Xiao! 2 sharp figures flew over from the east and west of the drill grounds. They were extremely fast and landed in the blink of an eye. They are here. Murong and Xiaochen are here. The people in the spectator stands who had been waiting for a long time immediately burst into an uproar. Murong looked at his surroundings and his thoughts drifted back to 2 years ago. The scene back then was the same as now. There were no empty seats. Murong was originally in high spirits, wanting to take down Qingyun Peak in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, he lost. After more than 2 years, when he saw such a scene again, he could not help but feel rueful. Harboring a desire to win, Murong sharp gaze was like a knife as he looked at Xiaochen. He said in a clear voice, "Xiaochen, one saber strike to decide victory." "As you wish." The two of them placed their right hands on their saber hilts at the same time. A boundless aura, state, aura, and saber intent started to gather. Murong activated his state of wind and a strong wind blew behind him, kicking up a boundless cloud of dust. The white clouds above him churned endlessly. For a moment, the wind and clouds surged, and the world changed color. Xiaochen activated the state of slaughter and the state of thunder. Black thunderclouds appeared above his head, and muffled thunderclaps resounded. The entire place rumbled endlessly, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Behind him, a blood-red radiance overflowed crazily. That was the will of massacre spreading. Under the strong state of the two, before the sabers were drawn, the world had already turned dark. The aura of the impending battle made everyone hold their breath. They did not even dare to breathe heavily. Clang clang. Two resonant hums rang out. Murong Chong and Xiao Chen drew their weapons at the same time. The saber intents that they had been accumulating for a long time burst forth. The sabers hummed endlessly, and the saber intent reverberated endlessly. Then, it quickly spread out. The weapons in the hands of the thousands of cultivators immediately trembled, ready to be unsheathed at any moment. Xiao! The two of them moved as fast as lightning. The lunar shadow saber and the scarlet saber in Murong Chong's hands flew out at the same time, spinning towards each other. Hu Qi! Hu Qi! The two sabers gave off a bright light. As they spun, a bright light spread out. Everywhere the weapons passed, cracks appeared in the ground, spreading out continuously. The thousands of cultivators in the crowd all cried out in alarm. When the two saber intents clashed, they could no longer control the weapons in their hands. They all flew into the air. Thousands of sabers of all sorts were pulled into the air by the two king weapons of Xiao Chen and Murong Chong. They clashed endlessly. It was a spectacular sight. However, everyone's attention was not on that at all. Their eyes were fixed on the two rotating long sabers in the field without blinking. The speed of the sabers was incomparably fast. If Murong Chong raised his head, victory would be decided in the next moment. Dang! Under the watchful eyes of thousands of people, the two majestic sabers finally collided. The two cracks on the ground also connected with a loud bang at this moment. Ka-cie! The entire ground of the drill ground was instantly split into two halves, shocking everyone present. Even the elders on the high platform couldn't sit still. Too strong. The strength of the genius cultivators now is beyond our imagination. However, Jiang Qi had a smile on his face. He did not care that these two people were stronger than him. He said loudly, "Good. No matter who wins or loses, with such strength, our heavenly saber pavilion is destined to shine in the 5-nation youth competition." Pu Ci. Murong Chong, who was standing proudly, paled and vomited a large mouthful of blood. The instant the scarlet saber that belonged to him clashed with the lunar shadow saber, cracks appeared on it. Then, the cracks scattered and the scarlet saber shattered into countless pieces. Pu Ci. Woo! Woo! Only a slender, pitch-black saber remained on the drill grounds, spinning continuously. The thousands of sabers spinning around the lunar shadow saber in the sky seemed to be telling everyone who the true king weapon was. Whose saber could truly command the thousands of sabers, the king of sabers. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the spinning lunar shadow saber turned into a beam of light and returned to its scabbard. Having lost the support of the saber intent, the thousands of sabers swaying endlessly in the sky also fell down like flowers scattered by a fairy. The vast drill grounds regained its calm. The strong wind stopped, the dust settled, the thunder stopped, and the fiery sunlight shone down once again. Only the 1,000-meter-long crack that split the drill grounds in half remained in the calm drill grounds. It was a testament to the crazy scene from earlier. Saber intent, two peak states, and the aura of a martial monarch. These two are not ordinary half-step martial monarchs. Up on the platform, the first elder, Jiang Qi, said sullenly, "We need to reevaluate their strength." Second elder, "Bring some people to communicate with Murong Chong. Tell him to give him the highest treatment for a genius. I will personally speak to Xiao Chen." The remaining elders all looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. If they gave Murong Chong the highest treatment for a genius, then wouldn't they give Xiao Chen an even higher treatment? It would be the same as the young sect master's treatment. Don't just stand there. Quickly do as I say. This concerns the 100-year plan of our heavenly saber pavilion. If anyone makes a mistake, they can forget about their position in the elders' assembly. Jiang Qi snorted coldly. When he saw the elders not moving, he scolded them in a serious tone. The second elder did not dare to delay. He quickly said, "I'll go immediately, I'll go immediately." After 15 minutes, Xiao Chen, who was preparing to fly up, received a message from a young disciple. The young disciple said that the first elder was waiting for him in the hidden treasure pavilion. The hidden treasure pavilion was the place where the heavenly saber pavilion had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. There were cultivation techniques, secret manuals, spirit weapons, battle armor, spirit stones, and all sorts of natural treasures. Of course, with the strength of the heavenly saber pavilion, its accumulations could not compare to the other great sections. Not to mention a super sect like the Haotian sect in the Great Jin Nation, the Heavenly Sword Gate in the Great Chu Nation, or the Thousand Sword Pavilion in the Great Xia Nation. Even the Heavenly Saber Pavilion paled in comparison. However, no matter what, the accumulation of a sect's inheritance and wealth would definitely make Xiao Chen sigh in amazement. The first elder, Jiang Qi, wanted to bring Xiao Chen to the hidden treasure pavilion. Naturally, his intentions were clear. He wanted to gain a new understanding of Xiao Chen's strength and wanted to rope him in. Xiao Chen understood this logic. However, he still felt it was strange. No matter what, he felt that the first elder, Jiang Qi, was a little too attentive. Xiao Chen had already agreed to fight for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, he had accepted the 10,000 superior grade spirit stones from him. What did the first elder have to worry about? There was no need for him to give Xiao Chen any more benefits. Carrying such doubts, Xiao Chen followed the young disciple to the hidden treasure pavilion. The hidden treasure pavilion was an important place for any sect. Naturally, the security was very strict. Along the way, Xiao Chen saw many twists and turns. There were many twists and turns. Every checkpoint was guarded by the elite disciples of the Divine Saber Camp. Occasionally, there would be a few warships cruising through the air. When Xiao Chen arrived at the hidden treasure pavilion, he felt the aura of a martial monarch on the roof. That should be a supreme elder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With such tight security, it was easy to imagine the importance of the hidden treasure pavilion to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The first elder, Jiang Qi, had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. He waved his hand to dismiss the disciple leading the way. Then, he walked over to Xiao Chen with a smile on his face. Ha ha. Xiao Chen, you should know why I brought you here, right? Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. Jiang Qi smiled and said, the strength that you and Murong Chong displayed far surpassed my expectations. The two of you have comprehended saber intent and two states. Furthermore, you have comprehended the two states to their limits. The next step would be wills. However, I think more highly of you. Do you know why? Jiang Qi answered his own question, because you ascended to the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower. That in itself represents a kind of luck. Now that you have returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, you have unknowingly affected the luck of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Of course, it is a good influence. Let's cut the crap. Come with me. Jiang Qi raised his head and looked at the top of the pavilion. After a simple communication with the Supreme Elder there, the wooden doors with 18 layers of formations on them opened with a creak. The first floor was filled with gold and jade, shining with a dazzling light. At first glance, it was dazzling, it was somewhat dazzling. However, when one looked carefully, they discovered that they were all mundane items. There were gold, silver, jewels, jadeite, night pearls, gold, and precious stones. If an ordinary person took any one of these items, they would be able to enjoy glory and splendor for the rest of their lives. However, Jiang Qi and Xiao Chen did not even bother to look at them. They directly headed for the second floor. To them, these things were just worldly possessions. The items on the second floor started to look interesting. There were spirit weapon secret manuals and inferior grade spirit stones. However, Jiang Qi did not even bother to look at them. He knew that these things could not catch Xiao Chen's attention. The two continued to head up, past the 3rd floor, then the 4th floor. Gradually, there were some things that tempted Xiao Chen. However, Jiang Qi did not stop. He kept going until he reached the 7th floor. If they went up another floor, they would reach the top floor of the hidden treasure pavilion. I can only bring you up to here. I have no way of going up to the next floor. Murong Chong can only bring me to the 6th floor. However, you can go to the 7th floor, Jiang Qi smiled gently. Chapter 549. Xiao Qin sized up the scenery of the 6th floor. Compared to the resplendent golden light of the 1st floor, this floor was very plain. All the treasures had their spiritual light withdrawn. If one looked carefully, one would be able to feel a faint spiritual aura filling every corner of the room. There were tables and cabinets made of platinum glazed jade with all sorts of treasures on them. There were spirit cores of 1,000-year-old spirit beasts and demonic cores of 1,000-year-old demonic beasts. These spirit beasts and demonic beasts were all very strong when they were alive. After they died, one could still feel intense energy fluctuations from the spirit cores and demonic cores. There were also rows of bookshelves filled with all sorts of cultivation techniques and martial techniques related to the saber. None of them were lower than Earth ranked. These were obtained by the seniors of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion when they went out adventuring. When Xiao Qin looked further down, he even saw many exquisite brocade boxes containing white inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. In the past, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had a martial sage, Emperor Wu. It was not strange for him to be able to refine spirit-gathering pearls. However, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion no longer had a martial sage. Every time they used a spirit-gathering pearl, there would be one less. They could only treat it as a treasure and hide it. There were 10 different types of sabers on the weapons rack. All of them had a bright glow. Occasionally, they would spit out a strong saber light. This was the mark of a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. When Jiang Qi, who was at the side, saw Xiao Qin looking at the weapons rack, he said proudly, "Xiao Qin, these are the 10 heaven-ranked spirit weapons that my Heavenly Saber Pavilion has accumulated over 10,000 years. One of them is even a superior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. I see that your Lunar Shadow Saber is only a superior grade Earth-ranked spirit weapon. Just pick one. Using a heaven-ranked spirit weapon to replace the Lunar Shadow Saber?" Xiao Qin smiled faintly and shook his head in rejection. What a joke. The Lunar Shadow Saber was once a subdivine weapon. Although it was only a superior grade Earth-ranked spirit weapon now, as long as Ao Jiao finished nourishing it, it would immediately become a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. In the future, when he found the corresponding materials, he could recover it to a subdivine weapon. If he had enough opportunities, with Ao Jiao's guidance, it might even become a new divine weapon. How could Xiao Qin exchange it? Jiang Qi was stunned for a while. Clearly, he had not expected Xiao Qin to reject his suggestion so decisively. However, this was fine as well. Coincidentally, Murong Chang's weapon was damaged. If he gave it to Xiao Qin, it would be very suitable. Then, he said, "It is up to you. Whatever you like, just take it." First, Xiao Qin said, "Xiao is spirit. Great Elder, aren't you afraid that I'll empty your entire building?" Divine Spirit Xiao, Qin, SS, Spirit Xiao, and Spirit Xiao Spirit. Qin, S Spirit, up. Xiao 2. 2. Xiao. Qin Xiao up. Xiao. Xiao. Xiao Qin was the kind of person who knew how to repay favors. The more he took, the more he would owe the Heavenly Saber Pavilion a favor. The greater the favor he owed, the greater the favor he would repay in the future. Hence, Jiang Qi was not afraid of Xiao Qin taking too much. He was only afraid that Xiao Qin would look down on them and take too little. Of course, it was impossible for Xiao Qin to take everything. In the end, he took 100 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, 50,000 superior grade spirit stones, 1,000-year-old rank 9 lightning attributed demonic beasts lightning core, and a lightning tribulation saber technique. This lightning tribulation saber technique was a peak earth ranked saber technique. It was a saber technique that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder comprehended. It was weaker than the Four Seasons saber technique but stronger than the Wukue saber technique. The Four Seasons saber technique was used as a trump card. This lightning tribulation saber technique was used to deal with enemies, to hide his strength. The things that Xiao Qin took were within Jiang Qi's expectations. He smiled and said, "Let's go. I will bring you to Jade Maiden Peak to choose some 1,000-year-old spirit herbs." After they left the treasury pavilion, the first elder, Jiang Qi, waved his hand, and a warship descended. Jiang Qi smiled and said, "Let's go." Xiao Chen hesitated for a while before saying, "First elder, you have already given me so many treasures. Leave the spirit herbs for the juniors and the elders to use." Jiang Qi laughed loudly and pulled Xiao Chen up. He said, "Don't overthink this. If you go to the other sects, they will give you even more. As I said, since you chose the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, our Heavenly Saber Pavilion will do our best to nurture you." The two of them boarded the deck, and the warship immediately soared into the air, heading for Jade Maiden Peak. As the warship traveled through the clouds, the wind blew from both sides, causing Xiao Chen's and the first elder's hair to flutter. Jiang Qi muttered to himself for a while before saying, "Xiao Chen, it seems like you do not know what the luck of the five-nation youth competition represents. Or perhaps, you do not know how valuable this luck is." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Jiang Qi and asked, "What do you mean?" Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen did not know how valuable this luck was. He sincerely asked Jiang Qi for guidance. After all, the other party was in charge of a sect. He would definitely know some secrets that Xiao Chen did not. Luck is something that sounds ethereal. There are no traces of it. However, it does exist. 20 years ago, my Heavenly Saber Pavilion was like the sun in the sky. However, we still suffered a great calamity in the end. In the end, it was because we did not have enough luck. If there is something substantial that represents luck, it would be the dragon vein. Dragon vein? Jiang Qi continued, "The dragon vein represents the luck of the world. There are 9 dragon veins in the world. Each of the 5 great nations subdued one. The royal courts of the various nations are super sects without any status. This is also why the people of the royal courts are not allowed to participate in the 5-nation youth competition. They already possess great luck and cannot compete with the other sections." Xiao Chen felt curious. He asked, "Where are the remaining 4 dragon veins now?" Jiang Qi said, "Originally, you would not be able to know about this. However, you are now qualified to know. The 4 dragon veins are under the Great Jin Nation's Wind Cloud Arena. Back then, the last heavenly emperor of the Tianwu dynasty was too ambitious. He wanted to gather all 9 dragon veins. He wanted to obtain the luck of the entire great world and compete with the heavens, becoming immortal. He offended the 4 holy lands, resulting in a rank 9 demonic calamity and being destroyed. The escape of the 9 dragons threw the spirit veins of the world into chaos, causing the density of the spiritual energy of the various great nations to plummet." Xiao Chen knew about this. However, he had not expected it to be related to the ambitions of the Tianwu dynasty. The demonic calamity that destroyed the Tianwu dynasty was actually caused by the 4 holy lands. Regular cultivators would not be able to imagine such a secret. In their eyes, the 4 holy lands were the representatives of righteousness, helping to seal spatial tears everywhere. Jiang Qi smiled gently and said, "Aside from the Great Jin Nation, the royal courts of the 5 great nations are all representatives of the 4 holy lands. Back then, the Tianwu dynasty was able to unify the continent because of the support of the 4 holy lands. The puppet that they supported was disobedient. He. They just had to find another one." Wang. Xiao Chen's heart trembled. He had not expected there to be such a secret. To think that the holy lands were so strong. Even someone as strong as the Tianwu emperor, a hero of his generation and famous for 10,000 years, was just a pawn in the hands of the holy lands. In that case, what was Xiao Chen now? He was not even qualified to be a pawn. Suddenly, Xiao Chen noticed a problem. Feeling it was strange, he asked, "First elder, you mentioned the 4 holy lands earlier. However, why are there only the 3 holy masters? The Phoenix's Passion Palace, the White Emperor City, and the Divine Martial Gate. Although the 3 holy masters were very mysterious, their names were not a secret. No matter how one counted, there were only 3. Jiang Qi's expression changed. He knew that he had said too much. He smiled and said, "You don't have to care about that. All you need to know is that the 4 dragon veins under the wind cloud arena are a chance for all the sects to compete fairly. Whoever obtains a good ranking will obtain great luck. Furthermore, with the arrival of this great age, only 1 dragon vein would awaken at most. This time, it is possible that all 4 dragon veins will awaken. So, once you obtain a good ranking, no matter how much I give you, it will be worth it." Seeing that Jiang Qi was not willing to say more, Xiaochen did not press on. He only thought to himself, "One day, I will personally unravel these mysteries. I will figure out whether the blue dragon martial spirit represents the fallen Holy Land or not." Xiaochen had once heard from Lang Yu that there were 3,000 great realms in the universe. The Tianwu continent was called the Sky Dome Realm, but it was just an ordinary realm among the 3,000 great realms. The so-called Upper Realm was a high-level realm that ruled over the 3,000 great realms. It was called the Kunlun Realm. Since then, Xiaochen had a small guess in his heart. The so-called transmigration might not be a coincidence. Earth might have been one of the 3,000 great realms in the past. Of course, this was the deepest secret in Xiaochen's heart. No matter who it was, he would not tell it. The only thing he could do now was to continuously become stronger, to increase his strength. Then, he would personally unravel the mysteries. As they spoke, the fragrant Jade Maiden Peak appeared before the two of them. The warship flew towards a pavilion at the edge of a cliff on Jade Maiden Peak. The pavilion leaned against the cliff. Most of it floated in the air, looking like a pavilion in the air. Xiaochen's eyes lit up. He said, "This is Marshal Grand Uncle Shen's place." Jiang Qi nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. If you want to come to Jade Maiden Peak to obtain natural treasures, you have to get Marshal Grand Uncle's permission. However, there should not be any problems. Don't worry." When the warship was a kilometer in the air, Jiang Qi waved his hand and stopped the warship. Then, he gently landed on the ground with Xiaochen, not making a sound. "Marshal Grand Uncle Shen, Marshal Nephew Jiang Qi requests an audience." Jiang Qi, the person in charge of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, was very respectful at this moment. The bamboo doors of the pavilion opened gently. The noble and dignified Shen Manjun, who looked like a young girl in her prime, walked out. Chu Xinyun followed carefully behind her. When Jiang Qi saw Shen Manjun coming down from the bamboo stairs, he quickly went forward and explained the purpose of his visit. After Shen Manjun heard that, she looked at Xiaochen with interest. She smiled and said, unexpectedly, "The little fellow from 2 years ago has grown to such an extent. Xinyun, take my medallion and bring him to the 1,000-year-old herb fields. He can take whatever he likes." Xiaochen bowed slightly and performed a cupped fist salute. "Many thanks, Marshal Grand Uncle." When Xiaochen met a regular martial monarch, he would at most perform a cupped fist salute and use honorifics. This was the rule of the continent. When the weak met the strong, they would do this. If one was careless, trouble might come from the mouth. One had to show the minimum amount of respect when facing the strong. However, when Xiaochen saw Shen Manjun, he bowed. Actually, he should have guessed it long ago. A 300-year-old martial monarch was not rare. However, Shen Manjun did not look old, like a young girl in her prime. She was definitely a super expert with 1 foot in the martial sage realm. She was worthy of Xiaochen's bow. Chapter 550. After Chu Xinyun received Shen Manjun's medallion, she led Xiaochen to the herb field. This time, Jiang Qi did not follow. As Jiang Qi watched Xiaochen leave, he smiled and said, "Martial Uncle, what do you think of this person? Is he worthy of my nurturing?" Shen Manjun's gaze was deep like a clear pool. She said in a drawn-out manner, "This person appears gentle on the surface, but he has a cold heart. He will not be easily swayed by external forces. He is self-centered and knows what he wants. He is decisive in killing, cold and emotionless." Jiang Qi's smile froze. Could it be that I misjudged him? Shen Manjun changed the topic and smiled. However, it is fortunate that he has not changed. From the first time I saw him until now, his heart has not changed. He has seen the prosperity of the world and obtained boundless glory. He obtained 100 consecutive victories in the wrestling ring, reached the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower, and became the strongest person in the 4 nations. However, he has always been himself. His heart has not changed. Jiang Qi was somewhat at a loss as he said, "Martial uncle, I do not understand." Shen Manjun smiled sweetly and turned around. Her melodious voice resounded, "There is no need to understand. You only need to know that he can give you what you want." Xiao Chen and Chu Xinyan had known each other for a long time. However, when they met again, they felt somewhat restrained. Chu Xinyan had not expected that after the battle on the heaven-ascending platform, Xiao Chen would return to the heavenly saber pavilion. When they first met, the difference in their cultivation was not that great. Now, it was like heaven and earth. Chu Xinyan was still lingering in the martial saint realm. However, Xiao Chen had already crossed the threshold of martial king and was about to break through to martial monarch. "Junior sister Chu, help me find 10 odd spirit herbs that are around 1,000 years old. They can raise a cultivator's cultivation." Following Chu Xinyan's lead, the two soon arrived at the 1,000-year-old herb field on Jade Maiden Peak. However, the results disappointed Xiao Chen. Although it was called a 1,000-year-old herb field, most of the spirit herbs were only 800 or 900 years old. There were very few that were 1,000 years old. There was not even one that was 2,000 years old. Perhaps Jiang Qi did not know that he had already consumed a large number of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. Such spirit herbs were no longer useful to him. He could only casually find 10 stalks of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and use them as gifts. In a month's time, he would be returning to Mo City. He had to bring something back. Casually taking out 10 stalks of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. When Chu Xinyan heard this, she could not help but roll her eyes in her heart. "What do you mean by casually looking around? Did this guy really think that 1,000-year-old elixirs were cabbages? That was something that even elders couldn't get even if they begged for it." However, if she knew that Xiao Chen was only using it as a gift and felt that it wasn't good enough, who knew how she would feel? Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, "Oh right, it must be more than 1,000 years old. Don't use those that are 800 or 900 years old to make up the numbers. They won't have any effect." 1,000 years was a threshold, just like human cultivation. Once a spirit herb passed this threshold, it would be on a completely different level from a spirit herb that was 800 or 900 years old. Its effect would be several times stronger. Hence, Xiao Chen specially reminded her. How picky, Chu Xinyan could not help but grumble in her heart. However, she still obediently went to take care of it. After all, Shen Manjun had spoken, so she had to obey. With Chu Xinyan taking care of this matter, Xiao Chen was more free. After waiting for an hour, Chu Xinyan returned with 15,000-year-old spirit herbs. After Xiao Chen checked that there were no mistakes, he smiled gently and said, "Many thanks, junior sister Chu. I will take my leave first." When Xiao Chen returned and met Jiang Qi and Shen Manjun, he thanked them again. After all, these things were useless to him. However, he still had to show basic courtesy. Jiang Qi muttered, "Xiao Chen, do you have any other requests? You can just mention them. If I can do it, I will definitely help you." Representing the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the 5-nation youth competition was one thing. However, it was unknown if he could get a good ranking. How could Xiao Chen make any requests? He could only reject the other party's kind intentions. In an extremely desolate forest on Qingyan Peak, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Dark clouds churned as Xiao Chen practiced his newly obtained lightning tribulation saber technique. The lightning tribulation saber technique was different from the 4-season saber technique. It did not require much personal comprehension. All Xiao Chen needed to do was understand the meaning and state of each move. This was a saber technique that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder comprehended in his early years and not in his later years. Naturally, the difficulty would not be that high. Back then, when the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder was undergoing experiential training in a dangerous place, he coincidentally discovered a rank 9 spirit beast undergoing its lightning tribulation, preparing to transform into a human. Under the 9 layers of lightning tribulation, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder comprehended this 9 saber lightning tribulation saber technique. He was able to create his own saber technique before the age of 30. Furthermore, it was a peak Earth-ranked saber technique. With such horrifying talent, it was no wonder the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder could become someone like Emperor Wu in the future. From a certain perspective, if Shao Chun could completely comprehend his own 4-season saber technique, his talent would be comparable to that of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder. In nature, lightning is viewed as the will of the Heavenly Tao. If anyone defies it, the Heavenly Tao will send down a lightning tribulation to destroy everything. Shao Chun muttered, "The first 3 moves of the lightning tribulation saber technique accumulate power, the next 3 become lightning, and the final 3 bring down a tribulation. When practiced to the highest level, one can steal the Heavenly Tao and punish the lightning on behalf of the heavens. I hope it will not disappoint me." Shao Chun had personally seen Bai undergo his tribulation. The secret manual had a detailed introduction to the 9 moves of the saber technique. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder had also personally explained them. Furthermore, Shao Chun had strong comprehension abilities. Shao Chen's progress in cultivating the lightning tribulation saber technique was extremely fast. Compared to the 4-season saber technique, it was at least 5 or 6 times faster. He managed to learn all 9 moves in 1 month. This was normal. The 4-season saber technique required Shao Chun to create it himself. He had to feel his way around carefully. As for the lightning tribulation saber technique, the founder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had already paved the way for him. He just had to follow his instructions. When comparing the two, it was clear which was more difficult. However, the might of the 4-season saber technique was definitely above the lightning tribulation saber technique. Furthermore, it was more suitable for Shao Chun. After all, he had comprehended it himself. Shao Chun sheathed his saber and stood upright. The thunderclouds above him slowly scattered. He muttered to himself, 2 months have passed already. It is time to return to Mo City to take a look. There were still 4 more months before the 5-nation youth competition. After that, Shao Chun might have to go to the Kunlun realm. He might never have the chance to return to Mo City. Even though Shao Xiong had chased him out of the Shao clan and did not acknowledge him as his son, blood was thicker than water. As his son, he had to go back and take a look. Those were the brothers who had fought so hard for the promise of 10 years. Those disciples who were willing to kneel before Shao Xiong and plead for him. How were they doing now? Good or bad? Shao Chun had to personally take a look before he could feel at ease. Late at night, the full moon hung high in the sky. Its silver light illuminated the entire Qingyun Peak. Using the moonlight, Shao Chun headed for Lu Ryue's courtyard, preparing to bid her farewell. Ha! 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 In the courtyard, Lu Ryue wore tight robes that perfectly outlined her alluring figure. She focused on practicing her saber techniques, 1 move at a time. Saber lights flickered. As Lu Ryue walked, a strong wind blew in the courtyard, kicking up countless fallen leaves. Now, Lu Ryue was already a peak superior grade martial king. As long as her state of wind improved further, she would be able to advance to half-step martial monarch. When Lu Ryue saw Shao Chun outside, she grasped the small saber in her hand. She spun the saber and attacked Shao Chun with a sharp aura. Are we going to exchange moves again? Shao Chun smiled faintly. He was not surprised. It had been like this every night for the past few days. The two of them would exchange moves and find out what they were lacking in. However, in general, it was mostly Shao Chun giving pointers to Lu Ryue. Now, Shao Chun's combat experience and insight had already left Lu Ryue in the dust. Dang! 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 Under the moonlight, Shao Chun and Lu Ryue moved quickly in the courtyard. When their weapons clashed, sparks flew. Today, you arrived 4 hours earlier than usual. Are you here to say goodbye to me? Lu Riyue said as she brushed past Xiao Chen and sent out a saber strike at lightning speed. Chi! Xiao Chen casually used his saber to block Lu Riyue's attack. He said softly, I have to return to Mo City before the 5-nation youth competition. How long will you be gone for? When will you be back? At least 1 month, at most 3 months. In any case, I will be back before the Heavenly Saber Pavilion departs for the Great Jin Nation. The two of them exchanged moves as they chatted. Under the gentle moonlight, they appeared carefree. A faint warmth flowed in their hearts. After an hour, the two of them finished exchanging moves. Lu Riyue sheathed her weapon and smiled helplessly. It has only been a month and you have improved so much. I really cannot compare to you. Xiao Chen held Lu Riyue's hand and smiled. What's wrong? Are you afraid that I will bully you in the future? Lu Riyue blushed and said softly, I will accept it if you bully me. However, if you go too high, I'm afraid the distance between us will increase. Xiao Chen pulled Lu Riyue into his embrace. His gaze was deep as he looked at the bright moon in the night sky. A melancholic smile appeared on his face as he muttered, in this world, Qingyun Peak is my second home. No matter how high or far I go, I will have to return home. Home. Lu Riyue felt warmth in her heart. She looked up at Xiao Chen and gently pecked him on the lips. Her eyes were filled with tenderness. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and carried Lu Riyue horizontally. Then, he walked towards her residence. The two of them were both youths. In the past 2 months, they had been cultivating together at night. When they were deeply in love, the so-called matters between a man and a woman would naturally happen when the conditions were right. The Great Qin Nation had 4 prefectures, the Dongming Province, the Shihe Province, the Nanling Province, and the Northern King's residence. Each prefecture had 3 continents, and each prefecture had 9 counties. Each county had a number of small cities. Mo City was such a small city. On the map of the vast Great Qin Nation, it did not stand out at all. It did not even have a note. There were many such cities in the Great Qin Nation. They were so ordinary that they could not be more ordinary. On this particular day, at the city gates of Mo City, a delicate and handsome white-robed youth walked over from the distance. He had a saber at his waist, and his expression was calm as he walked at a steady pace. Among the cultivators in the surroundings, that white-clothed youth did not wear any luxurious accessories. He did not give off the aura of a cultivator either. However, he gave off a unique aura. He stood out from the crowd, like a crane among chickens. Several of the martial masters in the surroundings could not help but look at him. The white-clothed bladesman was naturally Xiao Chen. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was in the Shihe Province, and Mo City was in the Dongming Province. One was in the east, and the other was in the west. Xiao Chen spent half a month traveling at full speed. Chapter 551. After not being here for 4 years, Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile when he revisited this place. I'll go and see Big Brother Mo Fan first. If there is a chance, I'll get him to help me improve the Lunar Shadow Saber. The rank 6 Thunder Rock demonic core is no longer able to keep up with my current strength. Back when Xiao Chen forged the Lunar Shadow Saber, he was only an insignificant cultivator. Naturally, the rank 6 Thunder Rock was something that Xiao Chen did not dare to imagine. However, now that he was a half-step martial monarch, he could instantly kill a rank 6 demonic beast. This demonic core was no longer suitable for the Lunar Shadow Saber. Thus, when Xiao Chen saw a 1,000-year-old rank 9 lightning-attributed demonic core in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's hidden treasure pavilion, he immediately took one. After paying the city entrance tax, Xiao Chen followed the crowd into the city. The scene on both sides of the street brought many warm memories to Xiao Chen's mind. He found a restaurant in the city and sat down by the window on the 2nd floor. Xiao Chen called the waiter over and handed him a gold ingot. He said, "Answer whatever I ask." The fist-sized gold ingot dazzled the waiter's eyes. He bit down hard on it, and after he was sure it was real, he quickly bowed and smiled. Hee, young hero, just ask whatever you want to ask. However, there is actually nothing much to ask in Mo City. Xiao Chen muttered to himself for a while before asking, which clan is the strongest in Mo City? The waiter laughed loudly. Is there a need to ask? Naturally, it is our Zhang clan. Currently, more than half of the businesses in Mo City are in the hands of our Zhang clan. Your Zhang clan? Xiao Chen frowned heavily. Something did not seem right. The waiter said proudly, that's right. Now, all the restaurants and inns in the city are the businesses of the Zhang clan. Although I am not a direct descendant of the Zhang clan, I am still surnamed Zhang. We can be considered of the same sect. Xiao Chen took a sip of wine. His expression was somewhat unsightly. If he remembered correctly, this restaurant belonged to the Xiao clan many years ago. What about the Xiao family in the past? The waiter revealed a cocky expression as he said, the river flows east for 30 years and then west for 30 years. 2 years ago, the Xiao clan was like the sun in the sky in Mo City, or even the entire Cheesy County. However, now, they can only hide at the foot of Seven-Horn Mountain. It won't be long before we lose this Seven-Horn Mountain. Xiao Chen's heart sank. 4 years ago, before he left the Xiao clan, he used the Ninth Heaven's Thunder Formation to capture the upper echelons of the Zhang clan, the Tang clan, and the Lin clan, the #1 clan in Cheesy County. With the strength of the Xiao clan, logically speaking, they should not have any opponents in the Cheesy County. What exactly happened? Could it be that the noble clans that I offended made a move? That can't be right. Feng Feishua promised me that she would not let those noble clans touch the Xiao clan. With the enormous strength of the Flying Snow Trade Association, the aristocratic families would definitely not act recklessly. That would be suicidal. Pa. Xiao Chen took out another 2 gold ingots and handed them over. Let me ask you again. What exactly happened 2 years ago that caused the Xiao clan to decline so quickly? When the waiter saw the 2 gold ingots, his face lit up with joy. However, his expression was somewhat awkward. He chuckled and said, we are just insignificant people. Actually, young hero, you should be able to guess that we do not know any confidential information. Anyway, 2 years ago, the Xiao clan's clan head and a few elders were suddenly severely injured. After that, the Zhang clan and the Tang clan rose up and snatched away many of the territories that originally belonged to the Xiao clan. Xiao Chen waved his hand and dismissed the waiter. He was not too surprised to receive such an answer. A waiter of a restaurant was not even a cultivator. It was easy to imagine how much he would know. Xiao Chen had only asked casually and did not hold much hope. However, he did have a headache now. Originally, he wanted to ask the waiter about the situation of the Xiao clan. He did not expect to receive news that the Xiao clan had fallen into dire straits. I should go and ask Big Brother Mo. With his strength, he should know something that the waiter did not. Ha. Xiao Ling I did not expect you to come to my restaurant for a meal. Come, let's go to a private room. I, Zhang Ziyang, will treat you. Just as Xiao Chen was about to pay the bill and leave, a familiar voice came from the hall downstairs. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This name, Zhang Ziyang, seemed familiar. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen finally found this person from the corner of his memory. Zhang Ziyang, the second son of the Zhang clan head. His elder brother, Zhang He, had once fought with Xiao Chen. Zhang He was still considered someone important, but this Zhang Ziyang was nothing. However, Xiao Chen's tone was very arrogant. As for Xiao Ling naturally, Xiao Chen would not forget her. She was the Xiao clan disciple who had pleaded for him when he participated in the trial with her. Xiao Chen also had a deep impression of the youth beside her. That was Yilan, a disciple of the Xiao clan with a different surname. He was deeply in love with Xiao Ling Yilan had once met with a great calamity and was even willing to use his life to save Xiao Ling It looked like the two of them had succeeded. Right now, the two of them seemed to have met with some trouble. Xiao Ling looked coldly at Zhang Ziyang and stood up. How unlucky. We can't even eat in peace. Yilan, let's go. Xiao Ling felt very depressed. She had eaten the signature dishes of this restaurant since she was young. This time, she could not resist sneaking out with Yilan for a meal. However, before they started eating, they ran into the person they did not want to see the most. You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? Zhang Ziyang snorted coldly. His subordinates immediately stepped forward to cut off the two's path of retreat. Yi Lan's face sank. He placed his right hand on his weapon and shielded Xiao behind him. He said in a cold voice, Zhang Ziyang, what are you trying to do? Don't forget what the city lord said. A strange smile appeared on Zhang Ziyang's face as he said, don't worry, since the city lord has already mediated the conflict between the two clans, I will not make things difficult for you. However, do you think you can leave without paying the bill? Dong. Xiao tossed 2 ingots of gold onto the table and snorted, are you satisfied now? 50 taels of gold, there is no need for the change. Let's go. However, the 5 men blocking the entrance did not move at all. They did not have any intention of moving away. The 5 men were all peak martial grand masters. None of them were weaker than Yilan. If the 5 of them attacked together, they would be able to subdue Yilan in an instant. Zhang Ziyang was expressionless as he crushed the 2 ingots of gold on the table. He said in a cold voice, did I say that this meal was priced in gold? The 2 of you, hand over 100 inferior grade spirit stones immediately. Otherwise, none of you can think of leaving. Xiao and Yilan's expressions changed greatly. Xiao cursed out loud, what do you think you are selling? Even a rank 1 spirit beast feast would not fetch such a price. Zhang Ziyang looked at Xiao graceful figure and a frivolous look flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, you better understand the situation. This is my Zhang clan's restaurant. It will sell for as much as I say. Even if you don't want to accept it, you will have to accept it. You little girl, I have been eyeing you for a long time already. How dare you send yourself to the tiger's den? I will count to 5. If you are unable to pay the spirit stones, I will make you pay with your body. Zhang Ziyang acted like he was in control of the situation. Currently, the Zhang clan was in the limelight. Their words were law in Mo City. Even the city lord had to give them some face. 5, 4, following Zhang Ziyang's countdown, the 5 men at the entrance laughed sinisterly. Their auras locked onto the 2 of them, preparing to attack at any moment. 1. Attack! Zhang Ziyang shouted coldly. The 5 men immediately pounced over, scaring Xiao until she turned pale. Pooh! However, just at this moment, 5 muffled miserable cries resounded. 5 peak martial grand masters with overbearing auras stopped breathing without any warning and fell over. On the 2nd floor, the cultivators who were leaning on the railing to watch the excitement were all astonished. Their expressions were very confused. Among the crowd, Xiaochen held a wine flask. He revealed a faint smile as he unhurriedly poured wine into his mouth. Zhang Ziyang, who was in the hall, was startled. A manservant behind him quickly checked the 5 men's breathing. He raised his head and said with a trembling voice, "Second. Young master, it seems like they are all dead." Xiao and Yilan were both at a loss. It was clearly a matter of life and death. How did it turn out like this? Still not leaving? What are you standing here for? Just at this moment, a voice rang out in the minds of the 2 of them. The 2 of them were astonished and quickly raised their heads to look around. Stop looking, you won't be able to find me. Go back. The voice rang out in their minds again. Xiao and Yilan exchanged glances. They knew that an expert had made a move to help them. Furthermore, that person did not want to show himself. They did not stay any longer and quickly turned to leave. Trying to leave? There is no way. Before we investigate this matter clearly, neither of you are allowed to leave. Ah. Zhang Ziyang was enraged. He leaped into the air and launched himself over. However, just as Zhang Ziyang's body soared into the air, there seemed to be a huge, formless hand pressing down on him with an irresistible force. Zhang Ziang fell with a pa sound in an extremely comical position. It was as comical as one could imagine. Zhang Ziang's face landed on the ground and he fell flat on his face. Ha ha ha. Young Master Zhang, your actions are not something an ordinary person can do. You must have practiced for a long time at home. Xiaoling giggled and went out the door with Yilan. Bastard. Don't run for this old man. Zhang Ziyang's right hand smashed the ground violently. His body soared into the air and he was about to stand up again. Xiaochen smiled gently and placed the wine flask aside with his right hand. Then, he sent out a palm strike with his left hand. A huge force was transmitted through the void without leaving a trace. Pa! Another heavy thud rang out. Zhang Ziang fell face first onto the ground. This time, he fell even more miserably. Half of his face was red, and a trace of blood seeped out of his nose and mouth. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! This old man doesn't believe that I can't stand up. Zhang Ziang cursed angrily. He circulated his essence and smashed the ground with his right hand. When Zhang Ziang sent out his essence, a strong wind blew and dust drifted. Zhang Ziang soared into the air, his movements swift and agile. After that, he fell with a pa sound. Pa. 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 Zhang Ziang tried more than 10 times. His entire face bled from the fall. However, no matter how he tried, he could not stand up. The floor of the hall cracked from the impact. Chapter 552. At first, the people watching the commotion laughed loudly. They felt that this brat was comical. When they thought of his usual arrogant attitude, they felt very carefree in their hearts. However, when they saw Zhang Ziyang's miserable state, the smiles on their faces vanished. They all felt that this brat was suffering too much. Being taught a lesson to this extent was even worse than being killed. Zhang Ziyang did not care what the others thought of him. He still tried to stand up with much difficulty. This time, he carefully placed his hands on the ground. He placed his left foot on the ground and slowly stood up. His blood-covered face revealed an expression of hope. He slowly arched his back and stood up, one step at a time. The manservant at the side quickly smiled and said, "Young master, you succeeded." Zhang Ziyang laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha. Are you messing with me? Damn. If I find out who did this, I will make sure his entire clan dies. I wonder who has the final say in Mo City now, Pa." Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Ziyang's entire body was sent flying to the ground. This time, the force he used was so great and the sound was so loud that everyone in the restaurant could hear it clearly. Everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. Many of them could not bear to watch any longer. They closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. This brat was too miserable. Entire clan killed? Xiaochen smiled coldly to himself. After not returning for 4 years, this group of people had really forgotten the lesson from back then. Xiaochen walked back to his table and put down the wine flask. Then, he tossed out an ingot of gold and jumped out of the window. Of the cultivators present, the highest cultivation was only a peak martial grand master. Xiaochen was a half-step martial monarch. They could not even sense how he had attacked. This was the difference between heaven and earth. 4 hours later, the manservant sat beside Zhang Ziyang in the hall of the restaurant. He advised bitterly, "Second young master, please get up. Everyone in the restaurant has left." Zhang Ziyang buried his head on the ground. He was in so much pain that tears flowed down his face. He scolded angrily, "Scram! What do you know? Do you want to see this second young master make a fool of himself? Even if you beat me to death, I will not get up. My face hurts. Do you know that?" In a desolate street in Mo City, Xiaochen followed the route in his memory and slowly made his way to Mo Fan's smithy. Mo Fan's smithy was the same as it was 4 years ago. It was still extremely simple and crude. A weather-beaten signboard was erected at the entrance, looking like it would fall down at any moment. The doors were ajar. Xiao Chen stood there for a long time, thinking of the various scenes of the past. As he looked at the lunar shadow saber in his hand, he felt many emotions. For years ago, he forged the lunar shadow saber here. He spoke to a man from 1,000 years ago and made a promise not to make her cry. At that time, he didn't know that man's identity, and he didn't know how talented that man was. Only after Xiao Chen thoroughly understood did he realize how heavy that promise was. This promise was equivalent to him receiving the sword of the Thunder King. She was Ao Jiao, a proud sword spirit. Even the Thunder King couldn't guarantee her death with his strength. Could he, Xiao Chen, do it? Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. He sighed softly. Even the Thunder King could not guarantee the mulberry sword's death. Can I do it? You don't have any confidence? Trashy master. Startled, Xiao Chen said joyfully, Ao Jiao, are you awake? Xiao Chen remembered Ao Jiao saying that if she woke up again, it would be after she had completely merged with the sword spirit. Inside the lunar shadow saber, Ao Jiao's lips curled up. She smiled softly. When you were being intimate with her, I had already woken up. I even watched the battle for a long time. Speechless, Xiao Chen said, should I thank you for not making a sound and disturbing me? Ao Jiao laughed loudly, there is no need to thank me. I have always been very magnanimous. Don't just stand there, go in. Xiao Chen felt helpless. However, he could not do anything to Ao Jiao, so he could only push the door open and enter. This small shop is already closed. We are not doing business today. The small shop was filled with dust. Mo Fan limped as he retreated. His back faced Xiao Chen as he tidied up some weapons on the shelves. Xiao Chen smiled softly, are you not doing business with me? Mo Fan's hands paused for a moment. He turned around and saw a youth in white robes with a saber hanging at his waist. The youth had a smile on his face as he looked at him calmly. Xiao Chen. After a long time, Mo Fan exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Compared to 4 years ago, Xiao Chen's appearance had undergone a huge change. This was especially so in terms of his temperament, it had undergone an earth-shattering change. With one glance, an ordinary person would not be able to connect him to the Xiao clan's second young master from 4 years ago. When he entered Mo City, many people did not recognize him. This was the best proof. Mo Fan said ruefully, it's really you. Your change is extraordinary. If not for this lunar shadow saber, I would not have been able to recognize you. Xiao Chen looked around the interior of the shop. There were weapons everywhere. He sighed, it has been 4 years, but your shop has not changed much. Mo Fan smiled, how could my shop have changed? Let's talk inside, let's drink and chat. Wait a moment. Mo Fan asked suspiciously, what's wrong? Xiao Chen did not say anything. He stretched out his hand, and a sword flew out from the pile of weapons. The sword was 1.3 meters long and 2 fingers wide. It was as thin as a wing, but when it danced in the air, it did not make any sound. Listening to the sword and communicating with it, Xiao Chen shouted, and the thin sword suddenly trembled non-stop, giving off a melodious sword hum. Wang! 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 In that instant, all the swords in the shop buzzed in unison. The boundless sword hum was linked together, and even the house seemed to tremble. All right, we can go in now. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and stopped. All the sword hums stopped in that instant, and everything returned to normal. Mo Fan was flabbergasted. He did not know why Xiao Chen suddenly did this. Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, clenched her fist and said unhappily, this fellow is really vengeful. Unexpectedly, he did not forget my words even after 4 years. Mo City, at the restaurant where Zhang Ziyang and Xiao Ling clashed, the Zhang clan's clan head, Zhang Yan, rushed over with the elites of his clan. There was a crack in the ground, as well as Zhang Ziyang, who was crawling on the ground, refusing to get up. There were also 5 men lying on the ground, unable to get up. Zhang Yan, who was at the door, had an incredibly sullen expression. He called the manservant over and said in a sullen voice, "Tell me everything that happened in detail." Unexpectedly, 5 martial Grand Masters died. A martial Grand Master was already the elite combat force of Mo City. Now that 5 of them died in one go, Zhang Yan could not help but be in a bad mood. The manservant nervously recounted everything that happened. When he saw Zhang Yan going over to pull Zhang Ziyang up, he said anxiously, "Master, don't go over and talk to him. Young master's emotions are not right." Zhang Yan glanced at him and did not care. He thought to himself, "I am his old man. What is wrong with calling him up? Scram! Idiot! Did you not hear what I said? This old man's face hurts. I don't want to get up. No matter who calls me now, this old man will not get up." When Zhang Ziyang heard footsteps, he immediately shouted loudly. Zhang Yan's expression changed as he sent out a kick. Zhang Ziyang's entire body was sent flying with a loud bang. When Zhang Ziyang saw that it was Zhang Yan, he quickly got up. However, as he was halfway up, he seemed to think of something terrifying, so he quickly lay back down. "Father, I really cannot get up now. Don't bother about me. Let me lie here for the night first. I will feel uncomfortable if I don't lie here," Zhang Ziyang said with a sullen expression. Zhang Yan scolded angrily, "Trash! Bring him back. Bring the corpses of these 5 people back for the Lord Envoy to examine." "There is no need. I am already here." At some point in time, a young black-clad cultivator descended from the roof of the hall. Many ancient patterns were embroidered on his black robes, making him look dignified and mysterious. When Zhang Yan saw this person, he quickly said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Envoy." The black-clad man ignored Zhang Yan's attitude and started to examine the corpses of the 5 people. He flipped over one of the corpses and discovered a bloody hole in the forehead of that person. This was the cause of death. The black-clad man opened his hand and sucked. That person's head started swaying left and right as if something was stuck inside. Shio! A tiny fragment flew out of the bloody hole. With a cracking sound, the fragment flew out. The surging power spread out, and the corpse's head exploded with a bang, directly grinding into powder. The surrounding Zhang clan cultivators, including Zhang Yan, were all startled. Their complexions turned pale. Even a remnant energy could be so powerful. How strong was the person who did it? The masked man looked at the shard in his hand and said in shock, "This is a shard of a medial-grade spirit stone. The person who made this is really generous." Zhang Yan asked carefully, "Lord Envoy, how strong is this person?" The black-clad man said indifferently, "About medial-grade martial king. Don't bother about this. I'll deal with it. Call all the workers in the shop over. That person must have been here before. We will be able to make a judgment after questioning him." Medial-grade martial king. Zhang Yan's chest tightened. The Shao clan's clan head was only an inferior-grade martial king. If this person was a medial-grade martial king, killing him would be easy. Fortunately, the Lord Envoy had spoken. Medial-grade martial king would not be a problem. In the backyard of the smithy, Mo Fan drank a mouthful of wine. After he heard Shao Chen's question, he sighed and said, "Back then, you wrote me a letter asking me to help you take care of the Shao clan. I have always remembered it. However, I cannot help you this time." Shao Chen felt excited. Indeed, there was more to this. In the morning, he had heard from the waiter that the Shao clan's clan head and first elder were severely injured. Shao Chen had already guessed that there was more to this. Hence, he was not in a rush to meet with Shao Ling and first elder. He planned to hide his identity first. For years ago, Shao Xiong was already a peak martial saint. Now that 4 years had passed, given Shao Xiong's strength, he would definitely be a martial king. The person who could injure him was definitely a high-ranked martial king. If the Zhang clan spent some of their savings to hire an inferior-grade martial king, it might be possible. However, if they wanted to hire a high-ranked martial king, the Zhang clan would not be able to afford it. If they could afford it, the Zhang clan would have conquered Mo City long ago. There would be no need to wait for the promise of 10 years. Mo Fan continued, 2 years ago, a sect called the Heavenly Saint cult came to Cheesy County. It is very powerful, and your father was injured by the people of their sect's emissary. The Zhang clan is also a puppet supported by the Heavenly Saint cult. Xiaochen took a sip of wine and frowned. Sacred Heavenly Church. Where did they come from? I have never heard of them. Chapter 553. Mo Fan said sullenly, I have investigated the Sacred Heavenly Church in detail. They have a great and mysterious background. I already have some guesses, but I am not sure yet. I'll just say what I am sure of. There are a total of 6 small cities in Cheesy County. Each city has a puppet supported by the Sacred Heavenly Church. They have unknowingly controlled all the underground powers of the entire Cheesy County. I spent some time visiting the other counties and discovered that there are branches of the Sacred Heavenly Church in several counties. They all use the same method to support puppets to control the underground powers of the counties. It seems like there are branches of the Sacred Heavenly Church throughout the entire Great Qin nation. However, they are active in the counties and not the prefectural cities. Hence, they did not attract much attention. Xiaochen entered deep thought. However, he did not think too much about it. In his opinion, the Sacred Heavenly Church was just a small fry. In the end, a sect should focus on developing its own strength. With such a small fry, when it truly angered a strong sect, any martial monarch would be able to deal with it easily. Now that he had a rough idea, Xiaochen said, tell me the location of the Sacred Heavenly Church's headquarters in Cheesy County. I will personally make a trip there. It was easy to destroy a Zhang clan. However, the other party could support another Zhang clan at any time. Hence, he had to deal with the problem at its source. Let's not talk about this for now. I have something to give you. After obtaining an answer, Xiaochen changed the topic. He took out the 1,000-year-old rank 9 lightning attributed demonic core and said, aside from this matter, I would like to ask you for a favor. Mo Fan received the demonic core and took a look. His expression changed greatly as he exclaimed, this is the demonic core of a 1,000-year-old rank 9 demonic beast. Where did you get it from? How strong are you now? Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, a 1,000-year-old demonic beast is already a martial sage. I will definitely not be able to kill it. This is a gift from a friend. I would like you to help me insert this rank 9 lightning attributed demonic core into the lunar shadow saber. Can you do that? Mo Fan smiled and said, leave it to me. With the prescription you gave me, although my leg is still a little lame, my meridians are finally open. I did not make no progress in the past 4 years. Without any hesitation, Mo Fan immediately agreed. He held the lunar shadow saber and the demonic core in his hands. He rejected Xiaochen's offer of help and headed straight for the underground forging room. After Mo Fan left, Xiaochen muttered to himself, Sacred Heavenly Cult. I hope it won't be a big problem. No matter what, the Xiao clan was his root in this world. He, Xiaochen, couldn't just watch the Xiao clan be in trouble without doing anything. That way, he wouldn't be able to leave with peace of mind. He would be worried and unable to calm down. It would probably take some time to reforge the lunar shadow saber. Xiaochen did not want to waste any time. He took out 2 superior-grade spirit stones and sat cross-legged in the courtyard, entering a state of cultivation. 4 hours later, Xiaochen's heart sank. He felt a strong aura probing him with his perception. He opened his eyes and immediately extended out his spiritual sense. He saw a strangely dressed black-clothed man standing on a roof a kilometer away from the smithy, looking in his direction with an unfriendly gaze. The black-clothed man withdrew his perception and said in a low voice, white clothes, delicate facial features, no older than 22 years old. It seems like it is this person. However, he does not seem to be easy to deal with. Are you looking for me? A sudden voice came from behind him. When the black-clothed man heard this, his expression changed drastically. He quickly turned his head and saw that Xiaochen had appeared at some point in time, looking at him expressionlessly. Pretending to be mysterious. Die. The black-clothed man's reaction was very fast. The instant he turned around, he sent out a palm strike. There was a fiery red glow in his palm. A golden heavenly rock image spread its wings and cried out, making the fiery red glow even more resplendent and dazzling. Berserk Dragon. Xiaochen remained expressionless. He clenched his right fist tightly and all his vital qi surged. An azure dragon head appeared and roared ferociously. A resonant dragon roar resounded. Heavenly rock spreads its wings, shaking the surroundings, winds blow and clouds churn. I have the berserk dragon roar, winds and clouds break. Bang! The azure dragon head crashed into the fiery red glow. The glow shattered and vanished. The black-clothed man vomited a large mouthful of blood. The golden heavenly rock behind him shattered. The black-clothed man flew back and smashed a huge hole in the roof below. After that, there was a loud boom and a shockwave exploded. The tall building collapsed and turned into rubble, burying the black-clothed man. This was the result of the absolute difference in strength. The black-clothed man was only a superior-grade martial king. How could he resist Xiaochen, who was a half-step martial monarch? High in the sky, Xiaochen looked coldly at the rubble on the ground. A murderous intent spread in his eyes. Roar! A piercing bird cry came from under the rubble. Countless stone fragments shot up from the ground and floated in the air. The black-clothed man soared into the air and the golden heavenly rock behind him reformed once more. Its might was even stronger now. Berserk Dragon, Claw. Xiaochen's figure flickered. He was so fast that the black-clothed man could not react in time. The azure dragon claw on his left hand tore through the air. 5 bloody wounds appeared on the black-clothed man's body. The golden heavenly rock behind him cried out miserably. Its feathers flew off and it turned into beams of golden light. You are too much. Bang! 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 The black-clothed man roared ferociously. The golden heavenly rock reformed once more and charged at Xiaochen. The fiery light in his hand looked solid, dazzling and piercing. Not enough. Berserk Dragon Break. Xiaochen shook his head slightly. With a thought, the dragon head on his right hand and the dragon claw on his left connected head to tail, turning into a complete blue dragon. A resonant dragon roar soared into the sky. The lifelike blue dragon bared its fangs and claws as it roared ferociously. The black-clothed man's clothes were blasted into tatters. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Xiao! Xiaochen's figure flashed and arrived beside the black-clothed man. Then, like an eagle catching a chick, he picked the black-clothed man up and asked coldly, "Why are you following me?" The black-clothed man's pale face was devoid of blood. He laughed strangely and spat out a mouthful of blood at Xiaochen. Bang! A purple flame spewed out from Xiaochen's right eye. The blood immediately evaporated into a bloody mist, scalding the black-clothed man until he cried out in pain. I will ask you one more time, one last time. Who are you? Why are you following me? Xiaochen asked coldly with a calm expression. The black-clothed man smiled fearlessly and said, If you have the guts, then kill me. I am just an insignificant person from the sacred heavenly church. Even if you kill me, it will not change anything. You are Xiaochen, right? Just wait for the Xiao clan to be destroyed. In the black-clothed man's opinion, with the Xiao clan holding him back, Xiaochen absolutely would not dare to kill him. Boom! Xiaochen picked up the black-clothed man's body and tossed him high into the air. The black-clothed man immediately felt an irrepressible fear in his heart. Just as he was about to say something, the black-clothed man grunted in pain and stopped breathing. A purple flame arrow shot out from Xiaochen's eyes and pierced through the black-clothed man's forehead. In that instant, the black-clothed man felt regret in his heart. However, he no longer had the chance to regret. Looking at the black-clothed man's corpse on the ground, Xiaochen said calmly, I do not care about the insignificant sacred heavenly church. So, you can really die now. Holding the black-clothed man's corpse in his hand, Xiaochen rushed back to Mo Fan's smithy before the crowd surrounded him. After 4 hours, Mo Fan walked out of the underground smithy with a fatigued expression. In his hand was a brand new lunar shadow saber in its scabbard. Seeing the black-clothed man's corpse on the ground, Mo Fan was stunned. He said, "This is the envoy of the sacred heavenly church in Mo City. You killed him?" Xiaochen nodded and said, he is just a minor character. There is no need to bother with him. Let me take a look at the saber." Ka. Holding the saber hilt with his right hand, Xiaochen felt the surging energy in the saber. He gently pushed his right hand forward and the pitch-black saber immediately released a purple light. Bolts of flickering lightning shot out from the saber. Strands of electricity leaped around in the courtyard. Ka-ca. Xiaochen pushed the saber forward ferociously and drew the entire saber. Instantly, a piercing purple electricity lit up the entire courtyard. Xiaochen did not use any strength at all, it was the lunar shadow saber's own strength. Mo Fan smiled and said, "The lunar shadow saber is now a true superior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. It is overflowing with sharpness and electricity. Its might is 20% stronger than before." Xiaochen revealed an excited smile on his face. He said, "I knew you were capable of this. Many thanks." Returning the saber to its scabbard, Xiaochen took out a 1,000-year-old black profound ginseng from the universe ring and handed it over to Mo Fan, not allowing the other party to reject it. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "Don't reject it. You have taken care of the Shao clan for so long and helped me forge the lunar shadow saber twice. Logically speaking, I owe you." A 1,000-year-old black profound ginseng was enough to increase Mo Fan's cultivation by 20 years. Honestly speaking, the temptation was very great. Haha. In that case, I will respectfully accept. What are your plans after this? Mo Fan asked. Xiaochen grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly with his right hand and said calmly, "It is very simple. I will attack the root of the problem and kill them all. As long as they were a threat, he would have to eliminate them." Xiaochen could not be bothered to consider other methods. The 5-nation youth competition was only a few months away. All the genius cultivators were cultivating bitterly, waiting for that moment to arrive. Xiaochen did not have much time to think. Mo Fan asked, "Do you not intend to make a trip to the Shao clan? You have done so much. If your father knew about it, he might reconsider." Xiaochen paused for a moment and revealed a bitter smile. He shook his head and said, "There is no need. Since he chased me away, he must have his own plans. I will just come back and take a look from afar. Let's go." Smiling faintly, Xiaochen waved his hand and said goodbye to Mo Fan. Heavenly Jade Mountain was the largest mountain range in Chizi County. Even Mo City's Seven-Horn Mountain was not even half as big. However, compared to Seven-Horn Mountain, Heavenly Jade Mountain was not even half as valuable. This was because the mountain did not have a spirit vein, spirit herbs, or spirit beasts. It was just a desolate mountain. However, on this desolate mountain that no one paid any attention to, a huge castle had been built at some point in time. Although the castle was large, it was built in a very low-profile manner. It was hidden in the lush green forest. If one did not fly high into the sky, it would be hard to discover it. On the city walls, there were cultivators holding crossbows every few meters. They looked around vigilantly. It looked like the walls were made of iron, impenetrable. Chapter 554. This castle was the headquarters of the Sacred Heavenly Church in Chizi County. After learning its exact location from Mo Fan, Xiaochen rushed over in half a day. "What are you planning to do?" Ao Jiao asked from within the lunar shadow saber. Xiaochen, who was hidden in the clouds, raised his head and looked at the setting sun. He said softly, "Let's wait for the sky to turn dark." When Xiaochen scanned the castle with his spiritual sense, the so-called defense of this castle was like a joke to him. He could see everything clearly, there were no secrets at all. There were 5 martial kings in the castle. However, the strongest was only a superior grade martial king. The other 4 were only inferior-grade martial kings. They could not pique Xiao Chen's interest at all. He could easily destroy them with the flip of his hand. This was also why Xiao Chen did not think highly of the sacred heavenly church from the start. No matter how good their plans were, before absolute strength, they were all just a joke. However, Ao Jiao was not as relaxed as Xiao Chen. She said, "Have you ever thought that the small cheesy county has 5 martial kings? If that is the case, how many bases does the sacred heavenly church have? An organization with so many martial kings is definitely not as simple as you think." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Naturally, I have thought about it. That is why I have to wait for the sky to turn dark. When everyone here dies, there will only be true pain. Only then will this group of people realize that the person they offended is not someone they can afford to offend. That is why they will restrain themselves." Ao Jiao smiled and said, "You are not stupid. There is no need for me to worry. In that case, let's just do it." The sun set in the west, and dusk arrived. The night was as dark as ink. Layers of clouds dyed the sky, and the entire world sank into darkness. Xiao Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at the brightly lit castle. His lips curled up into a faint smile as he dived down. In the courtyard of the Zhang clan in Mo City, the Great Hall was crowded. All the elites of the Zhang clan, Martial Grand Master and above, were gathered here. A few Martial Saint guest elders had arrived as well. No one was absent. The Zhang clan's clan head, Zhang Yan, sat in the middle of the Great Hall. Relying on the rapid development of the past 2 years, the Zhang family, which controlled most of the properties in the city, had roped in many experts. There were more than 10 martial saints and more than 100 martial grand masters. Zhang Yan was an inferior-grade martial king. He was considered a peak expert in Mo City. With such a strong strength, no one in Mo City could block him. Even the once glorious Xiao clan could not. As for the previous Tang clan, they had already been reduced to a third-rate clan, unable to even show their face. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat depressing. No one spoke. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement, caution, seriousness, and eagerness. "Patriarch, do you really plan to make a move against the Xiao family tomorrow? Haven't we already agreed to the city lord's mansion's request?" Finally, an elder who was older couldn't help but ask. Zhang Yan said sullenly, "Originally, I was prepared to wait for a while longer. However, after what happened in the restaurant during the day, I'm afraid that the situation might change. I cannot wait any longer. However, I heard that the Xiao clan's second young master is now a disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Could it be?" A young cultivator with small eyes asked worriedly. The moment these words came out, some of the cultivators who had experienced what happened 4 years ago revealed expressions of lingering fear. Zhang Yan's heart tightened as well. 4 years ago, he did not lead a team to kill his way into the Xiao clan. He was fortunate enough to survive, resulting in the Zhang clan's glory today. However, the Tang clan's clan head and the Strongling clan's clan head had died at the same time. Their clans had also declined. However, Zhang Yan quickly calmed down. He smiled and said, "There is no need to be afraid. We now have the sacred heavenly church protecting us. Furthermore, Xiao Xiong's son has grown up. Isn't my eldest son as well? He is now a core disciple of the Misty Sword sect. Furthermore, that brat was chased out of the clan by Xiao Xiong long ago. What are you all worried about? Now is the best opportunity. While the Xiao clan thinks that we will abide by the city lord's agreement, we will deal them a fatal blow, preventing them from rising again. As long as the Xiao clan is not destroyed, I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Decide. Those who agree to attack tomorrow, raise your hand." Most of the cultivators present did not hesitate to raise their hands. Destroying the Xiao clan would be equivalent to obtaining vast resources. To them, there would be many benefits. Naturally, all of them were eager to give it a try. When the few cautious cultivators saw this situation, they could only raise their hands helplessly. Zhang Yan said in satisfaction, very good. We will set off tomorrow and wash the Shao clan in blood. From now on, for the sake of secrecy, no one is allowed to leave this great hall. Pu Ci. At this moment, Shao Chen was massacring the sacred heavenly church, which the Zhang clan's clan head regarded as a threat. The sacred heavenly church that the Zhang clan's clan head thought of as the sacred heavenly church died like vegetables in Shao Chen's hands. He did not even bother to draw the lunar shadow saber at his waist. When the gap in strength reached an insurmountable chasm, the advantage of numbers would only be a so-called joke. From the moment Shao Chen landed, the fate of this group of people in the castle was sealed. There was no way for them to survive. Miserable cries resounded. Shao Chen moved through the castle as though there was no one there. No one could stop him, they could not even make him pause for a moment. In the palace at the highest point of the castle, the 5 martial kings with the highest authority had sullen expressions as they looked at the murderous Shao Chen. There was a flight of steps under the 5. Shao Chen casually punched twice, and a surging fist wind swept out. He blasted the last 2 black-clothed cultivators, blocking his way in half. Finally, he arrived at the bottom of the flight of steps. His body slowly floated up as he looked at the 5 people in front. The person in the middle had the highest cultivation, a superior grade martial king. With such cultivation, he could be considered the strongest in Cheesy County. However, in Shao Chen's eyes, he was still not strong enough. The black robes that person wore were clearly thicker than those of the people around him. The ancient patterns on his robes were also more complicated, making him look solemn and dignified. Friend, no matter what the reason is, it is still not too late for you to leave. Let me tell you this clearly. The sacred heavenly church is not something that a peak superior grade martial king can bully. The first martial king from the left said coldly as he looked at Shao Chen. Although he felt fear in his heart, his tone was not overly flustered. Shao Chen said coldly, "Ignorant fool. Did I say that I am a superior grade martial king? Ka Ca." Shao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber with lightning speed. A dazzling purple light flashed, and an extremely fast saber chi flashed. The person who spoke was chopped in half by the saber chi. His body exploded and turned into a pool of blood. We misjudged. This person is a half-step martial monarch. Split up and report to headquarters to give up on Cheesy County. The person in the middle had a surprised expression as he quickly retreated. The remaining 3 split up as well, heading in different directions. Originally, the 5 of them thought that Shao Chen was only a peak superior grade martial king. With the 5 of them working together, they should have been able to kill him. However, they did not expect that after Shao Chen drew his saber and revealed his strength, he could instantly kill them. The difference was so great that they could not make up for it with numbers or techniques. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Shao Chen's figure trembled slightly, and he split into 4 clones. Then, he chased after the fleeing black-clothed men. A cool breeze blew, and Shao Chen hid all his killing intent. Before the 4 pursuers could react, an overwhelming killing intent erupted. Aside from the leader of the group, who managed to dodge the attack at the crucial moment, the other 4 did not have time to react before they were killed. The 5 clones merged together, and the purple light on Shao Chen's saber became extremely resplendent. Under the huge pressure, the black-clothed man closed his eyes in despair. Roar! Just at this moment, a resonant bird cry resounded in the distance. A golden sword light flew over from afar and blocked Shao Chen's saber. Bang! The saber and sword clashed, producing a huge energy shockwave. A strong wind blew, sending countless fallen leaves flying. A huge force spread out from the saber. Shao Chen could not help but take 10 steps back before he could stabilize himself. Shao Chen was astonished. The other party was actually stronger than him. Although Shao Chen did not do much, this person who suddenly appeared was already an expert. The person who arrived was also wearing black robes. However, the patterns on the robes were made of gold. This added an ancient and dignified aura to the robes, adding a sense of grandeur to it. The black-robed man with the gold lining wore a mask that covered half his face. He looked very mysterious. "Young master, this subordinate is useless. I made an error in judgment. That person is a half-step martial monarch," the superior grade martial king said in horror as he knelt on the ground. The masked man smiled faintly and said, "You can leave first. The Cheesy County's foundation is now useless. Don't come back again." That person felt like he was relieved of a heavy burden and quickly ran into the distance. Suddenly, the silent Xiaochen said, "I know you, even though you purposely changed your voice." "Who are you?" The person under the mask did not deny it. He smiled gently and said, "Honestly speaking, I did not expect that, given your character, you would be in closed-door cultivation instead of preparing for the 5-nation youth competition. I did not expect that you would have the time to come to Mo City." Xiaochen said coldly, hiding your head but showing your tail. "Let's see who you are." Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a strong wind blew in the night sky. As Xiaochen swung his saber, the clouds in the surroundings quickly gathered above Xiaochen's head. This was the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. Wind and cloud move, wind blows, clouds move, clouds dance with the wind. Dang! The masked man smiled faintly. He did not show any fear when facing the strong Xiaochen. The golden heavenly rock wings on his back spread out, and a dazzling light turned into a sharp sword chi. When the saber and sword clashed, the two immediately moved back. The two forces were evenly matched, and they each moved back 100 meters. The center of the churning clouds also moved back 100 meters, remaining above Xiaochen's head. Lightning tribulation saber technique second move, gathering wind and clouds. As the saber danced, the wind and clouds suddenly merged together. The clouds in the surroundings immediately formed a huge whirlpool above Xiaochen's head. When the masked man saw this mysterious phenomenon, his expression remained calm. He had a carefree smile on his face. Lightning tribulation saber technique, interesting. Let's see how far you have cultivated it. The golden heavenly rock image behind the masked man flashed and appeared under him. Then, it carried him into the air. His speed tripled. Chapter 555. The dazzling sword light instantly arrived at Xiaochen's face. The heavenly rock below him flapped its wings and blew a strong wind. Xiaochen's clothes and hair fluttered continuously. When facing this extremely fast sword strike, his saber instantly moved, bringing with it the momentum of wind and clouds to block it. Bang! Violent energy exploded out, and the 1,000 steps beneath their feet exploded, turning into rubble. In the air, the two enormous energies were locked in a stalemate with each other. Under the curtain of the night, they refracted a multicolored brilliance. Xiaochen quickly spun around in the air, dissipating the force of his saber. His opponent's simple sword strike could only be described as fast. However, when it reached an extreme speed, the force it carried was equal to a peak superior grade Earth-ranked martial technique, perhaps even stronger. Boom! Suddenly, a resounding crack of thunder came from thousands of meters in the sky. Clouds moved in all directions, gathering wind and clouds. The first 3 moves of the lightning tribulation saber technique were finally completed. Clouds gather in all directions, wind and lightning chop. Xiaochen shouted ferociously. Using the momentum, he executed the 4th move of the lightning tribulation saber technique. The lightning tribulation saber technique had a total of 9 moves. The first 3 moves gathered power, the middle 3 moved lightning, and the final 3 moved descended the tribulation. This was the essence of the lightning tribulation. After Xiaochen executed it, the mysterious phenomenon became like a real lightning tribulation. It slowly arrived and exploded. With the support of saber intent, this wind and lightning chop brought out its greatest might in Xiaochen's hands. Wind blew, clouds moved, and thunder roared. Starting with the momentum of wind and clouds, it erupted with the power of lightning. This was the wind and lightning chop. The saber hummed continuously as it burned with a purple lightning fire. Under the illumination of the lightning in the night sky, Xiaochen's handsome face appeared very serious and dignified in his white robes. The black-clad man smiled faintly. His expression under the mask was still very calm. He commented softly, "Not bad. Wind in front, gathering power with clouds, and lightning as a spear. You have grasped all the essentials of this move. Unfortunately, your understanding of the state of wind is still lacking. That is not how the wind blows." The masked man's gaze was as sharp as a sword. With one glance, he could see through the true state of this attack. The golden light behind him became increasingly dazzling. The intense state of light made the dark night even more dazzling than day. Shio! The masked man held the long sword in his hand and thrust it forward. The boundless golden light behind him gathered at one point in an instant. The night, which was as bright as day just a moment ago, instantly darkened. Under the night sky, only the tip of the sword shone with boundless brilliance. The golden heavenly rock spread its wings and let out a shrill cry. Immediately, a violent storm arose, and the golden light directly shot out from the tip of the sword. Along with this gale, it rushed towards Xiaochen. As the light flickered, the powerful force caused the surrounding space to wrinkle. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. The golden celestial Pang's final gale had actually suppressed his great gale. As the wind was suppressed, the clouds above immediately showed signs of dissipating. As the wind and clouds dissipated, the might of the lightning on the blade immediately decreased by 20%. Boom! When the golden light struck the blade, the state of light burst forth. The dark night was illuminated by the golden light once again. Xiaochen's body shot back like an arrow. His internal organs trembled slightly, and his qi and blood surged. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. The masked man stood upright while holding his sword. Sword intent circled around the blade, causing the sword to hum. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't try to execute this saber technique in front of me. You just learned it. The lightning tribulation saber technique is not meant for you to play around with." Xiaochen's expression remained calm. There were not many fluctuations in his heart. He said indifferently, "That might not necessarily be the case. As long as there is wind, the clouds will not scatter. As long as the wind and clouds do not scatter, the momentum will not be extinguished." Right after Xiaochen spoke, the strong wind that the golden heavenly rock blew actually started circling around him under Xiaochen's control. The clouds above gathered again, and Xiaochen's aura rose rapidly. He directly executed the fifth move of the lightning tribulation saber technique, falling lightning chop. Xiaochen did not use any fancy moves with this attack. He directly used the might of heavenly lightning to descend from the sky and hack at the masked man. Bang! The masked man was somewhat astonished. Clearly, he had not expected Xiaochen to react so quickly. Xiaochen actually thought of using his opponent's wind to gather momentum again. Dang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen quickly swung his sword. The saber and sword clashed, and sparks flew everywhere. A vast electric energy exploded. This attack forced the masked man back several hundred meters. Cracks appeared on the golden heavenly rock behind him, looking like it would explode at any moment. Interesting. The masked man smiled faintly and waved his hand. The golden heavenly rock behind him split apart and turned into 9 beams of light descending from the sky, encasing his body. Dang! Xiaochen did not give the masked man any time to react. He leaped up and executed the lightning tribulation saber technique with the momentum of wind and lightning, charging over again. Dang! 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 After the masked man scattered the golden heavenly rock, he seemed to have become even stronger. Under the encirclement of the 9 beams of light, he remained rooted to the ground, not moving at all. The masked man's sword gave off a bright light as it danced about. The masked man's defense was impenetrable, blocking Xiaochen's attacks over and over again. Bathed in the light, he looked holy and solemn. When the saber intent and sword intent clashed intensely, the shock waves swept out. The vast fortress on the mountain peak rustled and crumbled. Earthly lightning tribulation. When the masked man's aura reached its peak and the thunderclouds above finally surged, Xiaochen shouted and executed the final 3 moves of the lightning tribulation saber technique. All the lightning attributed spiritual energy in the soil of the entire heavenly jade mountain gathered on Xiao Chen's saber, resonating with the thunderclouds in the sky. This saber strike connected heaven and earth, turning the lightning of the earth into a boundless great tribulation that surged out. Bang! Aside from the area 1 meter around the masked man, the rest of the ground under his feet exploded, creating a deep, ring-shaped pit. Under the illumination of the lightning, countless pieces of soil were wrapped in electric arcs, floating in midair. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he executed the 8th move of the lightning tribulation saber technique. At this moment, all the lightning attributed spiritual energy in the sky turned into 9 bolts of heavenly lightning that descended and gathered on the saber. The 9 bolts of purple lightning were like ferocious flood dragons, tearing the night sky apart like a piece of black cloth. The entire space shattered under this saber strike. The golden light around the masked man turned into solid golden sand dancing up and down. His feet did not move at all as he forcefully received this saber strike. Boom! The ring-shaped pit around the masked man quickly enlarged and deepened. Soon, the entire mountain peak was blasted apart by this saber strike. When the electric light shot out, the rocks that flew up were all reduced to dust. As the dust settled, a stone pillar more than a kilometer tall appeared under the masked man's feet. The surrounding mountains, trees, forests, and ancient castles all turned to dust. Enough. Seeing that Xiao Chen was going to execute the final move of the lightning tribulation saber technique, the masked man finally moved. He casually swung his sword, and the light filling the air turned solid. Then, it turned into a heavenly sword and shot towards the surging thunderclouds above Xiao Chen's head. The world is filled with righteousness. To people, it is called righteousness. Above are the stars, below are the mountains and rivers. With the bright world, how can one fear fiendish demons? Suddenly, a resonant song resounded in the mountain forest. It was like 10,000 people singing in unison. The entire world seemed to tremble. Righteousness art. This is the orthodox sword technique of the Tianwu dynasty. How does this fellow know it? Xiao Chen thought in astonishment. The light of the heavenly sword became increasingly dazzling as the song resounded. In the end, it could no longer be seen with the naked eye. With a so, it scattered the boundless thunderclouds in the sky. When the thunderclouds scattered, the strongest move of the lightning tribulation saber technique, the divine lightning tribulation, was naturally destroyed. Xiao Chen's complexion paled slightly. He calmly calculated the situation. Although he still had the stronger 4-season saber technique, he had not used it yet. But even if he used it, he guessed that he only had a 50% chance of winning against this mysterious black-clothed man. It was obvious that the other party still had a trump card that he hadn't used. The masked man smiled and said, "Do you still want to stop me? Go back and make your preparations. With your current strength, it will be hard for you to rank within the top 10 of the 5-nation youth competition." Watching him disappear from sight, Xiao Chen asked Ao Jiao in his mind, "Those ancient patterns on his clothes, do you recognize them?" Ao Jiao thought for a while and said, "That is the attire of the Tianwu dynasty's remnant clan. Those patterns are actually the words of the royal clan. They are just redrawn using a kind of artistic method." As he expected, Xiao Chen closed his eyes. After thinking for a long time, he opened his eyes again and said, "I know who he is. The attire of the Tianwu dynasty's remnant races, the strong state of light, the surging sword intent, and the perpetually indifferent temperament. Who else could it be but that person?" However, Xiao Chen had not expected that after not meeting him for more than a year, this person's strength had grown so much. Ao Jiao said sullenly, "This person is very powerful. The final luck of the Tianwu dynasty rests on him. His future accomplishments are immeasurable. He is a great enemy of yours." Xiao Chen said calmly, "There is no need to care about him. Let's go." "Go where?" "After killing the big fish, it is time to make a move on you." Xiao Chen summoned out the scarlet throne and sat on it with his eyes closed. He recovered his exhausted essence and silently flew towards Mo City on a scarlet cloud in the night sky. Only a lonely stone pillar remained on the tallest and largest peak of the Hotian Jade Mountain where Shaochen was. Dust churned around it, lingering for a long time. 4 hours later, before the sky had even brightened, that scarlet cloud appeared a kilometer above Mo City. Shaochen opened his eyes, and all his fatigue was swept away. A bright light flickered in his eyes before he withdrew it and calmed down. He got up and walked to the edge of the scarlet cloud. Shaochen lowered his head and looked around. His gaze stopped at the imposing Zhang clan's courtyard. Xiao! The scarlet throne turned into a beam of scarlet light and returned to Shaochen's forehead. Then, Shaochen gently floated down. In the dark night, he stood silently on the walls of the Zhang clan's courtyard like a ghost. When he saw a group of patrolling cultivators, he flicked his finger and sent out 2 purple flames. With a flick of his finger, 2 purple flames shot out like arrows. A bloody hole appeared on the foreheads of a few cultivators. They did not even have time to say a word before they quietly fell to the ground. Shaochen extended out his spiritual sense and soon discovered the strangeness of the Great Hall. 100 elite martial grand masters, 10 odd martial saints, and the Zhang clan's clan head were all gathered here. Some of them were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, some were chatting and smiling, and some were drinking tea. The atmosphere in the brightly lit Great Hall was very strange. Chapter 556. Hee, I wonder what kind of expression that group of elites will have when we appear at the Shao residence tomorrow morning. They will probably be scared to death. The Shao clan has managed Seven Horn Mountain for hundreds of years. The wealth they have accumulated must be astonishing. That's right. After this operation, we will definitely be able to get a share of the benefits. Even if the Heavenly Saint cult takes the majority, the remaining bits will be enough for us to enjoy. The Shao clan still has a few girls with tender skin. They're all good stuff. I've been eyeing them for a long time. There's no need to be impatient. When the sun rises, everything will be ours. Ha ha ha. Shaochen withdrew his spiritual sense and understood what was going on. His face showed a little fear. Luckily, the Heavenly Saint Church's situation was not very troublesome. If it had dragged on for another 4 to 6 hours, the Shao family would have been in big trouble. 100 elite martial grand masters, 10 martial saints, and an inferior grade martial king. With such a sudden attack, the Shao clan might not even survive. Raising his head to look at the eastern sky, it was pitch black there. The morning star had not yet risen. Shaochen jumped off the wall and walked out of the city. Because of the Seven Horn Mountain, the Shao clan's main camp was not located within the city. Instead, it was located at the foot of the mountain outside the city. The city was quiet. Apart from some merchants who had woken up early, there was no other sound. With a light leap, Shaochen jumped over the city wall that was dozens of meters high. Without alerting any of the city guards, Shaochen left the city. Shaochen stopped at a bend in the road and jumped into an abandoned tea house. He took out a bow from his universe ring and waited quietly with his eyes closed. That bow was the Soul Slayer bow. As Shaochen's strength increased, the might of the bow would also increase. He rarely used it, but at this moment, he could put it to good use. This was the only way to the Shao clan. If he wanted to go to the Shao clan, he had to pass through this place. Time passed slowly. It was unknown when the morning star had appeared, but the eastern sky was faintly turning white. In the great hall of the Zhang clan in Mo City, Zhang Yan looked at the morning star in the east and said, "Let's go. We will wash the Shao clan in blood and monopolize Mo City. Wash the Shao clan in blood and monopolize Mo City. Wash the Shao clan in blood and monopolize Mo City." The hundreds of elite cultivators in the hall opened their eyes and shouted excitedly. Under Zhang Yan's lead, the 100-odd men charged out of the city, brimming with killing qi. At this moment, the sky had already begun to brighten, and there were already a few pedestrians on the streets. Looking at the Zhang clan elites who were brimming with killing intent, their faces warped in horror. "I'm afraid that Mo City is going to change," an old man said with a sigh. After exiting the city gate, the speed of this group of people increased by a lot, and their faces were brimming with eager expressions. Thinking of the vast resources of the Shao clan, Shao Chen's right hand, which was holding the weapon, trembled slightly. Glory, splendor, wealth, and rank were sufficient for them to enjoy for the rest of their lives. One of the Zhang clan's guest elders, who was beside Zhang Yan, asked in a relaxed manner, "Clan head, what do you think the chances of success are for this operation?" Zhang Yan chuckled and said, "Is there a need to ask? 2 years ago, the envoy personally made a move, and Xiao Xiong was severely injured. The other experts that he roped in have all left. With just the strength of the Shao clan, there is only one word for them, death." "What did you say to the envoy?" "I remember that he specifically reminded us not to touch the Shao clan." Zhang Yan said calmly, "This group of people only cares about money. I will give him 80% of the gains this time." What else can he say? "Brothers, put in more effort and run faster. Kill all the men of the Shao clan. Gold, silver, treasures, natural treasures, and all sorts of beauties will all be yours." Zhang Yan turned his head and shouted, raising the morale of the group once again. Beauties and wealth could always boost the morale of the group at a crucial moment. At this moment, the morale of the group was at an all-time high. The guest elder at the side took the opportunity to flatter Zhang Yan, saying, "With this morale, we should be able to deal with the Shao clan in 2 hours." Zhang Yan nodded and smiled. "Everything is possible." Wang. Right after Zhang Yan spoke, an arrow flew over. Before the guest elder's smile faded, a bloody hole appeared in his chest. That arrow did not lose any momentum. So. It pierced through the chests of another 10 people before stabbing deeply into the ground. The tail of the arrow trembled. Wang. 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 The arrows in the distance tore through the air, flying over continuously. They were so fast that one could not even see their shadows. Only miserable cries rang out, and 10 people immediately died. The speed of the arrows was simply too fast. In just a few seconds, 30-odd people had already died. All of them had died with one arrow piercing through their chests, their hearts shattering. Enemy attack. Get down. All of you, get down. Zhang Yan's expression changed drastically as he shouted in panic. The remaining 70-odd elite cultivators all paled in fright. They had all been alive a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, they had all died. This situation was too terrifying. Xiao. 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 3 cultivators who reacted slower did not have time to get down. The huge force of the arrows sent them flying into the air. Protective essence and the heart-protecting mirror did not help at all. What in the world is going on? Horror spread through the crowd. All the cultivators prostrated themselves on the ground, not even daring to raise their heads. They could not figure out what had happened. Earlier, they were all thinking about how to wash the Shao clan in blood, how to enjoy the beauties and treasures. Zhang Yan's cultivation was the highest. He activated his vision and looked into the distance. He saw an intersection 2 kilometers away. A white-robed youth stood in an abandoned tea house. He held a bow in his hand and drew the bowstring. He looked at the group expressionlessly. "Damn it! How dare you kill the people of my Zhang clan? You must be tired of living." Zhang Yan's eyes looked like they were going to spew fire. He said to the few martial saint experts beside him, "That person is in the tea house 2 kilometers away. The few of you, sneak over." The few martial saints who were called out were extremely unwilling. However, when they saw Zhang Yan's sullen face, they could only carefully bow and walk forward. Bang! 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 The moment these martial saints raised their heads, an arrow pierced through their foreheads before they could even cry out miserably. Run! Such a horrifying scene happened before everyone's eyes, scaring the group of people. They immediately got up and fled in a sorry state. At this moment, they had completely forgotten about washing the Shao clan in blood, monopolizing Mo City, glory, splendor, and riches. Since they were already dead, what was the point of having more? Zhang Yan panicked. He called out a few times, but no one listened to him. All of them only cared about fleeing, not caring about anything else. However, this group of people were not even martial kings. How could they outrun Xiao Chen? In a flash, Xiao Chen moved several hundred meters. Zhang Yan drew his bow and fired. Many lives were lost to the arrows. Then, he boldly charged at Xiao Chen while roaring angrily. However, the arrow that flew at him completely frightened him out of his wits. That arrow was too fast. He had to use his cloning technique before he managed to shift his body at the critical moment. The arrow pierced through his chest. Zhang Yan managed to keep his life. He could not care about anything else and joined the fleeing group. In the end, no matter how fast they ran, they could not be faster than Xiao Chen. Even without the blood flame shoes, Xiao Chen could move at Mach 2. How could he outrun Zhang Yan? From the moment this group of people left the city, they were destined to meet only one end, death. Soon, only Zhang Yan remained of the 100-odd people. Corpses littered the streets of the city gates, a ghastly sight. Blood flowed continuously from Zhang Yan's chest. He panicked as he ran for his life into the city. Xiao Chen had a calm expression as he nocked an arrow and drew back the bowstring. Then, he marked Zhang Yan's chest with his spiritual sense. When the bow was fully drawn, he released. Xiao Chen used all his strength in this arrow. The injured Zhang Yan had no chance of dodging. As Zhang Yan fled in a fluster, he could not help but turn his head to look. This time, he no longer had a chance to turn around. The arrow pierced his chest with a xiao sound. A huge force burst out, carrying his body up into the air. Finally, he hung on the city wall before stopping with a bang. The morning sun had just risen, and its rays shone in all directions. Before Zhang Yan died, he saw the sun rise one last time. However, he could not figure out what was going on. The words, "everything is possible," seemed to echo in his ears. The morning sun rose, covering the ground. The tightly shut doors and windows of the Shao clan's courtyard opened. The Shao clan disciples walked out of their rooms and headed for the drill grounds. The Shao clan's clan head, Shao Xiong, had arrived long ago. He wore tight robes and looked at the Shao clan disciples with a stern expression. Morning training begins. Be alert. No one is allowed to slack off. Following Shao Xiong's command, the disciples started to practice the Shao clan's fist technique in an orderly fashion. Fist winds blew, and cheers shook the ground. As the sun shone on the drill grounds, the Shao clan disciples looked spirited. What they didn't know was that just 2 hours ago, the Shao family had just escaped from a calamity. They also did not know that there was a person in the distance watching them. On a high ground 4 kilometers away from the Shao clan's courtyard, Xiao Chen looked straight at the people in the drill grounds. He circulated his essence to his eyes. To Xiao Chen, 4 kilometers was nothing. He could see every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, and every tree in the entire Shao clan's courtyard. Xiao Chen just watched quietly, revealing a peaceful smile on his handsome face. His white clothes and hair fluttered in the cool breeze. Speaking of which, if you keep watching like this, are you really not going in? Ao Jiao's melodious voice came from the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "There is no need. I will just watch." Ao Jiao continued to ask, "You have done so much for the Shao clan. Your father will definitely not blame you. Are you really not going to ask him why he chased you away?" Xiao Chen did not say anything. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and said slowly, "How can there be a father who chases his son away in this world? The pressure he is under is definitely greater than mine. My strength is not enough to relieve him of the pressure in his heart. It is best not to ask." If he did not have enough strength to ask, it would only increase the pressure on the other party. When he was strong enough, everything would come to light. ZZ. Suddenly, the remnant moisture in the air started churning. Xiao Chen stretched out his hands and controlled the moisture. Life bestowal spell. With a shout, the moisture turned into 14 lively birds under Xiao Chen's control, chirping non-stop. Chapter 557. Xiao Chen took out the remaining 14,000-year-old spirit herbs from the universe ring and tied them to the little bird's feet. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Go." The little bird circled around in the air before flapping its wings and flying back to the Xiao residence. After doing all this, Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze from the Xiao residence with some reluctance. Then, he turned and left. The morning sun shone on Xiao Chen's back, leaving a long black shadow on the street. It moved up and down continuously, moving further and further away. No one in the huge Xiao residence knew that the youth who was chased out of the Xiao residence after kneeling 3 times 4 years ago had returned and taken a look at them from afar. He had come quietly and left quietly. He had killed a group of people and left behind his own thoughts. He did not drag things out and left in a carefree manner. Half a month later, Xiao Chen returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and entered closed-door cultivation. There were only 3 months left until the 5-nation youth competition. Xiao Chen was making his final preparations. At the same time, all the genius cultivators in this starry sky were making their final efforts for the moment when everyone would fight for the peak. After the Tianwu continent's Thunder King, there had been no new Emperor Wu in the past 5,000 years. After 5,000 years of waiting, a flourishing age was about to descend. The 5 great nations, the ancient desolate land, the barbarian race of the north, and the boundless sea, there were countless geniuses under the starry sky. Who would stand out and stand at the peak? Who would be the true main character on the dazzling stage under the continent? The battle at the peak 3 months from now would be revealed. In a forbidden land of the divine dragon palace in the eastern boundless sea, there was a small spatial tear. If one passed through it, they would reach the true demonic world. There was a 4-sided golden barrier around the spatial tear. 4 old martial monarchs of the divine dragon palace guarded this place day and night. At this moment, the eastern sea's little dragon king, Xianyuan Zhantian, rode on his royal dragon horse. He held the heavenly war halberd and stood calmly in front of the forbidden land. The current dragon king of the divine dragon palace stood beside Xianyuan Zhantian. The dragon king looked at Xianyuan Zhantian and said, "Zhantian, are you sure you want to enter this spatial tear? Do you know what it means to pass through this spatial rift?" Xianyuan Zhantian nodded and said, "I only have 3 months. The geniuses of the great Jin nation are not simple. I need to enter the deep abyss demonic world for a true experiential training." The Dragon King said no more. "Since you have decided, I will not stop you. If you die in there, I will choose a new successor." The barrier slowly opened and Xianyuan Zhantian rode on the royal dragon horse without hesitation. He laughed loudly and said, "Old fellow, you only know how to curse me. Don't worry, I will definitely take your position. No one can replace me, Xianyuan Zhantian, in ruling the 4 seas for you." As the Dragon King watched Xianyuan Zhantian disappear into the crack, he smiled silently and said, "This confidence is sufficient." Back mountains of Qingyun Peak, in the first month since Xiao Chen returned, he focused on perfecting the lightning tribulation saber technique. During his fight with the masked man, Xiao Chen finally learned of the lightning tribulation saber technique's weaknesses and weaknesses. Wind and clouds gather before thunder roars. Xiao Chen's state of wind was too weak. As a result, the masked man was able to see the weakness of the lightning tribulation saber technique's mysterious phenomenon with one glance. Now that Xiao Chen knew the weakness, he could think of a way to make up for it. This was not a difficult thing to do. In 1 month, he had already made up for most of the weaknesses of the lightning tribulation saber technique. If he ran into the masked man again, Xiao Chen was confident that the masked man would not be able to find the weakness immediately, causing the mysterious phenomenon to scatter and the might of the saber technique to decrease significantly. What gave Xiao Chen a headache was the 4th move of the 4-season saber technique. What state should he use for winter before he could find the true saber technique that belonged to him? However, Xiao Chen was not in too much of a rush. He practiced the martial techniques that he was familiar with during the day and continued to cultivate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation at night, strengthening his essence. There were some things that required comprehension. If one could not see through it, the more one thought about it, the more one could not extricate oneself from it. It would only add to one's frustrations. When one completely calmed down, there would be light at the end of the tunnel. Suddenly, one would understand. The problem that had been troubling one for a long time would be easily solved. Back then, when the founder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion created the Lightning Tribulation Saber technique, it was due to a chance encounter. He saw a spirit beast undergoing its tribulation and gained some comprehension. Hence, Xiaochen was not in a rush. He only treated it as a whetstone for tempering his mental state. Even if he could never comprehend it, the growth of his mental state would be sufficient to make up for the loss of this saber technique. Who could say for sure whether it was a gain or a loss? The sun rose and set, the clouds gathered and dispersed. The remaining 3 months of the 5-nation youth competition decreased by the days. On this particular day, Xiaochen was cultivating in his room with his eyes closed. The moonlight shone through the window and landed quietly on Xiaochen's bed. Ka-ca. Suddenly, the 2 superior-grade spirit stones in his hand shattered. Xiaochen opened his eyes and looked at the spirit stones drained of their spiritual energy. He shook his head helplessly. Now that Xiaochen was a half-step martial monarch, he could absorb spiritual energy even faster. 2 superior-grade spirit stones were not enough for 1 night of cultivation. As for the crystalline chi whirlpool in his dantian, it was like a bottomless pit. He was far from reaching a bottleneck. In order to reach martial monarch and refine quintessence, Xiaochen needed to push his cultivation to the bottleneck and open his sea of consciousness. Xiaochen muttered, "I opened my sea of consciousness long ago. However, my cultivation is still not up to par. Even if I had another year, I would not be able to reach the peak of half-step martial monarch." Xiaochen casually glanced at the ground. The pale moonlight looked like frost as it struck the ground. It made one feel sad for some reason. The moonlight is like frost, the flowing water hurts. Beauty changes easily, where does one find home? Suddenly, this line of a poem appeared in Xiaochen's mind. He smiled faintly and said, "However, this kind of sad emotion is not suitable for me." Xiaochen took out another 2 superior-grade spirit stones and prepared to cultivate. Suddenly, he stopped. It was like a bolt of lightning flashed in his mind. I have been thinking about winter. Aside from snow, what else could represent winter? Isn't this what I seek? That's right. That's right. Xiaochen laughed loudly and said excitedly, "The ancients did not lie to me. Once I comprehend it, I will soar to the heavens. I will be suddenly enlightened, suddenly enlightened." Xiaochen laughed loudly. Then, he picked up the lunar shadow saber beside him and rushed out of the door. The final move of the 4-season saber technique used frost as a guide, deriving the state of grief. In the forest, Xiaochen closed his eyes and entered deep thought. The comprehension he gained earlier replayed in his mind as he sank into deep thought. After a while, Xiaochen opened his eyes. He grasped the hilt of the lunar shadow saber with his right hand and drew it forward. Xiaochen slowly circulated the 4-season saber technique as he moved through the forest. The surrounding air dropped rapidly as the saber light danced. Layers of faint mist slowly descended from the trees and frost abruptly covered the ground within a radius of 1,000 meters. The moonlight is like frost, the flowing water hurts. Xiaochen shouted and casually swung his saber. The state of grief contained in the saber burst out along with the frost. Shwa! 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 In that instant, all the trees in the forest silently split apart. Ka-ca! Ka-ca! Crisp sounds rang out continuously. Xiaochen sheathed his saber, and all the trees within a kilometer fell. The vast forest disappeared, leaving only a layer of frost on the ground. This move did not have a great aura or boldness. It only turned the saber technique into frost and infused it with the state of grief. Silently, he killed the other party. By the time the other party woke up, it was already too late to change anything. It was just like how all the trees within a kilometer, brimming with life, lost all signs of life with one saber strike, leaving only a layer of white mist. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, the fourth move of this four-season saber technique shall be called Frostmourne, then. Since then, Xiao Chen had comprehended the four-season saber technique: Spring Thunder Chop, Burning to Desolation, Fated Person in Autumn Waters, Frostmourne, and Four Seasons. He had succeeded in creating a saber technique that was infinitely close to a heaven-ranked saber technique. He had created this saber technique all by himself. It was unique. As for the final move, Cycle of Four Seasons, he did not need to comprehend anything else. This was because this cycle of 4 seasons only had one meaning: endlessly growing and multiplying. Desolation of time, the world changing into mulberry fields. Everything in the world, be it a tall mountain or a vast ocean, would wither and wither one day. The sky would wither and the earth would wither and grow old. Even the vast ocean would turn into mulberry fields. Only plants and life would grow and die, never stopping. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter would never change under the cycle of the 4 seasons. Time continued to flow by at an unhurried pace. The start of the 5-nation youth competition approached day by day. 2 months, 1 month, half a month, soon, only 10 days remained before the 5-nation youth competition. In the Hautian sect of the Great Jin Nation, the leader of the 5 great nations in the Tianwu continent, as one of the 10 great sects of the Great Jin Nation, the Hautian sect naturally had many talents. However, Yu Chenxi was the peak genius of the sect. Ever since she obtained the daybreak flower, Yu Chenxi had become the strongest genius in the sect. Ever since Yu Chenxi obtained the daybreak flower, his cultivation had soared like a whirlwind. His morning sun incantation had also advanced by leaps and bounds. Yu Chenxi had left many of his fellow sect members in the dust. They could only look up to him. On this particular day, Yu Chenxi's daybreak peak suddenly released thousands upon thousands of rainbow-colored lights. As the light shone, it looked boundlessly beautiful. The disciples passing by quickly stopped to take a look. They all had astonished expressions on their faces. Rainbow-colored lights. This is a mysterious phenomenon that only occurs when one reaches the 13th layer of the morning sun incantation. The great world is coming out of closed-door cultivation, a disciple wearing the uniform of the Hautian sect said excitedly. First senior sister has been in closed-door cultivation for 3 months. When she comes out, her strength will definitely soar. Quick, look! The elders are here. The appearance of the rainbow-colored lights actually startled the elders. 3 figures flew over from the main peak of the Hautian sect. They were 3 old men with extremely strong auras. As they stood together, the wind behind them instantly stopped blowing. The air froze, and the many disciples below found it hard to breathe. One of the old men revealed a gratified smile. He said softly, "No one has been able to practice this morning sun incantation to the 13th layer for 1,000 years already. Chenxi has truly entered the ranks of the peak experts of the Great Jin Nation." The gray-robed old man at the side also had a wide smile on his face. He muttered, "First elder, with the Dawn Kingdom's current strength, it should be able to get into the top 10 of the 5-nation youth competition." Chapter 558. The first elder in the middle said sullenly, "It is hard to say. The Drifting Snow Sword Sect, the Sun Moon Gate, and the Supreme Unity Palace all have powerful geniuses, not to mention the 10,000 years of accumulations of the 8 noble clans. We can only be sure when she comes out." Boom! Suddenly, a resplendent clump of light burst out from the bright multicolored light. That light was like the morning sun rising slowly. The beautiful Yu Chenxi was in the middle of the light. Under the illumination of the multicolored light, she looked like a fairy, elegant and refined. She is out. All the multicolored lights suddenly gathered together and formed a rainbow bridge. Yu Chenxi walked on the rainbow bridge towards the 3 elders. Chenxi greets first martial uncle, second martial uncle, and third martial uncle. Yu Chenxi smiled and bowed slightly. The first elder carefully sized up Yu Chenxi. His face was filled with shock. He muttered, "A peak consummation half-step martial monarch." Yu Chenxi revealed a faint smile and said, "I have also comprehended the state of light and state of cloud to their limits. I have also reached great perfection in the morning sun fist." The first elder laughed loudly and said, "Good. Now, you are finally qualified to fight for the last 2 spots in the top 10. The 8 noble clans had 10,000 years of inheritance. Every noble clan had produced a martial emperor. Their descendants all had the bloodline of martial emperors. All of them had astonishing talent and were outstanding people. In every 5-nation youth competition, the top 8 would be filled with different people. The only thing that did not change was that the top 8 were all disciples of the 8 noble clans. This was a fixed pattern that could not be changed. Furthermore, there had never been any surprises. Even for someone as strong as Yuchensi, the first elder could only say that she could fight for the 9th and 10th spots. It was impossible for her to get into the top 8. However, Yuchensi's expression did not change much. She only raised her head and looked in the direction of the great Qin nation in the distance. Her eyes revealed some anticipation. Yuchensi muttered to herself, "I wonder how strong that fellow is." Now that 2 years had passed, he had relied on the daybreak flower to improve his strength by leaps and bounds. Could he, who was alone and without a sect, still catch up? In the Evil Moon Pavilion, one of the top 10 super sects in Jin Nation, there was a moon-shaped lake. The top genius of the Evil Moon Pavilion, Baijan, stood expressionlessly in the middle of the lake. At first glance, the lake was calm and tranquil. But if one looked carefully, under the mirror-like surface of the lake, there were countless specks of red light that were constantly jumping. Their numbers were almost the same as the lake, half to half. If one's cultivation reached martial monarch and could extend out their mental energy, they would be shocked to discover that the specks of red light were actually hot sparks. Water and fire countered each other. This was the eternal law of nature. But at this moment, there were so many strange sparks burning in the vast lake. Wave of raging ice flames. Suddenly, Baijan, who had a calm expression, shouted. The lake water that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly erupted, the surface of the lake surged. Countless pillars of water turned into ice, and the sparks burned into raging flames that soared into the sky. Finally, they merged into ice and fire, forming a huge shockwave that headed for a mountain range in the distance. Bang! A huge amount of energy erupted. The small mountain peak that was over a kilometer tall was blasted into powder by the impact of the shockwave. That was not all. Unexpectedly, a huge pit appeared in the ground below the mountain. It was 100 meters wide and bottomless. Baijan revealed a maniacal smile. He laughed loudly and said, "I finally achieved the perfect ice and fire compatibility. Xiao Chen. You managed to escape with your life in the boundless sea. In the 5-nation youth competition, I will make you lose face in front of everyone." Tianwu Continent, Great Chu Nation, Heavenly Sword Gate, Ding Fengqiu stood on a mountain peak with his hands behind his back. 18 swords danced in the air in front of him, forming all sorts of formations. The long swords trembled in the air, giving off a buzzing sound. Everywhere they passed, a pitch-black tear appeared in the air, disappearing in a flash. These swords could even tear space temporarily. It was hard to imagine the might of these swords. "Senior brother, you can control 18 swords with your defensive sword technique." Jin Wuji, who had rushed over from behind, exclaimed in shock when he saw this scene. "Xiao!" Ding Fengqiu casually withdrew the 18 swords into his spatial ring. He smiled gently and said, "Yes. However, I cannot maintain it for long." Jin Wuji said joyfully, "That is great. That Xiao Chen is definitely not a match for you. With 18 swords flying out, no one under martial monarch can receive them." Ding Fengqiu appeared very calm. He smiled faintly and said, "That is hard to say. Let's not talk about this for now. Why are you looking for me?" Jin Wuji recovered his wits and said, "The sect master told me to look for you. He said that the 5-nation youth competition will start in 7 days. He wants you to go and choose a secret treasure." "Let's go, then." Similar situations occurred in every corner of the Tianwu continent. As the 5-nation youth competition entered its countdown, all the genius cultivators in closed-door cultivation came out one after another. All the genius cultivators in closed-door cultivation came out one after another, filled with boundless confidence as they waited for that day to arrive. In the back mountains of Qingyun Peak, Xiaoqun sat before a waterfall. He looked somewhat leisurely as he watched the never-ending waterfall fall. 3 days ago, Xiaoqun had completely mastered the final move of the four-season saber technique, Cycle of Seasons. He named it Cycle of Seasons Endless Growth. He had already comprehended the lightning tribulation saber technique to great perfection and the four-season saber technique to the point of comprehending it. As for his other martial techniques, such as the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula, the Strength character formula, the exclusive saber technique of the Blue Dragon martial spirit, the Dragon Subduing Slash, and the exclusive movement technique of the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. Due to various reasons, Xiaoqun could not cultivate the peak martial techniques of the Tianwu continent for now. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqun decided not to cultivate bitterly. Instead, he came here every day to look at the waterfall and chat with Ao Jiao. He waited quietly for that day to arrive, tempering his mental state. The Battle Sage Origins changing character formula required Xiaoqun's cultivation to reach a deeper level before he could continue practicing it. Otherwise, he would only be able to cultivate it on the surface, and his opponent would be able to see through it easily. As for the Strength character formula, although it was hidden in the Lunar Shadow Saber, there was no mental cultivation method to it. Xiaoqun was confused and could not learn it. Xiaoqun had already used the Dragon Subduing Slash twice. The painful experience from back then was still fresh in his mind. If he wanted to live, how would he dare to use it again? Xiaoqun guessed that the requirement for this Dragon Subduing Slash was not a cultivation realm but a physical body. Only when the physical body reached a certain level and could withstand the horrifying shockwaves would one be able to control it freely. After you advance to Martial Monarch, you should be able to cultivate the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. Sangmu did not rely on the changing character formula to become famous in his early years. Ao Jiao, who was in the Lunar Shadow Saber, said rather calmly, however, there is another possibility. Perhaps you are not suitable for cultivating the Battle Sage Origins. Hence, you have not been able to materialize your opponent's martial technique. Xiaoqun smiled calmly and said, "It's fine. Everyone has their own path. I am a bladesman and the Thunder King is a swordsman. It would be difficult for me to walk his path again. A saber was a saber and a sword was a sword. There was an insurmountable gap between a bladesman and a swordsman. A bladesman was tyrannical and mighty. Aside from that, there was no other special characteristic. A swordsman was different. The sword was a gentleman of weapons. No matter how tyrannical or mighty one was, there would always be a trace of elegance. Of course, there was no definite conclusion as to which of the two was stronger. It all depended on the individual's strength. Ao Jiao was somewhat surprised. She said, "I underestimated your trashy master. What you mean is that you do not want to be the second Thunder King? You only want to be your white-robed bladesman, Xiaoqun." Xiaoqun smiled faintly and did not deny it. He changed the topic and said, "I have always heard that the Thunder King defeated many noble clan geniuses in the Five-Nation Youth Competition. Speaking of which, what rank did he obtain in the Five-Nation Youth Competition?" The era of the Thunder King was the same as now. It was also a time when geniuses sprouted. There were many geniuses and countless heroes. Furthermore, the name of the Thunder King, Sangmu, had spread throughout the Tianwu continent after the battle on the Wind Cloud platform. However, the great Qin nation did not know which rank he obtained back then because it was too long ago. Ao Jiao was about to say something when she heard footsteps. She could only stop herself and say, "Someone is coming." "Ha ha. Xiaoqun, you are really free. You still have the time to look at the waterfall?" Lu Suifeng walked over with a radiant smile on his face. He did not stop smiling. Xiaoqun looked back, and a light flashed in his eyes. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Congratulations on breaking through to Martial King." Lu Suifeng chuckled and said, "I just broke through yesterday. This is all thanks to your spirit stones and spirit herbs. Otherwise, I would not have been able to break through the bottleneck of martial kings so quickly. Xiao Chen said calmly, it is just a small matter. Why are you looking for me? Lu Suifeng revealed a helpless expression. He said, I really don't know what to say to you. There are still 7 more days before the registration period for the 5-nation youth competition. We have to depart immediately. The first elder is currently gathering all the qualified participants of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The requirements for this year's 5-nation youth competition were already announced. As Lu Suifeng expected, they had to be martial kings below the age of 24. Compared to the previous 5-nation youth competition, this was an entire grade higher. However, there would probably be more people participating. Heaven Viewing Platform. In the main hall of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chen saw the other participants of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Aside from him and Murong Chong, there were 4 others. They were all people that Xiao Chen knew: Qianduan Peaks Mu Chen, Tianhua Peaks Zhang Lai, Yun Kursen, and the newly advanced martial king, Lu Suifeng. There were more than 5,000 people in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Only 6 people qualified to sign up. This was a rather unsightly number. Xiao Chen nodded and smiled at the others, taking it as a form of greeting. Since the first elder had not arrived yet, they started chatting casually. They were all old acquaintances. They had participated in a life and death adventure together in a different space. They did not have any grudges against each other. Soon, they started chatting happily. Only Murong Chong, who was proud and aloof, did not join in. Mu Chen looked at Xiao Chen and said to Yun Kursen and Zhang Lai ruefully, back then, in the different space, although the 3 of us were weaker than each other, it was not that big. In less than 2 years, Xiao Chen managed to fool us. Chapter 559. Xiao Chen said calmly, aside from a cultivator's talent and aptitude, if a cultivator wants to succeed, they need fortuitous encounters and luck. Perhaps in another 2 years, a fortuitous encounter will help all of you. Yun Kursen shook her head and said, I feel that everything you said is secondary. How far a cultivator can go depends on the cultivator's character in the end. The group chatted about some other topics. Not long after, the first elder, Jiang Qi, brought the second elder and the third elder over. Jiang Qi got right to the point. The 5-nation youth competition will be held in the Great Jin Nation's Dragon Ceiling Mountain Range. It is too far from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. We have to depart early. If there are any matters, I can give you an hour to prepare. We will depart immediately after 1 hour. Xiao Chen and the others shook their heads to indicate that there was no need to prepare. Jiang Qi nodded and said, let's depart now, then. The group followed Jiang Qi out. At some point in time, a crystalline jade ship had stopped in the empty space in front of the hall. Lu Suifeng was somewhat astonished. He said, this is Marshal Grand Aunt Shen's personal golden jade glazed ship. It is a high-ranked superior grade secret treasure. Is Marshal Grand Aunt Shen going with us? Jiang Qi nodded with a complicated expression. He said, yes. All the sects in the world have to go to the Dragon Ceiling Mountain Range. We cannot tarnish the reputation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, some things are not as simple as you think. We have to show off our strength. On the bow of the ship, the noble Shen Manjun smiled faintly and said, Jiang Qi, there is no need to tell the juniors about these things. Come on up. On a mountain peak in the Misty Sword sect in the Great Qin Nation, Chu Chaoyun had a deep gaze as he looked at the churning clouds in front. It was unknown what he was thinking. The Misty Sword sect master, who was behind him, said sullenly, Chaoyun, although the Misty Sword sect has 9 people qualified to register this time, aside from you, none of them can clear the first stage. Chu Chaoyun turned around and smiled faintly. Sect master, rest assured. Be it for myself or for the Misty Sword sect's help, I will do my best in the 5-nation youth competition. Upon hearing this, the Misty Sword sect master felt slightly more at ease. Chu Chaoyun's origins were mysterious. Even the Misty Sword sect master could not completely figure out his strength. If Chu Chaoyun was willing to use his true strength, he would definitely be able to enter the top 20. The luck that the Misty Sword sect obtained was sufficient to allow the Misty Sword sect to stand firm in this great age. Alright then, I won't say anything unnecessary. We'll depart tomorrow. You should prepare for today. In the southern boundless sea, the South Sea's 4 prodigies gathered before a table. Their faces were filled with excitement, all of them looking eager to try. It's finally time to go. I've wanted to meet the geniuses of Dajin for a long time. I want to see if the 8 big families and 10 major factions are as powerful as the legends say. Don't be too confident, third brother. Although the density of the spiritual qi in the endless ocean isn't lower than that of Dajin, our heritage is still inferior to that of Dajin. Don't take it lightly. Big brother is right. However, us 4 brothers are not bad either. Since we were able to make a name for ourselves in the endless ocean, we will definitely do well in the continent. The leader of the Southern Sea's 4 prodigies picked up his wine cup and said ferociously, "That's right. It is fine if we do not go out. However, when we go out, we must make a name for ourselves as the Southern Sea's 4 prodigies. Come, let's toast to us 4 brothers. Let's hope that we can all make it into the top 50. That's a must. Cheers. Cheers. Bang. The 4 clinked their cups and drained them in one go. Then, they smashed their wine cups and laughed loudly. Then, they headed for the warship that had already stopped. In the eastern boundless sea, in the forbidden land of the divine dragon palace, from martial monarch elders looked anxiously at the spatial crack in the barrier. The hope of the divine dragon palace, the eastern sea's little dragon king Xianyuan Zhantian, had already been in the deep abyss demonic world for more than 2 months. Now, 3 days had passed since the appointed time. However, the eastern sea's little dragon king Xianyuan Zhantian had not come out yet. Given Xianyuan Zhantian's memory, he would definitely not forget the appointed time. Unless there was only one possibility, he died. The 4 martial monarch elders all had unsightly expressions. Xianyuan Zhantian was the divine dragon palace, no, the entire boundless sea. He was a rare genius cultivator in the past few thousand years. He would definitely become a martial sage in the future. The divine dragon palace had spent countless resources on him. If such a person died, the divine dragon palace would not be able to bear the consequences. Your Majesty, we have already waited for 3 days and 3 nights. Let's choose someone else. The divine dragon palace needs someone to lead the team, one of the elders could not help but say. The dragon king's sharp eyes appeared very calm. He said in a sonorous voice, "There is no need to say anything more. Zhantian is worth me waiting for another 7 days and 7 nights. In this glorious age, the rise of the divine dragon palace will belong to him." Dong! 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 Right after the dragon king spoke, heavy footsteps came from the barrier. The footsteps were very heavy. Every step was very heavy, causing the ground to tremble. The expressions of the 4 elders changed greatly. They thought that a powerful demonic beast had come out of the spatial crack, so they quickly turned their heads to look. They saw Xianyuan Zhantian covered in wounds from the spatial crack. His purple robes were dyed red. He carried the royal dragon horse, which looked even more severely injured than him, on his shoulder. The 4 revealed expressions of extreme shock. The royal dragon horse weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. Could it be that Xianyuan Zhantian carried it all the way back with his injured body? Bang! Xianyuan Zhantian held the heavenly war halberd in his right hand and casually swung it forward. The barrier that could trap a rank 8 demonic beast immediately shattered. Sorry, something unexpected happened to Brother Ma. I was trapped for a long time. I hope I am not late. Ancient desolate land, under the vast heavenly extermination lake, a huge palace made of white jade floated quietly at the bottom of the lake. This palace was the mysterious headquarters of the myriad fiend palace. Beside a garden in the palace, Bai seriously practiced the heart-nourishing universe sword technique. As the sword light danced around, the wind howled. It was like the world had turned upside down. A bright light flickered at his chest. As the light flickered, the might of the chain sword technique more than doubled. That flickering light was the heart of a swordsman that countless swordsmen yearned for even in their dreams. After 2 years, Bai's pure and charming face lost some of its childishness and gained a youthful charm. Her curvaceous figure also became more graceful. Coupled with her indistinct demonic aura, it gave the young girl a different kind of beauty. One look at her would make one sink into her. Dong! 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 Footsteps rang out. Bai sheathed her sword and turned her head to look. She discovered Mu Xinya walking over. Mu Xinya immediately revealed a joyful smile on her pretty face. She quickly ran over and said, "Elder sister Xinya, are we going to the great Jin nation?" As one of the 3 peak geniuses of the Myriad Fiend Palace, naturally, Mu Xinya had to represent the Myriad Fiend Palace in the 5-nation youth competition. She rubbed Bai's head and said, "Yes, we are leaving soon." Bai continued to ask, "Elder sister Xinya, elder brother Shao Chen will definitely participate, right?" Mu Xinya revealed a smile on her quiet face. Shao Chen's face appeared in her mind. She thought about how heroic he was in the ancient desolate tower. Mu Xinya nodded seriously and said, "He will definitely go." Bai smiled happily and said, "That's great. I can finally see elder brother Shao Chen." Shen Manjuan's golden jade glazed ship flew at Mach 3 in the clouds, heading for the great Jin nation's dragon sealing mountain. Several warships could be seen in the sky. Like the golden jade glazed ship, they were all heading in the same direction. Aside from the warships, there were also many cultivators traveling alone, riding on flying spirit beasts. As far as the eye could see, there were quite a few martial artists separated by a certain distance. Naturally, these people were all heading for the great Jin nation's dragon sealing mountain. However, only a small portion of them were there to prepare the 100 participants. Most of them were there to watch the excitement. The 5-nation youth competition was the start of the Age of Geniuses. It was a once-in-a-thousand-years event. It attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the continent. Everyone wanted to go and take a look. In this Age of Geniuses, who would be the true main character? Who would have the last laugh on the stage of competition? Who would be the true main character? However, the seats were limited. The spectator stands of the wind cloud platform could not accommodate all the cultivators. They had to hurry. If they were late, they would have made a wasted trip. The golden jade glazed ship moved very fast. Few spirit beasts or warships could keep up with it. Shao Chen and the others watched the scenery on the deck and chatted casually. Suddenly, Shao Chen thought of something. He asked, "Why do I not see Leng Liusu? With her strength, she should have become a martial king after cultivating in the Holy Land for 2 years. That's right. Why is Leng Liusu not back?" As the young pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Leng Liusu had not returned at such a crucial moment. When the crowd heard what Shao Chen said, they could not help but feel it was strange. Murong Chong, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "She has already become a core disciple of the Phoenix's Passion Palace. She has already gone to the upper realm. The people of the 3 holy masters cannot come here to snatch luck." When the crowd heard this, they were astonished. At the same time, they felt it was strange how Murong Chong knew. After 6 days of non-stop flying at Mach 3, the golden jade glazed ship finally arrived at the great Jin nation's dragon sealing mountain. They only needed to fly for another half a day to reach the dragon sealing mountain. Jiang Qi and the other 2 elders had already walked out from the deck. They introduced the situation of the great Jin nation to Shao Chen and the others. At the same time, they gave a simple explanation of the rules of the 5-nation youth competition. The 5-nation youth competition is split into the preliminaries and arena battles. No matter how many participants sign up, there are only 400 slots for the preliminaries. That is to say, only 400 people in the entire Tianwu continent can step onto the wind cloud platform. When Lu Suifeng heard this, he was startled. He said, "So strict? If so many people are eliminated in the first round, won't some of the strong participants be buried?" Jiang Qi smiled and said, "Yes, but such a situation rarely happens. The preliminaries are very simple and fair. You will understand when you get there. The closer the warship got to the dragon's sealing mountain, the more warships they met. In the end, they would meet a warship every 100 meters. The warships were so densely packed that they covered the sky. There were at least 10,000 warships and countless flying spirit beasts. The scene was boundlessly vast, shocking everyone. The density of the warships was simply too high. Shen Manjun had no choice but to slow down the golden jade glazed ship and advance slowly. After 4 hours, Jiang Qi pointed to a mountain range in front and said, "That is the dragon's sealing mountain." Chapter 560. Xiao Chen and the others quickly looked in the direction that Jiang Qi pointed. They saw hundreds of towering peaks at the limits of their vision. The positioning of the peaks was very strange. They actually formed a huge ring. The boundless clouds in the middle of the ring-shaped mountain range were also different. It was also different from the rest. Compared to the surrounding white clouds, it was clearly much thicker, and its color was also deeper. From a distance, the ring-shaped mountain range and the clouds in the middle looked like a cage, trapping something. There were several tall towers on the peaks of the hundreds of mountains in the surroundings, and from time to time, there would be warships and flying spirit beasts resting on the peaks of the mountains. Xiao Chen felt it was strange. He said, "There are hundreds of peaks here. Which peak is Dragon's Sealing Mountain?" Jiang Qi smiled faintly and said, "That is the one in the middle. However, because it was too tall, someone chopped it down long ago. You can't see it now. You will be able to see it when you get to the top of the ring-shaped mountain range." After traveling for 10 minutes, the golden jade glazed ship stopped on one of the peaks in the ring-shaped mountain range. Many warships and huge flying spirit beasts were already parked on the peak. Countless people headed for the tower at the top of the mountain. Jiang Qi led the 6 to follow the crowd and entered one of the towers. The registration for this competition was in the Great Hall. The registration process was rather simple. After checking the age of the 6 people, they registered the names of the sect participants. Then, they each received a dark dragon-shaped jade pendant. "Come, let's go to the top." After going through the circular staircase, the group arrived at the top of the tower with anticipation. The top floor did not have a roof. When the group stood there, they could look down at their surroundings, taking in the scenery for thousands of kilometers around. Many cultivators had already gathered at the top of the tower. Xiao Chen parted the crowd and looked at the mysterious center of the ring-shaped mountain range. What astonished Xiao Chen was that there was actually a large city in the center surrounded by the mountains. It was no smaller than the Shiha province's capital. Looking down from the top of the tower, the buildings in the city looked like ants. Only some strange circular stone pillars were several kilometers tall and looked relatively clear. There were hundreds of stone pillars scattered throughout the city. Some were tall, some were short, but they formed a strange pattern. Every stone pillar had a huge coiling dragon carved on it. If one looked carefully, they would discover that this was a city built on the middle of a mountain. The enormous mountain peak had been chopped off at the waist by someone. Then, on top of it, a magnificent city had been built. Jiang Qi explained to the 6, "That is Dragon Sealing City. Below it is the broken Dragon Sealing Mountain. Do you see those dragon pillars? The first round begins. All the participants on the towers of the 100 peaks of the ring-shaped mountain range will fly towards Dragon Sealing City at the same time. As long as they can stand on the dragon pillars, they will qualify for the arena battles. The 10 dragon pillars in the middle are obviously much taller. Those who stand on them can obtain the qualifications to become a seeded player. That is also where the competition is the most intense. As for the taller of the 10 pillars, they are dragon pillars. She has said. Dragon Chen of Dragon Spirit. Of Chen of the Dragon Pillars, Chen's Spirit Dragon the highest. After Lu Suifeng heard this, he said, "So, the first stage is actually so simple." When an old man from another nation heard this, he could not help but smile coldly. He said, "Ignorant. In every 5-nation youth competition, 1/3 of the participants fall to their deaths. This year, there will be even more. It is not as simple as you think. Jiang Qi followed up and said gravely, that is indeed the case. You have to stand on the dragon pillar for 1 minute before you qualify for the arena battles. You cannot leave after touching it. If you are knocked down before you can even stand for 1 minute, you will have to start all over again. The person who spoke earlier said, in 1 minute, you will have to endure endless attacks from all directions. Even if there aren't 10,000 participants, there are at least 7 or 8,000. You can imagine how bitter it will be when the time comes to compete for the 400 spots. When Lu Suifeng and the others heard this, they could not help but feel nervous. No wonder the first elder said that no one could take advantage of the situation to qualify for the arena battles. 1 minute was only 60 breaths. Normally, this would pass in a flash. However, if one wanted to stand on the dragon pillar for 1 minute and endure attacks from all directions, it would be very difficult. This was because one would not be fighting one-on-one. One would have to endure countless attacks from all directions. If one was not careful, one would fall. Those who could qualify to participate in the 5-nation youth competition were all outstanding youths. Breaking through to Martial King at the age of 24, if they were not outstanding, what were they? However, among these 7 or 8,000 outstanding talents, only 400 true genius cultivators would be left after a round of cleansing. One could easily imagine how demonic the strength and talent of these 400 people were. The quality of the 5-nation youth competition was flabbergasting. Jiang Qi wanted to befriend the person who spoke. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, I am Elder Jiang Qi of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. May I ask for your great name? The person at the side was only about 50 years old. However, he was full of vigor and aura. Clearly, he was a peak half-step martial monarch. When that person heard Jiang Qi's words, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, my great name is not that great. My family name is Du, and my given name is Hui. I am the chief supervisor of the Great Jin Nation's Breaking Saber Sect. Breaking Saber Sect. Jiang Qi thought for a while, but he could not think of any powerful sect in the Great Jin Nation called the Breaking Saber Sect. Du Hui smiled faintly and said, Brother Jiang, there is no need to overthink. The Breaking Saber Sect is just a third-rate sect in the Great Jin Nation. How many people have signed up? When he thought about it, it made sense. Although the Great Jin Nation had 10 great sects, there were bound to be some small sects as well. Jiang Qi pointed at Xiao Chen and the others and replied, not many, only 6. A young disciple behind Du Hui mocked, I have heard of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion as well. It seems to be one of the 3 great sects of the Great Jin Nation. Unexpectedly, they only have 6 people. Our Breaking Saber sect is a third-rate sect, yet we have 10-odd people. That person's tone was very pleased with himself. The pride that was unique to the disciples of the Great Jin Nation was contained in his words, making others feel uncomfortable. The Great Jin Nation had many spirit veins and abundant spiritual energy. It was also vast and boundless. For 10,000 years, it had suppressed the 4 great nations. Jiang Qi's expression turned slightly awkward. He did not expect the other party to be so rude at such a young age. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and a sharp light flickered in his eyes. He said coldly, no matter how much rotten wood there is, it cannot be carved. To think that a third-rate sect in the Great Jin Nation could be so arrogant. Even an insignificant disciple dares to speak rudely to the older generation. Xiao Chen had finally seen the arrogance of the people of the Great Jin Nation. That young disciple said angrily, what do you mean by that? Are you calling us trash? You are just a disciple of a sect that is ranked at the bottom of the 4 great nations, yet you speak so arrogantly. Don't let me, Song Qing, meet you in the arena battles. Senior brother, don't say that to him. How can he be qualified to enter the arena battles? When the many sect disciples and lone cultivators on the roof saw this scene, they all looked over with interest. Du Hui frowned slightly. He did not want to blow things up. He cupped his fist and said to Jiang Qi, Brother Jiang, this disciple was rash. Sorry. Although Du Hui said that, he did not get Song Qing to apologize. He only led the group of breaking saber sect disciples to the other side of the tower. Before leaving, Song Qing looked at Xiao Chen and the others mockingly, looking down on them. Lu Suifeng said angrily, "Who are these people? They are just a third-rate sect in the great Jin nation. How dare they speak like that?" Jiang Qi said helplessly, "Never mind, the people of the great Jin nation are just like that." If Jiang Qi had known that the old man was from the great Jin nation, he would not have had any intention of befriending him. When facing the people of the great Jin nation, he naturally had a superior attitude. The first stage of the preliminaries would only begin after everyone had arrived. There were still many sects that had not arrived yet. Everyone could only continue waiting. The matter with the breaking saber sect was just a small interlude. It passed very quickly. Time slowly went by. Suddenly, someone in the crowd on the roof exclaimed, "The Haotian sect's warship is coming." On the mountain peak, the people on several towers immediately raised their heads and looked over. A warship the size of a golden mountain flew over from the distance. The unique flag of the Haotian sect was on the bow of the warship. It was easy to tell with one glance. Xiao Chen sighed to himself, "The charm of the super sects is indeed extraordinary." The moment they appeared, they attracted everyone's attention. "I heard that the Haotian sect's Yuchensi has already cultivated the morning sun incantation to the 13th layer. That day, there was a mysterious phenomenon of a rainbow light. Their sect master announced that their goal this time is to get into the top 10. It is not easy to get into the top 10. None of the super sects are easy to deal with." The crowd discussed. Soon, another warship flew over. Someone recognized it and said, "The Evil Moon Pavilion's people are here as well." Baijian managed to get into the top 20 in the previous 5-nation selection. I wonder what rank he will get this time. The Drifting Snow Sword sects and the Supreme Palace's warships are here as well. How impressive. The true inheritors of these two sects managed to get into the top 10 in the previous 5-nation selection. I wonder if they can hold on to that position this time. The Sun Moon Pavilion's people are here as well. The people of the 10 great sects are all here. The warships of the 10 great sects arrived one by one. They casually found a mountain peak and stopped. Among them, the Drifting Snow Sword sect's warship actually stopped at the mountain peak that Xiao Chen was at. However, the Drifting Snow Sword sect's people chose a different tower. When Xiao Chen looked over, he discovered that the Drifting Snow Sword sect's people had all been asked to leave. Damn it. The Drifting Snow Sword sect's people are really damn tyrannical. The moment they arrived, they chased us all away. The cultivators who were chased down had no choice but to go to the pavilion that Xiao Chen and the others were at and start cursing. Someone smiled coldly and said, "You only dare to curse here. The Drifting Snow Sword sect already has hundreds of participants. If you don't go down, where will the others stand?" Xiao Chen ignored these people's quarrels. He fixed his gaze on a white figure on the tower in front. It was a young man. This young man wore white clothes and had a cold gaze. He stared at the tallest of the hundreds of dragon pillars in Dragon Ceiling City. This young man stood there quietly. Even though he did not move at all, he looked like a lonely sword. As he stood there, his sword intent soared through the clouds, spreading a chill everywhere. When Jiang Qi saw the situation, he said softly, "That is the Drifting Snow Sword sect's first disciple, Lu Xiaoyan. He was ranked 9th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Back then, he was only 18 years old. Now that a few years have passed, his icy sword intent has become even more terrifying." Chapter 561. The people of the 8 noble clans are here. Just at this moment, someone among the many peaks in the ring-shaped mountain range shouted. Immediately, a clamor resounded throughout the mountain range. The people of the 8 noble clans are finally here. Every time, they dominate the top 8. I wonder if it will be the same this time. I don't think there will be any change. Even the super geniuses of the 10 great sects have given up. Who else can change? That is hard to say. Many of the geniuses participating in this 5-nation youth competition are outstanding talents from the boundless sea. I heard that the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Xianyuan Zhantian, is very powerful. He is already an unrivaled half-step martial monarch. A great Jin nation cultivator said, unconvinced. Unrivaled half-step martial monarch? That is only because he has not met the scions of the 8 noble clans yet. Any one of them would be able to defeat him. Furthermore, the Sima clan has already obtained the first rank 3 times in a row. The Sima clan's Sima Lingxian obtained the first rank in the previous 5-nation youth competition. If he can defend his first rank this time, then the Sima clan will have obtained the first rank 4 times in a row. 8 warships lined up in the distance. They were the warships of the Sima clan, the Bai clan, the Li clan, the Qian clan, the Wang clan, the Feng clan, the Nangong clan, and the Baiming clan. The 8 noble clans had many talents and were very strong. Even the 10 great sects could not compare to them. The moment they appeared, the atmosphere in the ring-shaped mountain range reached a climax. Everyone knew that the 8 noble clans had arrived. The first stage was about to begin. Who would obtain the qualifications to ascend to the wind cloud platform would be revealed soon. All participating cultivators, please wear your dragon-shaped jade pendant. I will count down from 10, and the first stage of the preliminaries will officially begin. After 7 or 8 minutes, a resonant voice resounded in Dragon Sealing City. The voice was infused with quintessence, so the tens of thousands of cultivators in the huge ring-shaped mountain range could hear it clearly. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, as the countdown rang out, the noisy mountain peak immediately became quiet. No one spoke. There was only the sound of the wind and the approaching number. All the cultivators' hearts were in their throats. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The instant the countdown ended, all the participants in the towers of the ring-shaped mountain range, the outstanding talents of the ancient desolate land, the boundless sea, and the 5 great empires all moved at the same time. Shio shio shio. All sorts of sonic booms rang out continuously as they headed for Dragon Sealing City in the center. As far as the eye could see, there were young cultivators leaping down from all directions. There were more than 10,000 of them. 3 years of waiting, day and night of bitter cultivation. On this day, at this moment, all of the geniuses and outstanding talents under the starry sky began to move. Xiaochen wasn't in a rush to jump down. He looked calmly at the excited expressions on the faces of the various outstanding talents. At this moment, his heart was as calm as still water. The thick dark clouds above Dragon Sealing City churned continuously as the auras of countless young disciples stirred them up. A strong wind blew, and dark clouds rolled. Vaguely, a resonant dragon roar resounded from within the heavy dark clouds. The dragon roar resounded throughout the world, shaking the ancients and the present. The cultivators in the spectator stands all felt a great aura bearing down on them. The clouds churned and spat out a great aura. An ancient and dignified aura spread out in the mountain range, freezing the air. Pooh! Suddenly, a small piece of the boundless dark clouds shattered. A dazzling golden light tore through the air and descended. Dragon Sealing City was dark all year round, the sun could not be seen. The thick dark clouds had not scattered for thousands of years. However, at this moment, a golden light actually descended. Someone in the crowd immediately exclaimed, "That is the golden light from the upper realm's Kunlun realm. It is the light of divinity." The previous 5-nation youth competition did not have such a scene. It is indeed the light of divinity. In the previous age of geniuses, there was such a mysterious phenomenon. It looks like this is indeed the age of geniuses. The vast auras of tens of thousands of geniuses attracted the attention of the upper realm. According to rumor, the one who ranks highly in this 5-nation youth competition will have a chance to enter the upper realm as a martial monarch. Now that I think about it, it is true. The intense battles on the 400 dragon pillars had already started. 30 to 40 geniuses fought over each dragon pillar. The scene was incredibly miserable. For the sake of the 400 spots, everyone had done their best. Everyone knew what this 5-nation youth competition meant. If they missed this opportunity, they would not be able to make it. If they missed this opportunity, they would forever be a supporting character in this great age of cultivators. The 10 tallest dragon pillars in the middle were currently very calm. Not many people fought over them. Everyone knew what these 10 dragon pillars meant. The most intense battles would take place there. Without strong strength, if one tried to fight for them, they would instantly lose their qualification for the preliminaries. The 8 noble clans' towers had 8 noble scions standing on the roof. The 8 of them chatted cheerfully, appearing very calm. To everyone, obtaining 400 spots would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, these 8 people did not care about it at all. They were not worried at all. Hee hee. Brothers, I, Qian Wen, will take my leave first. You guys continue chatting. Among the 8 noble scions, a man wearing gorgeous robes of alternating blue and white smiled gently and performed a cupped fist salute before leaving. Xiao. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but after he left, another hole appeared in the thick dark clouds above. A dazzling golden light descended from the sky like a sharp sword. Soon, only 2 of the 8 noble scions remained. They were the Bai clans Bai Qi and the Sima clans Sima Lingxian. These 2 were the champions of the previous 5-nation youth competition. Every time a noble scion leaped down, a resplendent golden light would descend from the sky. Those who paid attention would be astonished when they saw it. Sima Lingxian was very tall and slender. His eyebrows were extremely sharp, and his eyes were as resplendent as the stars. His face was very handsome, it looked like he was carved by the gods. There was a kind of person in the world who was born extraordinary. Even in the vast sea of people, one look would be able to separate him from the rest of the world. Without a doubt, Sima Lingxian was such a person. Just by standing there, he gave off a strong aura. Everyone could not help but feel a pressure in their hearts. Bai Qi took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. Then, he stood before the railing and prepared to leap down. Sima Lingxian turned his body slightly and looked at Bai Qi. He nodded and said, Bai Qi, I heard that you completely practiced the most difficult 4-season saber technique of your Bai clan. In the past 3,000 years, you are the first cultivator under the age of 30 in the Bai clan to practice this saber technique to great perfection. Bai Qi did not deny it. He smiled gently and said, What's wrong? Are you afraid? You must be joking. Sima Lingxian laughed loudly and said, Bai Qi, I just hope that you will not lose as badly as you did 3 years ago. It would be good if you could give me some pressure. After Sima Lingxian spoke, he laughed loudly and leaped onto the railing. He stared at the tallest of the 400 dragon pillars and a strong aura spread out from his body. Who? A strong wind immediately blew from the distance, making Sima Lingxian's robes flutter. When his aura reached its peak, Sima Lingxian pushed off the railing heavily and flew towards the tallest dragon pillar. Pooh! 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 8 beams of golden light shot down from 10 kilometers above. The golden lights were very dazzling and beautiful. They encased Sima Lingxian and moved with him in the air. Damn! Divine light enveloping him. How strong is Sima Lingxian exactly? Such a strange mysterious phenomenon attracted the gazes of all the cultivators in the surrounding mountains. Bai Qi clenched his right fist tightly. His expression was somewhat unsightly. 3 years ago, although he was ranked second, he did not last more than 10 moves against Sima Lingxian. He had allowed Sima Lingxian to climb to the top without any pressure. Sima Lingxian, the 4-season saber technique is not as simple as you think. This time, I, Bai Qi, will definitely take back the glory that belongs to me. Bai Qi gently pushed off the ground and his figure floated up. Unexpectedly, his target was the tallest dragon pillar as well. 4 beams of golden light descended from the sky. However, they did not move with Bai Qi, there was a gap between them and Sima Lingxian. The competition lasted for 5 or 6 minutes, but no one managed to climb the dragon pillar. Amid the saber lights and sword images, several cultivators fell down, injured. Miserable cries rang out. If one was unlucky and suffered a sneak attack from too many people, they would die. Xiao Chen swept his gaze through the crowd. He had a rough idea of how to obtain a spot. His gaze fixed on the outermost dragon pillar. Xiao! Xiao Chen pushed off the ground heavily and shot forward like an arrow leaving a bow. 8 small holes appeared in the dark clouds in the sky. Just as the 8 beams of golden light were about to land, for some reason, the small holes instantly closed up with a xiao sound. Of course, no one noticed this small detail. Far away from the most intense competition in the center, Xiao Chen headed for the most unremarkable dragon pillar at the periphery. Even so, there were still 30 people fighting over this dragon pillar. The battles around the dragon pillar were exceptionally intense. The dragon pillar was empty, but no one dared to stand on it. Earlier, when a few people tried to stand on it, they were targeted. That miserable state was not too long ago. Xiao! Just as the 30 people fought, a figure suddenly appeared on the dragon pillar. That person was dressed in white and had a slender saber at his waist. He had a calm expression without any fluctuations. Where did this brat come from? How dare he snatch our spot? How reckless! Beat him up! When the 30 people saw Xiao Chen stand on the dragon pillar, they stopped fighting without saying a word. Then, they launched all sorts of attacks at Xiao Chen from all directions. The weakest of the people attacking were martial kings. There were many peak superior grade martial kings. 1 or 2 of them were even half-step martial monarchs. Coincidentally, the first to attack was the half-step martial monarch Song Qing of the Breaking Saber Gate. When he saw Xiao Chen standing on the dragon pillar, he smiled coldly to himself. This brat is just a sect disciple of the great Qin nation. Does he think that anyone can stand on this dragon pillar? Even Song Qing was not in a rush to stand on it. It was not easy to face everyone's attacks for a minute. He had to wait until everyone's essence was exhausted before he was confident of standing on it for a minute. Chapter 562. Bang! All sorts of lights landed on the white figure. Light exploded, and in the midst of chaos, the figure was directly blown to pieces. Is he dead? Everyone felt it was strange. They felt that this was easier. However, when they looked carefully, they discovered that he had indeed died without a complete corpse. Only then did they relax. Someone laughed loudly and said, "He can't even block one move, and he dares to join in the fun? He is truly reckless." Is that so? Just at this moment, a deep, cold laugh came from behind the crowd. Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw the figure that they had just killed. He was dressed in white robes and had a saber hanging at his waist. He had a calm expression as he reappeared. Wukuei breaks the heavens. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with this group of people. He directly executed the lightning tribulation saber technique. He drew his saber and a resplendent pillar of light elongated. The cultivators who had just turned their heads thought that they had blasted Xiao Chen into pieces. Suddenly, they encountered such an intense attack and were caught off guard. The 10-odd people in a straight line immediately had their protective essence shattered by the pillar of light, causing them to fall. Several of the younger cultivators with weaker cultivations vomited large mouthfuls of blood and cried out miserably as they fell from the sky. The dragon pillar was more than 2 kilometers tall. If one did not circulate their essence and fell from such a height, even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. Xiao Chen managed to defeat most of the group of 30 people. He only used a small trick, the life bestowal spell. This saved Xiao Chen a lot of effort. He could use less essence and did not have to bring out all his trump cards. A look of horror flashed in the eyes of Song Qing, who was hiding in the crowd. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so strong. The great Qin nation was the weakest of the 5 great nations. Furthermore, this fellow came from a small sect. Song Qing originally thought that he was just an ordinary genius. However, when Xiao Chen attacked, he instantly knocked down 10-odd people. With Song Qing's insight, he immediately understood what was going on. Xiao Chen was not as simple as Song Qing thought. Xiao Chen's strength was equal to his, perhaps even slightly stronger. No, I absolutely cannot let this brat participate in the arena battles. A ruthless look flashed in Song Qing's eyes as he hid in the crowd. Everyone, let's attack together. We can't let this kid snatch away our spots. This guy is too despicable. He actually launched a sneak attack on us. He shouted loudly, but Song Qing kept retreating. He didn't intend to take the lead at all. Kill. There were very few spots, and none of them wanted to give up. Even though they knew that Xiao Chen was stronger than any of them, they wouldn't give up so easily. Xiao Chen glanced coldly at Song Qing, who had hidden far away. Then, he ignored him and focused on the group of genius cultivators before him. Those who came to participate in the competition were all cultivators with outstanding talent. They were not martial kings who cultivated trashy cultivation techniques. They all had their own trump cards. Wanting to deal with 10-odd peak martial kings in one go was clearly not a wise thing to do. Xiao Chen swept his gaze around and locked on to the three strongest people. He had to establish his might in order to completely intimidate this group of people. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Chen shouted, and his figure moved in a strange arc in midair. It was like a huge true dragon's tail swung gently. A boundless strong wind blew as he pierced through the dense crowd. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's clear eyes turned scarlet. A boundless killing intent surged out. The peak superior grade martial king Xiao Chen locked onto immediately felt the pressure on him increase. Massacre, hatred, rage, and all sorts of negative emotions erupted in his mind. His movements immediately slowed. By the time he reacted, he discovered that Xiao Chen's pitch-black saber was already before his neck. His eyes immediately revealed an expression of extreme horror. Xiao Chen flipped his palm, and his saber turned into the back of the saber. Then, he chopped at the other party's neck. If Xiao Chen was not an enemy, there was no need to kill him. Offending the sect behind him was not a good thing either. The strongest of the three martial kings managed to survive. However, he cried out miserably as the essence on the back of the saber knocked him to the ground. Although all this took a long time to describe, from the moment Xiao Chen used the blue dragon tail whip to the moment the other party fell, only a moment had passed. It was so fast that no one could keep up with Xiao Chen's rhythm. Several of the cultivators in front were still moving forward due to inertia. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on the second peak martial king. Then, he used Wukuei shakes the heavens and a purple divine Wukuei tree descended from the sky. Due to the difference in strength, that martial king could only resist for a few breaths of time before the divine Wukuei tree suppressed him and sent him crashing into Dragon's Ceiling City. Only now did everyone react. There were many attacks of different colors and all sorts of states. Saber chi, sword chi, and spear chi flew in all directions. There were countless of them. Even with Xiao Chen's strength, if he received these attacks head-on, he would suffer significant internal injuries. His figure trembled slightly as he executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations and turned into 9 figures. Bang! 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 As the shock waves exploded, several clones were blasted into nothingness. However, Xiao Chen's main body took advantage of the chaos to arrive beside the third peak martial king. This time, Xiao Chen did not use any techniques. He clashed with that person with his saber. When the weapons clashed, a surging essence exploded out. The huge difference in strength caused the other party's weapon to shatter into countless pieces. His palm split open and blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. Xiao Chen defeated 3 people in 3 moves. Furthermore, he was clearly the strongest person among them. The others immediately stopped what they were doing and carefully took a few steps back. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and said calmly to the crowd, "Go somewhere else. This dragon pillar is mine." Xiao Chen's calm tone left no room for doubt. Furthermore, he displayed great strength. His image of Xiao Chen immediately became unfathomable in their minds. Hu Qi. Just at this moment, a superior grade martial king suddenly launched a sneak attack. While Xiao Chen was speaking, this superior grade martial king silently attacked from behind. This superior grade martial king's concealment was on point. As he moved quickly, there was no sound of wind. He did not leak any killing chi. This was a perfect sneak attack. Unfortunately, this superior-grade martial king met Xiao Chen, a cultivator that could not be judged by common sense. Breaking armor. Seizing the heart. It was like Xiao Chen had eyes at the back of his head. He quickly turned around and executed the final 2 moves of the Dragon Claw fist in an instant. The breaking armor fist broke through the other party's protective essence. The seizing the heart pierced through the other party's chest at lightning speed. In an instant, the person who was alive a moment ago turned into a corpse in the blink of an eye and fell to the ground. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. When the others saw the situation, they were completely frightened. They no longer had any wishful thinking, and they all scattered. As for Song Qing, he had already fled far away when he saw that the situation was not good. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with this person. If Song Qing obtained one of the 400 spots, he would have a chance to meet him in the arena battles. If Song Qing could not even qualify, then there was no need to care about him. The world turned quiet. Xiao Chen stood on the dragon pillar calmly. This time, he was truly standing on it. How long was 1 minute? It was only 60 breaths. If no one disturbed him, it would pass very quickly. 10, 9, 8, 7, Xiao Chen counted the time in his heart. By the time the others saw the mysterious phenomenon, it was already too late. 1 minute had finally passed. Huang Dang. Huang Dang. The 1-kilometer-long dragon pillar under Xiao Chen's feet shook violently. The dragon carvings around the stone pillar instantly came to life. Boom! The spiraling stone dragon roared ferociously. Every scale on its body gave off a golden light. Finally, it soared into the sky and into the clouds. The dragon roared and reverberated throughout the valley. The huge dragon tore through the thick dark clouds and flew into the mysterious distance. A golden pillar of light descended from the distant sky, encasing Xiao Chen on the stone pillar. Someone succeeded. Who is it? Which one of the 8 noble clans? Or is it a disciple of one of the 10 great sects? Who is this person? How come I have never heard of him before? He looks unfamiliar. Could this be his first time participating in the 5-nation youth competition? That can't be. Unexpectedly, a newcomer obtained the top spot. Xiao Chen, who was enveloped in the light, immediately attracted the gazes of the tens of thousands of people in the tower. Everyone was very surprised. First elder, Xiao Chen succeeded. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's second elder said excitedly, revealing a joyful expression. Jiang Qi appeared rather calm. He smiled faintly and said, "Quantity is not important. As long as it is the essence, that is enough." When the breaking saber gates Du Hui heard these words, he felt very uncomfortable. Earlier, his disciple had mocked Xiao Chen for being a country bumpkin who came from a small place. However, Xiao Chen's disciple was the first to qualify. As for Song Qing, he had been scared off by Xiao Chen, not even having the courage to fight. The golden pillar of light lasted for a full minute before it slowly descended. The instant the light scattered, the smooth stone pillar shrank back into the ground with a xiao sound. The 2-kilometer-tall pillar descended into the ground in a second. This made Xiao Chen feel like he was on an elevator in an amusement park in his previous life. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding buildings were lined up neatly. It seemed like they followed some sort of pattern. The buildings in Dragon Ceiling City gave off an ancient and grand feeling. A heavy and ancient aura washed over Xiao Chen. The weight of history was evident here. Xiao Chen picked up the dragon-shaped jade pendant hanging at his waist and looked at it. The originally dim jade pendant was now filled with vibrant colors. There was a tiny golden dragon in the translucent jade pendant. It swam around slowly, looking very interesting. Pooh! Pooh! A cool breeze suddenly blew over, brushing aside the hair in front of Xiao Chen's forehead, which was covered by a blue strip of cloth, revealing his delicate and handsome face. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw a middle-aged man in yellow robes silently approaching. The cool breeze came from this person. Xiao Chen was mildly startled. If it were not for that cool breeze, he would not have sensed this person's arrival. That was to say, this person could kill him silently as easily as flipping his hand. That cool breeze was probably purposely sent out by this person. Xiao Chen did not dare to be disrespectful to someone of such cultivation. He performed a cupped fist salute and asked, "May I know who senior is?" Chapter 563. The yellow-robed middle-aged man glanced at the dragon-shaped jade pendant at Xiao Chen's waist. He smiled faintly and said, "I am the organizer of the 5-Nation Youth Competition. What is your name? Do you have a sect?" So, he is the organizer of the 5-Nation Youth Competition. No wonder he has such a high cultivation. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I am Xiao Chen from the Great Qin Nation's Heavenly Saber Pavilion." The yellow-robed middle-aged man thought for a while before saying, "Come with me. I will bring you to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's residence. The arena battles will start in 3 days. You can rest there for the next few days. If you have nothing to do, you can walk around the city." The two of them moved very fast. They leaped over many tall buildings. In a few breaths of time, they arrived at an independent courtyard. There were only a few small rooms in the courtyard. It looked very simple. Although it was simple, it could be described as crude. The yellow-robed middle-aged man explained, "The style of the courtyard is based on the strength of the sect and the performance of the sect disciples in the 5-Nation Youth Competition. If there are no objections, I will take my leave first." Xiao Chen expressed his understanding. In the entire continent, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was not considered a big sect. In the past, they did not have any outstanding disciples. However, in this 5-Nation Youth Competition, he, Xiao Chen, would definitely change this situation. He would not let the descendants of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion live in such a wretched place. Being the first to qualify for the next round had a lot to do with Xiao Chen's choice. People with his strength would have all gone to fight for the seated spot. The inheritors of the 10 great sects, the heirs of the 8 noble clans, and the top sects of the 4 nations surrounded the 10 tallest dragon pillars. The heavenly sword gates Ding Fengqiu, the beast-taming abode Sui Mo, the myriad fiend palaces Mu Xinya, Chu Mu, and the 1,000-sword pavilion Xia Xian were all carefully testing the waters. It was impossible for them to fight to the death with each other in advance. They could only test each other out. Hence, they were even more cautious. They could not decide who would stand on top in a short period of time. The arena battles had 2 elimination rounds. Each round required 20 matches, eliminating 100 people. Only after the 2 elimination rounds could one qualify for the finals. The seeded spot did not need to participate in the first elimination round and could directly enter the second round. This was equivalent to having 20 fewer matches. Naturally, such an advantage made people jealous. The top-seeded contestant had even more benefits. He could skip 2 elimination rounds and directly enter the finals. Apart from that, the seeded player was also a fight for reputation. Simply put, it was a fight for face. Xiao Chen had his own ideas. In his opinion, as long as he handled it well, he wouldn't have to reveal his true strength in the first 20 battles. Moreover, seeded players were more likely to be in the eye of the storm and become the target of others' research. Keeping a low profile would always bring unexpected benefits. The one who had the last laugh would be the real winner. Xiao Chen did not rush into his room to rest. Instead, he leaped onto the roof and sat down to watch the fight for the first seed. Sima Lingxian was the most outstanding genius of the Sima clan in the past few thousand years. He was the undisputed champion of the previous 5-Nation Youth Competition. Xiao Chen was also very curious about what kind of person he was. Surrounded by the 8 beams of golden light, Sima Lingxian arrived before the tallest and largest dragon pillar without any fear. His gaze was fiery and strong self-confidence filled his eyes. It was like the tallest dragon pillar already belonged to him. Aside from him, no one else could stand on it. The first seed was him, Sima Lingxian. This kind of strong self-confidence, coupled with his own strength, made his aura seem extremely terrifying. Regular cultivators would automatically feel inferior with just one glance. If they fought with him, they would lose before they even started. Xiao Chen muttered, "What strong self-confidence. This is an unshakable confidence in his own strength. This confidence makes him stronger, and his strength makes him even more confident. With the two complementing each other, it forms a unique aura." Sima Lingxian was indeed not simple. However, once his self-confidence suffered a blow, he would fall to rock bottom. It would be hard for him to climb back up. This was the principle of being too firm and easy to break. One could be confident, but one could not be blindly confident. Of the 3,000 great realms, the Tianwu continent and the Sky Dome realm were just ordinary great realms. The other great realms definitely had stronger geniuses. While one was confident, one had to remember to keep a low profile. Only when one truly stood at the peak could one look down on others. This was Xiao Chen's point of view. It was also the way he conducted himself. Hence, he did not fight for the first seed title. There was no need for it. Suddenly, Xiao Chen exclaimed softly. He smiled faintly and said, "Someone wants to fight with Sima Lingxian for the first seed. Now, we can see how strong you are." High in the sky, Sima Lingxian looked at Bai Qi, who was opposite the dragon pillar. He smiled gently and said, "Bai Qi, do you want to taste defeat now? The arena battles have not started yet. If your mental state is not stable, it will affect your strength." Feeling the absolute confidence in Sima Lingxian's words, Bai Qi said calmly, "If I retreat without a fight, my mental state will truly suffer a blow. If I can relax, so what if I lose?" In the previous 5-nation youth competition, Bai Qi was the undisputed second rank. He was also a rare genius of the Bai noble clan. "Look, Bai Qi and Sima Lingxian are fighting. He lost miserably 3 years ago. I wonder if Bai Qi can turn the tables? I heard that Bai Qi practiced the Bai clan's most difficult 4-season saber technique to great perfection. Now, his strength has increased explosively. I heard that the Bai clan's ancestor obtained the 4-season saber technique from a nameless ancient grave. After he found it, no one could understand it. It was only after the Bai clan's genius, Bai Shueha, comprehended it that he pointed out a path for the later generations. That is indeed the case. The 4-season saber technique is incredibly strong. It can be said to be the strongest martial technique under heaven-ranked martial techniques. Even though Bai Shueha pointed out a path, no one has ever heard of anyone being able to understand Bai Shueha's meaning before the age of 30. Who knows, Bai Qi might really be able to use this 4-season saber technique to wash away his humiliation. The tens of thousands of cultivators in the ring-shaped mountain range immediately felt excited. After 3 years, this scene reappeared. These two were undoubtedly going to fight a fierce battle. If they really fought, it would be very exciting. Sima Lingxian looked at Bai Qi and smiled. It is said that the saber intent of a bladesman is stronger than the sword intent of a swordsman before advancing to martial sage. Bai Qi, I will not take advantage of the difference in our cultivations. If your saber intent can defeat my sword intent, I will let you have the first seed. The moment Sima Lingxian said this, everyone was dumbfounded. Saber intent was very difficult to form, at least 10 times harder than sword intent. However, once saber intent was formed, its might would definitely be stronger than sword intent of the same level. As long as one advanced to martial sage, one's sword intent and saber intent would have their own souls. Bai Qi's black pupils constricted slightly. He asked, "Are you serious?" A strong self-confidence flickered on Sima Lingxian's handsome face. He laughed loudly and said, "Of course, I am serious. Since I want to defeat you, I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. I will defeat you in what you are most proud of. Otherwise, what would be the point?" Arrogant. Bai Qi was truly enraged. Although he was not as strong as Sima Lingxian, he did not feel that they were far apart. However, Sima Lingxian was overbearing. Since ancient times, there had been a conclusion about saber intent and sword intent. Saber intent was hard to form and practice. However, its might was definitely stronger than sword intent. However, Sima Lingxian was so arrogant today. He only used sword intent to compete with saber intent. He truly did not care about Bai Qi at all. Xiao Chen, who was on the roof of Dragon's Ceiling City, felt it was strange as well. The strength of saber intent was a publicly acknowledged fact. Back then, when the Bloody Bladesman's son Guangxuan advanced to Martial Monarch, he was able to beat up a small perfection inferior grade Martial Monarch Northern Sea Alliance Elder to the point where he could not retaliate. This was because of saber intent. Small perfection saber intent could increase a cultivator's offensive power by 30%. When one advanced to Martial Monarch, the base number increased. The 30% increase became even more horrifying. Saber intent was sufficient for a bladesman to have the ability to challenge those of higher cultivation realms. Xiao Chen was a bladesman himself. He had a deep understanding of this. He muttered to himself, "Is this fellow really arrogant, or does he really have an unrivaled strength?" Bai Qi drew his saber in rage. A surging saber intent immediately surged out, and the long saber blade hummed endlessly. Combined with Bai Qi's strong strength, when the saber intent spread out, the sabers of all the bladesmen in the ring-shaped mountain range trembled slightly. A pure saber intent shot out from the tip of the saber, turning into a sharp, formless shockwave as it shot towards Sima Lingxian. The sharp, formless shockwave represented Bai Qi's rage, his pride, and many other things. With hatred in his heart, there was no point in saying anything. "I'll let this strong saber intent settle everything, prove that I, Bai Qi, am not as weak as Sima Lingxian made me out to be." Above the ring-shaped mountain range, the many cultivators could feel the strength of the saber intent in the distance. They all praised it in soft voices. The bladesmen among the cultivators felt it the most. When they looked at this saber, their hearts filled with respect and anticipation. The world came with the sword before the saber. Although the strength of a bladesman or swordsman depended on the individual's performance, due to historical reasons, the status of a bladesman was always lower than that of a swordsman. This could be seen from the number of bladesmen and swordsmen on the continent. Furthermore, a truly unrivaled bladesman had not appeared for many years already. Most of the experts in the world cultivated the sword. The famous Thunder King from 1,000 years ago also cultivated the sword. Now, the strongest genius, Sima Lingxian, also cultivated the sword. The saber had been silent for too long. Now, the great Jin nation's Bai Qi could be considered the most famous bladesman of the younger generation. When Bai Qi swung his saber at Sima Lingxian, he carried the hopes of these bladesmen. They hoped that a true bladesman would become unrivaled in the world again. Xiao Chen, who was on the roof, nodded and said softly, "Based on the range of the saber intent, it should have reached small perfection. Let's see how Sima Lingxian deals with this." Sima Lingxuan's handsome face did not show much surprise. He smiled and said, "You just touched the threshold of saber intent a year ago. In such a short time, you have already reached small perfection. Not bad. Unfortunately, your opponent is me, Sima Lingxian." A strong self-confidence spread out from Sima Lingxuan's body. That self-confidence seemed to condense into an aura. The wind in the air could not withstand this aura. It flowed wildly, kicking up a strong wind. This caused Sima Lingxuan's clothes and hair to flutter continuously. Chapter 564. Above the vast Dragon's Ceiling City, all the geniuses under the starry heaven seemed to be dwarfed by this confidence. Countless stars flickered in the night sky. He was silently telling everyone that he, Sima Lingxian, was the most resplendent star. When Sima Lingxian drew his sword, it gave off a sharp light. The strong wind that blew immediately surrounded the sword. The strong and surging sword intent slowly rose. Soon, it reached small perfection. Then, it continued to climb to 40% comprehension. Just when everyone thought that this was the end, the sword intent continued to rise. 50% comprehension, 60% comprehension. Sima Lingxuan's sword intent had actually reached 60% comprehension. Another 10% would be the true great perfection sword intent. That was a level that several seniors of the sword Dao could not reach. A solid and sharp energy surged out from the tip of Sima Lingxuan's sword intent. In an instant, it broke the formless energy formed by Bai Chi's saber intent. Pu Ci. After breaking the saber intent, Sima Lingxuan's sword intent dimmed slightly. However, its form was scattered, but its intent remained. Its sharpness did not diminish. Ka Ca. Just as the sword intent was about to strike Bai Chi, Sima Lingxian sheathed his sword. The sharp sword intent instantly scattered. The sword intent turned into a formless sword wind and spread wildly in all directions. A few unlucky cultivators were struck by this sword wind and immediately suffered minor injuries. The many cultivators on the top of the thousands of towers in the surrounding mountain ranges were silent, not a single sound could be heard. They had expected Sima Lingxian to be strong. However, they had not expected him to be this strong. Unexpectedly, he could crush his opponent's saber intent within the same generation. A small perfection saber intent was equivalent to a 30% comprehended saber intent. However, Sima Lingxian comprehended his sword intent to 60% comprehended, twice as strong as his opponent. Although Bai Chi's saber intent was strong, it was a tragedy for him to run into Sima Lingxian. 60% comprehended sword intent. Bai Chi did not lose unjustly. Sima Lingxian is indeed Sima Lingxian. The title of the top genius is indeed not an exaggeration. The top seed is definitely him. He is confident and talented. Furthermore, he has the support of a noble clan. His future is destined to be extraordinary. I reckon the Sima family is going to win 4 consecutive championships. If this continues for a long time, I'm afraid they will eventually become the strongest family in the world. The many cultivators in the mountain range all sighed as they looked at Sima Lingxian, who was enveloped by the 8 beams of golden light. They were not stingy with their praises. At the very edge of the 400 dragon pillars, the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Xianyuan Zhantian, looked at Sima Lingxian, who had used his sword intent to defeat Bai Chi. He revealed a faint smile and said softly, "Interesting. This 5-nation youth competition is indeed the right choice. It is much better than the elite competition in the boundless sea. I finally found a place where I can bring out my strength. Everyone says that Bai Chi did not lose unjustly. However, I feel that he lost unjustly. Ha ha. Not only is this Sima Lingxian strong, but his schemes are also terrifying." While Xianyuan Zhantian was in a daze, the other competitors who were also fighting for this dragon pillar all smiled sinisterly. "Fool, to think you are still in a daze at this moment." He brandished his weapon and sent a sharp attack at Xianyuan Zhantian. Bang! Xianyuan Zhantian recovered his wits and smiled faintly. He casually swung his heavenly war halberd, and an azure flood dragon circled around the halberd before exploding. The weapons of the competitors who sneak attacked Xianyuan Zhantian all flew out. Hee hee. The game is over. Little friends, I have no time to play with you. Xianyuan Zhantian smiled coldly. Before everyone's shocked gazes, he swept his heavenly war halberd everywhere. A strong dragon-shaped shockwave burst out. The crowd could not even block one move and fell. Behind the central dragon pillar, Bai Chi had an extremely stunned expression on his face. After a while, he suddenly reacted and said angrily, "Sima Lingxian, you did that on purpose?" Sima Lingxian laughed loudly and said without any fear, "That's right. I did that on purpose. If you admit defeat, you can go." Bai Chi was not satisfied in his heart. He could only endure the bitterness in his heart. However, he could only leave helplessly to fight for the other 9 seated spots. The two's exchange confused others. However, Shao Chen, who was on the roof, understood what was going on. Sima Lingxian had set this up from the very start. He knew how powerful the 4-season saber technique was and that Bai Chi was not the Bai Chi from 3 years ago. Sima Lingxian would not be able to obtain an easy victory. Hence, he purposely competed in saber intent. Normal people would know that saber intent was stronger than sword intent. However, Sima Lingxian still wanted to compete. There had to be a reason behind it. However, the situation forced him to. Sima Lingxian had said those words before everyone. Even if Bai Chi knew it was inappropriate, he had no choice but to brace himself. Furthermore, Bai Qi felt that his saber intent might not necessarily be weaker than his opponent's sword intent. Hence, he dove in. Thus, everyone saw Sima Lingxian easily defeat Bai Qi. This made Sima Lingxuan's confidence even stronger. However, in the end, this was just an open scheme and not a hidden one. Sima Lingxian had indeed relied on his own strength to defeat Bai Qi. No matter how sullen Bai Qi felt, he had still lost this battle. The layman watched for the excitement, while the expert watched for the artistry. From Sima Lingxuan's display, Xiaochen had a rough understanding of his strength. Sima Lingxuan's sword intent was very strong. However, when he withdrew his sword, he did not control the sword intent flying around. Xiaochen could clearly feel that Sima Lingxian had wanted to control him at that time. If he did not, the sword wind flying around would be even stronger, more than enough to kill the cultivator struck by it. The sword intent that he can control perfectly should only be 50% comprehended. Forcefully raising it to 60% is already his limit. Xiaochen thought to himself, Sima Lingxian is very strong. However, he is not so strong that he is undefeatable. The strongest thing about him is that horrifying, heaven-defying confidence in his heart. While Sima Lingxian and Bai Qi fought, the fights for the other dragon pillars did not stop. However, the spectators focused their attention on the two of them. At this moment, the fights for the dragon pillars in several places had already concluded. Several people stood firmly on the dragon pillars. Their expressions were either excited or calm as they waited for the golden dragon to soar. Great waves washed away the sand. Under this starry sky, the true elite geniuses would appear one by one. Rumble. Rumble. As 1 minute slowly passed, the huge dragons circling the stone pillars under these people started to struggle. They looked like they would soar into the sky at any moment. However, just as the huge dragons were about to soar into the sky, they suddenly stopped moving. It was like time had frozen. The huge dragon sculptures that came to life were all motionless. It was like something shocking was about to appear, so they did not dare to be presumptuous. The participants who qualified could not help but show startled expressions. They quickly looked towards the center of the plaza. They saw Sima Lingxian standing calmly on the tallest and largest dragon pillar. The huge dragon scales circling the stone pillar immediately turned golden. Then, they turned into a golden dragon soaring into the sky. A great dragon is indeed a great dragon. The great dragon has not moved yet. How can the little dragon move first? Some of the cultivators who had watched the previous 5-nation youth competitions laughed gently. There was no surprise on Xiao Chen's face. It had always been like this in the past. As long as someone stood on the dragon pillar in the middle, they would not be able to do so. Even if a participant stood on the other dragon pillars, the huge dragons circling the stone pillars would not be able to fly. This was because the dragon in the middle was a true great dragon, the king of dragons. Once the king appeared, the other huge dragons had to retreat. Sima Lingxian, who was encased in the golden light, looked at the dumbfounded people around him. His lips curled up in a smile, and the confidence in his heart grew even stronger. 3 years ago, he, Sima Lingxian, stood here proudly as well. No one was a match for him. 3 years later, when the age of geniuses arrived, he, Sima Lingxian, was still standing here. He wanted to prove that even in this age of geniuses, he, Sima Lingxian, could still stand at the peak, becoming the main character of this age. He wanted to bring the luck of the Sky Dome realm to the Kunlun realm and meet the geniuses of the other great realms. Then, he would trample on his opponents one by one. Only he, Sima Lingxian, was the main character. Only he, Sima Lingxian, was worthy of standing here. Only he, Sima Lingxian, was qualified to obtain the luck of the Sky Dome realm, to compete with the heavens. Roar! 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 Just as Sima Lingxuan's strong confidence spread into the sky above Dragon's Sealing City, a boundless strong wind blew, a resonant dragon roar suddenly came from the 400 dragon pillars. That dragon roar resounded everywhere. As the sound waves spread out, they scattered the strong wind that Sima Lingxuan's aura gathered. A huge golden dragon soared into the sky. Although that golden dragon was smaller than Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon, its aura clashed with Sima Lingxuan's, not giving way at all. The golden dragon clashed with the other party's king's aura and soared into the clouds. Xianyuan Zhantian stood on the stone pillar, wearing purple flood dragon robes and a purple cloak on his back. He held a halberd in his hand. When Xianyuan Zhantian saw Sima Lingxian looking at him in shock, he revealed a flirtatious expression on his unruly face. He did not show any fear just because Sima Lingxian had just defeated Bai Qi. The golden dragon above Xianyuan Zhantian chased relentlessly and caught up to the huge dragon's speed. Then, they advanced side by side, tearing through the thick dark clouds. What's going on? Unexpectedly, there is a little dragon that dares to compete with the big dragon. What's going on? Such a situation has never happened in Dragon Sealing City before. Unexpectedly, a little dragon does not fear the king dragon at all. In the ring-shaped mountain range, among the towering peaks, the calm cultivators on the towers all had panicked expressions at this moment. That's impossible. It is impossible for such a situation to happen. The king dragon is a true dragon. How could the other little dragons dare to compete with it at this moment? A Sima clan elder shouted. Sima Lingxian was the hope of their Sima clan to become the #1 noble clan in the world. They had to obtain great luck in this great age. The Sima clan could not allow any accidents to happen. At this moment, they were the most nervous. Just as everyone was exclaiming that this was impossible, a rather old man snorted coldly, "What is impossible about it? Naturally, it is a true dragon that can compete with a great dragon. It is just two dragons fighting." In the past, Dragon Sealing City has seen the magnificent feat of 9 dragons competing with each other. Chapter 565. Someone recognized Xianyuan Zhantian and said, "That is the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Xianyuan Zhantian, the top genius of the boundless sea." Indeed, a true dragon can shine wherever it goes. Even in the Tianwu continent, its sharpness is still unstoppable. When faced with Xianyuan Zhantian's mockery, Xianyuan Zhantian quickly recovered his calm. His strong self-confidence did not put any pressure on him, he was just slightly surprised. "Xianyuan Zhantian, I have heard of your great name for a long time. You truly live up to your reputation as the Eastern Sea's little dragon king. However, there can only be one true dragon in this great era. I will personally slay the dragon in the arena battles." Xianyuan Zhantian withdrew his aura and laughed loudly. "I'm afraid that you will fail to slay the dragon and end up in the dragon's belly. You'd better not meet me. Otherwise, your strong self-confidence will fall to rock bottom, never to rise again." Boom! Just as the two faced each other, their gazes locked in an intense clash in the air, the two true dragons tore through the thick dark clouds at the same time. Then, golden pillars of light descended. Xiao! The stone pillars returned to the ground and landed in Dragon Sealing City. Roar! 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 Only at this moment did the frozen stone dragons come to life. The 10-odd little dragons that had been suppressed for a long time soared into the sky and roared loudly, venting the frustrations in their hearts. The scene of the dragons soaring into the sky was very majestic. This was especially so when the 10-odd golden pillars of light landed at the same time. It was an eye-opener for everyone. After that, golden dragons soared and tore through the clouds at nearly every moment. However, Shao Chen, who was on the roof, lost the patience to continue watching. While he watched the fight for the dragon pillars, he also casually looked around the city. Dragon Sealing City was the only intact ancient city in the world. There were still many unique buildings from the ancient era in the city, which was an eye-opener. After 7 or 8 minutes, 2 figures flew over. It was a receptionist who led Lu Suifeng over. Based on his dispirited expression, he should have failed the challenge. "I failed. There are too many geniuses. Only after coming here did I realize that I am nothing," Lu Suifeng sighed as he shook his head at Shao Chen. Shao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Don't be discouraged. Just watch this competition carefully. If you put your heart into it, you should have no problem advancing to martial monarch." Lu Suifeng nodded with a serious expression. He said, definitely. With the great age before us, I do not wish to stop here. After another 7 or 8 minutes, Mu Chen and Zhang Lai also arrived. As expected, both of them failed. However, the two of them were very open-minded. They had originally intended to broaden their horizons and did not hold much hope. The four of them gathered together and did not seem bored. They began to casually chat about some things. Mu Chen glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "Before I came down, I took a look at Brother Murong's situation. He's very ambitious and wants to directly obtain the right to become a seated participant. Until now, there has been no result." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "With his strength, it is a little difficult for him to compete for the seated spot. However, it should not be difficult for him to qualify. Have you seen senior sister Yun? How is her situation?" "Hee, I'm here." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, melodious laughter rang out in everyone's ears. Yun Kursen wore a light-colored floral dress and walked over with a smile on her face. Based on the smile on Yun Kursen's face, it was very different from the others. Without even guessing, it was clear whether she qualified or not. "Did you pass?" Lu Suifeng and the others asked. Yun Kursen nodded gently and smiled, "I was lucky to qualify. 3 days later, I will be able to fight in the Wind Cloud Arena." Mu Chen and the others revealed envious expressions. However, they were all from their own sect, so there was no need to be jealous. They all cupped their hands and congratulated Yun Kursen. After chatting for a while, Lu Suifeng suddenly said, "Murong Chong lost." Everyone looked up and saw that the fight for the remaining 9 seated participants had reached its most intense stage. The one who defeated Murong Chong was the scion of the Qian clan, one of the 8 noble clans, Qian Wen. Of course, it was not a true defeat. The fight for the seated spot was not to the point where one side had to die. The Qian clan's trump cards and killing moves would not be revealed so early. They could only retreat in the face of difficulty. However, not long after, Murong Chong obtained the rights to another dragon pillar. It was as Xiao Chen said, he easily qualified for the arena battles. Resonant dragon roars resounded endlessly. Many golden dragons soared into the sky, filling the sky with golden light. For thousands of years, Dragon Sealing City had been dark. Today, it was dazzling, dazzling everyone's eyes. As time slowly went by, the first stage of the 5-nation youth competition's preliminaries came to an end. After some intense competition, the 400 elite spots were finally decided. 3 days later, the arena battles would begin. Then, the exciting show of the 5-nation youth competition would officially begin. When the thick, dark clouds above retracted, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion elders finally arrived at the courtyard under Jiang Qi's lead. Xiao Chen and the others on the roof jumped down as well. Jiang Qi swept his gaze across the somewhat wretched courtyard. He sighed softly and said, "It has been hard on you all. Staying in this broken-down place is because our Heavenly Saber Pavilion has declined too much in the past few years." The courtyard was indeed very simple. Even if the group of 10 odd people split it evenly, each person would get a room. There was not even a private backyard. It would be very inconvenient to cultivate at night. Of course, this was the rule of Dragon Sealing City. It was not fair or unfair. If you were strong, you would naturally get a luxurious courtyard. The courtyards of the 8 noble clans and 10 great sects, the rich and powerful families of the 5-nation youth competition, were much more spacious and luxurious. Not only did everyone get a small courtyard, but there were also special cultivation rooms left behind from the ancient era for the participants to make their final preparations. Murong Chong said sullenly, "It will be fine after this 5-nation youth competition. The later generations of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not be like us again." Shen Manjun smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this first. There are many special cultivation places in Dragon Sealing City. Our sect will pay for your expenses there." Jiang Qi walked forward and gave each of the 3 people who had qualified to take the test a spatial ring. As for the others who had not, they all received a wooden box. Xiao Chen checked with his spiritual sense and was mildly astonished. There were quite a lot of medial-grade spirit stones in the spatial rings, a total of 400,000. With the three of them combined, there were more than 1,000,000 medial-grade spirit stones. It looked like the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had put in a lot of money for this 5-nation youth competition. Jiang Qi's expression did not show any signs of heartache. The fact that 3 people qualified for the next round had already greatly exceeded his expectations. In the entire continent, only 400 people qualified. It was not easy for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to get 3 spots. Even their old rival, the Misty Sword Sect, only got 2 spots. The Night Spirit Palace was even worse. Only Mu Qingxue barely qualified. As for the other noble clans of the Great Qin Nation, aside from the Duanmuking, none of them qualified. Jiang Qi smiled faintly and said, "Go and rest first. If you have time tomorrow, you can stroll around Dragon Ceiling City. There are many interesting things in the city." High in the sky, thick clouds covered the entire Dragon Ceiling City. As a result, night came very early. After 4 hours, the sky turned completely dark. Xiao Chen gently pushed open the door to his room and leaped up. Then, he flew towards the ring-shaped mountain range. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and discovered many other cultivators with the same goal as him. The competition was about to start. Naturally, he had to organize the martial techniques he learned. He could not slack off. After finding a desolate mountain peak, Xiao Chen paused for a while in midair. Then, he quickly landed in a rather flat forest. The cold night wind blew, but Xiao Chen, who was wearing only a thin layer of clothing, did not feel too cold. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen calmed down completely. Then, he placed his right hand on his saber hilt and drew it. A surging saber intent immediately surged out and spread out in the forest. Countless whirlwinds blew, picking up large amounts of fallen leaves and making them hum. Xiao Chen's saber intent slowly rose. Soon, it reached the might of small perfection. Then, it continued to grow stronger. The 40% comprehended saber intent stretched the whirlwinds into a long straight line. The fallen leaves in the line spun rapidly like sharp blades, kicking up a cloud of dust. The leaves looked like they could not hold on any longer. They looked like they would explode at any moment. However, they did not explode in the end. This showed that Xiao Chen had perfect control over them. The 50% comprehended saber intent caused a strong wind to blow. Tiny cracks appeared on the fallen leaves. The 60% comprehended saber intent caused the leaves in the forest to explode. The ferocious saber intent turned into a saber wind and swept through the forest. Ka-xie. Ka-xie. The trees broke. When the saber wind was over, all the trees in the forest had been cut in half. If others saw this scene, they would be greatly astonished. Bai Qi's peak small perfection saber intent was already sufficient for him to stand out from the crowd. However, the saber intent that Xiao Chen displayed was 60% comprehended. He was just one step short of great perfection. However, Xiao Chen did not get too excited about the situation in the forest. He remained extremely calm. If he forcibly raised his saber intent, Xiao Chen would be able to raise it to 60% comprehended as well. That would be no weaker than Sima Lingxuan's. However, it would be very difficult for him to control it as he pleased. It looked like he was just one step short of being able to control it as he pleased, and his saber intent would reach great perfection. However, this step was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Xiao Chen said softly, "My saber intent can only be considered to have reached 40% comprehended. However, if I really meet Sima Lingxian, I can still go all out. There is no need to fear him." Sima Lingxian had heaven-defying self-confidence. Although he, Xiao Chen, was low-key, he did not show any signs of weakness. "No matter how overwhelming your aura is or how confident you are, I do not fear you. I will defeat you." Xiao Chen slowly moved through the forest. He executed the martial techniques that he knew, the Wukuei saber technique, the lightning tribulation saber technique, and the strongest 4-season saber technique, one by one. A strong aura spread through the forest. Explosions resounded without end. By the time Xiaochen sheathed his saber, the flat mountaintop was riddled with holes. Chapter 566. There were countless deep pits of various sizes. The originally lush forest no longer existed. Furthermore, this was because Xiaochen was able to restrain himself. If he had not done so, half the mountain would have been chopped off. Ao Jiao, with the current strength of my body, can I barely execute Return of the Blue Dragon? Xiaochen asked in his heart. Xiaochen had experienced the might of a heaven-ranked martial technique. Back then, when he was a martial disciple, he was able to jump realms and kill a martial grand master. This was the best proof. Now that the five-nation youth competition was filled with experts, everyone had their own trump cards. If he could execute Return of the Blue Dragon, it would undoubtedly increase Xiaochen's confidence. When the sky brightened, Xiaochen returned to Dragon Ceiling City in an excited mood. Boundless fatigue washed over him, and he fell asleep without doing anything. After some time, he vaguely heard knocking on the door and someone calling out to him, "Senior brother." His good habits allowed Xiaochen to wake up quickly. Xiaochen circulated his energy and his fatigue was swept away. When he woke up, he felt very refreshed. When he looked up, he discovered mottled sunlight shining in through the cracks in the door. He had slept until noon. He quickly got up and opened the door. Yun Kursen, Lu Suifeng, Mu Chen, Zhang Lai, and Murong Chong were all waiting for him outside. Unexpectedly, junior brother Xiao has the habit of sleeping in. It is already noon, and you are still sleeping, Yun Kursen said with a somewhat mischievous smile. Xiaochen felt somewhat embarrassed. Something had happened the night before, causing him to exhaust both his mind and body. Normally, he would not have slept so soundly. "Why are you looking for me?" Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "Senior sister Yun, let's go. There are many historical sites and buildings from the ancient era in Dragon Ceiling City. Let's take a look around." Before the Tianwu dynasty was established, Dragon Ceiling City already existed. Normally, Dragon Ceiling City was not open to the public. Outsiders would not be able to see its glory. Only during the five-nation youth competition would it open to welcome guests. Cultivators from all over the world would pour in, making this normally empty city extraordinarily bustling. Even the unsociable Murong Chong was prepared to go with them. One could imagine the charm of Dragon Ceiling City. Xiaochen was also a little tempted. He smiled and said, "Wait for me. I'll be done after I wash up." After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiaochen followed everyone out of the courtyard and walked through the streets and alleys of Dragon Ceiling City. Yesterday, when Xiaochen landed first, there was not a single person in the huge Dragon Ceiling City. However, at this moment, it was packed with people. There were cultivators from various countries everywhere. Many peddlers seemed as if they'd emerged from the ground, and they covered the streets and alleys like taverns, teahouses, inns, and stalls. There was everything that one could think of, and everything seemed to be bustling and flourishing like a piece of brocade. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "Unexpectedly, there are so many people. Dragon Ceiling City is larger than our Shiha city. If it is completely filled, there will be more than 2 million people." Yun Kursen nodded and said, "That is normal. Just think about the influence of the five-nation youth competition. That is a grand event of the entire continent. Furthermore, with the charm of Dragon Ceiling City, it would not be strange for 3 million people to come." The group walked around the city, taking in the sights. Several historical sites from tens of thousands of years ago could be seen everywhere in Dragon Ceiling City. With one look, one could tell that the ancient aura they exuded was not fake. Several of these historical sites were so amazing that they lingered on for so long that they forgot to return. There were even some cultivators who suddenly comprehended something before these ancient objects, breaking through a bottleneck that they had not been able to overcome for many years. As the group walked, they arrived before a wall filled with deep marks. This place was very popular. A large number of cultivators gathered here. It was unknown what material this wall was made of. It was pitch black and gave off a deep glow. It was 100 meters tall. This is the coiling dragon wall. The wall itself is a meteorite from outer space. When it fell, it became like this. The marks on the wall were left by some ancient martial sages. There are spear marks, sword marks, saber marks, palm marks, and fist marks. Only an expert with true dragon chi can leave marks on this wall. Hee hee. This coiling dragon wall is not simple. The owner of the wall was a rich-looking merchant. He was currently introducing the wall to the crowd with a smile on his face. If any of you can touch this coiling dragon wall and last 10 seconds, I will immediately give you 100,000 medial grade spirit stones. The longer you last, the more I will give. For every 10 seconds you last twice as long, I will give you double the amount of spirit stones. All you need is 10,000 medial grade spirit stones to test it out. There was a huge horizontal line on the ground, blocking the many spectating bladesmen 500 meters away. They could only watch from afar. Is that true? As long as one can touch the wall for 10 seconds, they will give 100,000 medial grade spirit stones? That must be a lie. How can there be such an easy thing in the world? Several cultivators were tempted. They could get 100,000 medial grade spirit stones just by touching the wall. No matter how they thought about it, it was very simple. The rich-looking merchant smiled and said, I guarantee it is real. I am an administrator of the Wanlong Merchant Association. I do have that much credibility. The Wanlong Merchant Association is the top merchant association in the Great Jin Nation. It is also the top merchant association in the world. It should be real. Let me give it a try. A medial grade Martial King bladesman tossed down 10,000 medial grade spirit stones and strode across the horizontal line, heading for the pitch-black wall. Bang! Before that cultivator could walk 100 meters, his expression turned extremely unsightly. After taking a few more steps, he vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back. Such a mysterious phenomenon immediately shocked the others, making them feel astonished. This caused the hearts of the cultivators who were eager to give it a try to turn cold. They were no longer in a rush to make a decision. However, human curiosity was the most stubborn. The stranger something was, the more people wanted to know the answer. They wanted to test it out for themselves. Furthermore, there was the temptation of the large sum of medial grade spirit stones. After a while, a few more people handed over their spirit stones and walked over. In the end, without exception, no one could get within 100 meters of the wall. They were all knocked back by a strange force. Their faces were filled with horror. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the administrator of the Wanlong Merchant Association had received more than 2 million medial grade spirit stones. The smile on his face became even wider. Is there any other friend who wants to give it a try? This is a 1 to 10 compensation deal. It is definitely worth it. Lu Suifeng felt it was strange. He asked, Xiao Chen, what's going on? Not to mention touching the wall, we can't even get within 100 meters. Xiao Chen muttered to himself for a while before replying, the problem should be with those deep scars. I'm afraid that what that person said was true. They are indeed scars left by ancient martial sages. The will on the scars has not dissipated yet. Bladesmen have to face the saber intent of ancient saber sages. Swordsmen have to face the sword intent of ancient sword sages. Fist and leg practitioners have to face the aura of their respective sages. Let me give it a try. As Murong Chong spoke, he stepped forward and tossed down 10,000 medial grade spirit stones. Then, he crossed the horizontal line and headed for the coiling dragon wall. Murong Chong walked the first 200 meters with a relaxed expression. Then, his expression started to turn unsightly. After he walked another 100 meters, he frowned deeply. Murong Chong did not stop and continued forward. After he walked another 100 meters, he stopped when he was only 100 meters away from the demon wall. 100 meters was a hurdle. No one had crossed it yet. When the crowd saw Murong Chong stop 100 meters away, they could not help but feel nervous. Murong Chong took a deep breath and placed his right hand on his saber hilt. Then, he strode forward, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. He had succeeded. He succeeded. This person has walked 100 meters. He is truly worthy of being a genius qualified for the arena battles, someone said softly when he saw the dragon-shaped jade pendant at Murong Chong's waist. I wonder if he can continue walking. After that, every step Murong Chong took was very difficult. Sweat covered his forehead as he inched closer to the coiling dragon wall. No one knew what kind of pressure Murong Chong was facing. The footprints he left on the ground became deeper and deeper. There are only 10 steps left. If I take another 10 steps, I will be able to touch that coiling dragon wall. Although it was very difficult, Murong Chong did not stop. The distance between him and the coiling dragon wall continued to shrink. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Pa! Murong Chong suddenly shouted and took a big step forward. Finally, he arrived at the foot of the coiling dragon wall and sent a palm strike at it. Boom! However, Murong Chong only made contact with it for a second before he was knocked back by a formless energy. He vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned incredibly pale. Lu Suifeng and the others quickly rushed forward and helped him up. Murong Chong muttered, "The saber intent of an ancient martial sage is indeed horrifying." Although Murong Chong was knocked back in a sorry state, no one mocked him for being weak. After all, no one had even managed to get within 100 meters of the wall. For Murong Chong to be able to walk up and touch that wall already proved that he was very strong. Following that, several more people stepped forward to try. Among them, there were a few who qualified for the arena battles. However, they could only get within 10 meters of the wall at most. They could not even touch the coiling dragon wall. The strange coiling dragon wall and the mysterious ancient martial sage caused more and more people to gather here. However, there were too many failures. No one dared to try it again. Interesting. I heard that the Wanlong Merchant Association dug up a mysterious rock from beyond the heavens. Unexpectedly, I found it here. Let me give it a try. A cold voice resounded. A blue-robed swordsman slowly walked over, parting the crowd. It's the drifting snow sword Sex Lu Xiaoyun. He was ranked 9th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Unexpectedly, such a person is here to join in the fun. The drifting snow sword Sex Lu Xiaoyun. Xiao Chen had some impression of him. Back at the summit, he had seen Lu Xiaoyun's strong state of ice. Xiao Chen had heard that Lu Xiaoyun had obtained the qualifications to be a seated participant. Lu Xiaoyun held a simple and unadorned sword in his hand as he arrived before the line. When he saw the coiling dragon wall covered in all sorts of saber marks, sword marks, and fist marks, he revealed a disdainful smile. You have already been dead for tens of thousands of years. Who are you trying to scare? Pooh! Lu Xiaoyun pushed off the ground and took a step forward. Then, he took another step forward and moved another 200 meters. In the blink of an eye, he had advanced 300 meters. The surrounding cultivators all cried out in surprise. They were all astonished by Lu Xiaoyun's strength. After Lu Xiaoyun steadied himself, his expression turned cautious. The sharp wills carved on the coiling dragon wall continuously attacked his soul and mind.